Brock Nelson, for all the memories. You were a fantastic Islander, always a heart and soul player, gave us a lot of memorable playoff runs. 30th overall product in North Dakota, just developed into one hell of a hockey player. And, any Islander fan that maybe holds any ill will towards him, finding out that he rejected the 3-year, $7.5 million contract, not warranted. You have to understand he's 33. This is going to be his last payday, and, he wanted at least 4 or 5 years. So if Lou offered 5 years, he's probably still a New York Islander, but good on Lou to maximize value and, welcome Callum Ritchie to the island. He's going to be a hell of a hockey player.
And like I said, we're going to have a lot of guests coming on with us very shortly. And as a matter of fact, we've got 2 of them right now in the green room. And let's just bring them on in right now. We got Evan from Ranger Central and Matt also from Ranger Central. Boom, there you guys are.
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on?
Well, recapping some of the headlines for right now, guys. We have some of the trades that are in there, okay? But how about this one? Breaking right now, Dylan Cousins going to Ottawa. Evan, what are your thoughts on that one? Potentially.
Such a weird trade. I want to see what else Buffalo's giving up, because Cam Robinson said they're giving up more than just Cousins. So I'm interested to see what it is. It's a weird trade, though. I got to see more to decide who really wins that deal. But, I mean, so far, I like it more for Buffalo. I think Norris is slightly better, even though the problem with him is there's injury concerns. But I do like them getting JBD in that deal, because they need help on the right side of their blue line. But, for Cousins, maybe a change of scenery will help him. And if he's healthy and he gets back to what he was, I forgot if it was last season or the year prior where he had that career year, then Ottawa probably wins the steal at that point.
All right. And also, they extend Jason Zucker.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
Still a bit of a shock. We got some of the trades that went down yesterday. Jake Wallman going to the Edmonton Oilers for a conditional first. Brian Dumoulin going to the New Jersey Devils. Odd that they're buying, considering that Jack Hughes is likely out for the season. Then you had Carson Soucy going to the New York Rangers. Brendan Brisson going to the New York Rangers, or Brisson. And Riley Smith going back to the Vegas Golden Knights. Yeah. And of course, the guy that we're going to be looking at, conflicting reports, Rangers involved potentially for JJ Peterka, a trade we were talking about last night that we thought was done, guys, which was Mikko Rantanen's situation. That looks like it's going back to the drawing board. And of course, this one, once again, that Anthony was reflecting on before. We'll talk about Callum Ritchie coming back. And obviously, Oliver Shillington was immediately flipped right after that. And Will DeFore also going to Colorado. But, Phil, I'll start with you on some of our questions. What player has your attention today?
I mean, it's got to be Mikko Rantanen. I mean, I hate to say the obvious one, but this is a big, big piece that could end up being moved anytime now today. And if he's not moved, I mean, he shifts the dynamic of 2 different conferences, whether he goes or stays. If he goes and Carolina gets a package of primarily futures or maybe young talents that aren't fully established yet, it weakens them for a playoff run. If he goes and he goes to the West and it's Dallas, then the West becomes a murderer's row. I mean, you've got Vegas that, they've made improvements. You've got, Colorado shifted everything, obviously, by dealing him, but they look to be playing better hockey as well. And then you have Dallas. If they make that deal, oh, geez, they'd have to be the Stanley Cup favorites. They really would. They just get one right side defenseman, and then, you're looking at them as really kind of like the team. But then you got to remember, President's Trophy leading Winnipeg Jets haven't addressed their number 2 center spot yet. Could they go and make a trade to address their center spot? Would Colorado deal Casey Middlestat there? I mean, especially after dealing Brock Nelson, would Colorado want to deal Middlestat because they have bottom 6 depth, and then maybe go and plug a hole on defense or maybe wing or something like that, would Winnipeg want to pay through the nose to a rival to get their second line center figured out when they're in the midst of a President's Trophy type year where they think they could be the team? Because remember, they also need to make a deal to improve their defense a little bit. So they have multiple holes to address, but still, that West is a murderer's row. Mikko Rantanen goes there.
Anthony, what's the team that's got your attention today?
Team or player? Because you still.
Oh, sorry, player. I'm sorry. I went jumped ahead.
I'm gonna go with Brad Marchand. There's a lot of talk that it's been trending more so in the direction that he could be traded, even though he's hurt. I think the Bruins realize that it's their mix of players they have there aren't working. So I think even though they made that they made that trade yesterday where they traded Brazeau to Minnesota. So that was a little bit of a sell mode move, but with Marchand, he's getting older. The Bruins, I think their window is closed. I think it's time for them to retool a little bit. So I would watch out for him. One of the locations that he had been linked to is Colorado, but now that they got Brock Nelson and they spent assets to get him, I don't know if they have what it's going to take to get Marchand, but I think his name's out there. I think the Bruins would move him in the right deal. So that's a player that I am looking at today. And some of these comments here, Marchand, Vegas, you can never count out Vegas. They're going to do something. I could see that's the destination that he goes to. So definitely keep an eye on the Rat today as the trade deadline approaches.
I think some people have wishful thinking, like Matt right here is saying, hey, Winnipeg, how about Mika Zibanejad for second line center? No, don't you know Mika Zibanejad's a wing now, and he's so important as a wing. Matt, who's the guy that you're looking at today?
Don't steal mine, Matt.
What happened?
Don't steal mine.
I know what yours is.
Oh, we know who yours is. We're gonna get to that in a second.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Phil. I think Mikko Rantanen is the guy to watch because it's like you were saying, he could shift the dynamic between two conferences. I mean, if he goes to Dallas, then especially because we've been kind of hearing that Stankoven's probably the one to go the other way back to Carolina if Rantanen is dealt there, but it depends on the extension. And as we're hearing right now, I think what Dallas is offering him around $12.5 million, and he's still rejecting that contract, which to me is crazy because I don't think he'd be getting anything higher of 13 to 14 million on the open market. I just think he's being greedy at that point, and he should take whatever Dallas is offering. Also considering that, again, they're in Texas, and that's a no state income tax. So, yeah, but like I was saying with Phil was saying, if Dallas gets him, it definitely shoots him up the list of contenders. I still think, though, they need help on D because if you look at daily face-off right now in their lineup, Miro Heiskanen is out right now, but seeing names like Cody Ceci, Ilya Lyubushkin, and Matt Dumba on their D-core, it's certainly not pretty. So they're going to need to add another defenseman to go along with Mikko Rantanen to really be considered a top cup contender. The team in the East that I was really looking at to acquire Rantanen was, and we talked about this yesterday, Mark.
Yep.
Was Florida again? The Panthers, and again, you go to Florida, no state income tax. You could plug him in on that first line. He could play with his fellow countryman and Alexander Barkov, and looking at what probably Florida have to give up. Me and Evan were talking about this yesterday, but we were saying that it would probably have to be either Sam Bennett or Carter Verhaeghe to go the other way. And I think for Florida, they would rather keep Sam Bennett just overall. I think they would rather have that center depth to go on another deep cup run. And listen, to lose Verhaeghe would suck, but if you could trade away a guy like Verhaeghe and bring in Rantanen and extend them, and then have a possible first line of Barkov, Rantanen, and Matt Tkachuk for the foreseeable future, I think that's something that you can't pass up on.
And Evan, go ahead. I think you got a guy that you're looking at in Western New York.
I don't. My gut feeling today is that Ryan O'Reilly's going to get traded. It builds off of what Philk was saying, that Winnipeg really needs a number 2 center. And if I was to make a prediction, I think he goes there. We heard New Jersey's also interested in Ryan O'Reilly. And Barry Trotz showed that he's not afraid to trade guys with term. With the stupid trade, I still don't understand why he gave up Novak and Shen for Michael Bunting. But
terrible.
That just tells me that, maybe there is a legit shot that Ryan O'Reilly does get moved. And I have nothing to base it off of other than I just get this gut feeling that a team's going to overpay to get him today. And, he does have term too, which would help the case of a team if they were to give up additional assets that could make it look like an overpay.
And well, then I'll use the guy that I thought you were going to say, because you've been all over JJ Paterka. I'm interested to see, are they actually going to move him? Is this just a smokescreen? There's been so much noise about it. We're going to see whether or not that actually happens. And let's go right back to you, Mr. LaRocco. What is the team that needs to win the deadline?
I mean, there's so many teams, right? You look at it. You could already say Tampa Bay kind of won with getting Bjorkstrand and Yanni Gord back. But I'm going to go Toronto. I mean, fellas, every year the Maple Leafs, they lose in the first round. One year they got to the second round, okay, but they're a team that always has very lofty expectations and they always exit early. Especially being that they doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on their core four this past off season, which I don't think they should have. They need to make a move that's going to have them go on a long playoff run. So I know they've been interested in Braden Shen. Not sure if he's going to move today. So Scott Lawton could be a move. I don't know if he's necessarily a needle mover, but he is a 40-point guy that is good defensively, plays some grit. So he'd be a good add to their mix. I know they're looking at defensive help. Oddly enough, I've heard the Islanders' own Scott Mayfield linked with Toronto. So if they want to take his 6 years left, so be it. But, in all seriousness, you could laugh at the contract, but Mayfield's a big guy who moves decently well for a guy his size. He blocks shots, and he's a big, strong guy. So I think the Maple Leafs are going to be looking to add a defenseman like that too. But just overall, that they need to make a move that's going to be able to make them compete with the Floridas and the Lightnings of the world in their division. Because if they have another first-round exit, I think Shanahan's out of there. Maybe Trey Living, even though his stint has been short so far, but they need to do something to make that team reach the finals because it's just getting ridiculous now.
Phil, what's a team that you think needs to win the deadline?
I like the answer for Toronto. I just think that Winnipeg really needs to do something. They really need to make an impact here. I mean, a lot of other teams are going around them and making moves. Colorado got the guy that they should have gotten, if you ask me, and they need to be better. We have a fake Dave Pagnotta in here saying Zach Jones.
That is a fake Dave Pagnotta. We know the real one very well.
Yeah, we know the real one. Yeah. You're gonna have to do a lot better than that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Winnipeg is going to have to really kind of wake up and get their act together and really start making moves because they were a really good team last year and they didn't go far in the playoffs. Now they're a President's Trophy contender right now. That they're the leader, and they have not really made any big moves to help solidify themselves for a playoff run. So I don't know what's going on with there, but and they need to get on the horn and start making moves real quick.
Matt, who's the team that you think needs to win the deadline?
Yeah, Phil took mine again, but I'm going to say Winnipeg again. I think for Winnipeg, it's the case of, they're a very good team. We saw last year,
just to make this is not the real Dave Pagnotta, fellas.
Yeah, please.
It's a fake.
He's kind of working right now anyway.
I actually just texted him. I said there's a fake you in our stream right now.
No, but just to continue on, they were one of the top teams in the league last year. They made the playoffs. They came up against Colorado and really, they shit the bed. Connor Hellebuck, again, did not come up big in that series at all. He had a really poor series. And again, they come back strong this year. As Phil was saying, they're one of the top teams in the league this year, probably along with Washington, the favorite right now to win the President's Trophy. And yeah, they got to make another big move down the middle because right now, Vladimir Meskov is their 2C, and while Vladimir Meskov is a solid player and a solid center, he's more of a 3C on a really good cup contender, and they just need that just really good dynamic 2C, and Brock Nelson would have been a really good fit because again offers you goal scoring, offers you really good two-way defense. But he goes to Colorado, and as Evan was saying, I think Ryan O'Reilly would be a really good fit in Winnipeg.
Well, let me tee you up for this one, Evan, because it's sort of like when you're the number one team in the league.
By design, boys. Here it comes.
Yeah. You got a chance. You got a chance to really improve your team, and then you pass on it. Like, I don't know, like the Jake Gensel of the New York Rangers last year. Does Winnipeg need to make sure that they get Ryan O'Reilly today?
I mean, what are the other options really? We had the center position now that Brock Nelson's off the board. Outside of
Ryan Donato.
Donato might get extended, so I'm not quite sure, honestly, if that's even feasible at this point. So I don't know. They're in a tough position with that one. But if I'm gonna, I wanted to jump in and answer the question here about the team that I picked, because I was gonna say Toronto, but similar to Toronto, a team that's in a position that is entering Toronto's territory, in my opinion, because they're just getting constantly owned by the same team in round one. It's the LA Kings. I think the Kings need to make a splash today. They got to get help in that top six. It's been the problem that they just don't have enough premier talent to get over the hump. Yeah, I mean, they'd be a great fit for Rantanen, or just they need to get some sort of top six forward. They need a little bit help on that blue line, and it's getting to a point where they're just losing to Edmonton every year, and they got to make that splash to get over the hump.
Whoa, Senators went after Ryan O'Reilly last night.
How about that? That's an interesting one.
Interesting.
Oh, thanks, Ev. You took mine. I was going to say the LA Kings. So I'm going to have to stay in that division, and I'll go with the Edmonton Oilers. They're going to have to do something
my other pick
too. Oh my goodness! Like they got to try to bring this home. But I don't know. I don't know what the move is for them. They got Trent Frederick. That's good enough. And Anthony, by the way, you saw the Steve Dangle post on additions and subtractions for the Toronto Maple Leafs. None in either column. How about that one? All right, let's go to the next question. What team is hiding in the shadows, do you think, right now, ready to make a deal and surprise everybody? Think of maybe like Vegas that did it last year with Tomas Hertl. Matt, we'll start with you.
I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Not a layup.
No, definitely not.
Definitely not by design.
I mean, I think the honest answer would probably be Vegas again, because you just never know with them.
Yeah,
I mean, we've heard them connected with Brad Marchand. I mean, could they maybe be a team that just sneaks up and gets Mikko right in the last minute? I mean, it's certainly possible. You can never count on Vegas on acquiring anybody, it seems.
How about you, Ev?
It's hard to not say Vegas too, just because it's just their MO. It's just what they do every single year. If I'm trying to even think of another team that maybe could. I mean, maybe Boston makes a surprise move today, because we heard that the Rangers were interested in a guy like Pavel Zacha. If Brad Marchand does get moved, that would be a little bit of a surprise, even though we've heard him linked to Vegas. And then, they could be shopping Carlo. They could be shopping Geeky also. We've heard all of those names. So they could make an under-the-radar move here. But it's hard to not just say Vegas is going to be that team. It's just what they do.
Anthony, are you going to say Vegas too for this?
No, I was gonna say the Atlanta Thrashers. They need a player to build. They're gonna try to get somebody today.
Well, we know if it's the Atlanta Thrashers making the trade, they're going to lose that.
I heard the Minnesota North Stars also need to make a deal.
I don't know. I'm actually gonna say Detroit. And I say that because the Yzer plan kind of has been
coming.
Hasn't really come to fruition yet. They've missed the playoffs. What now? 7 years in a row or so. Maybe 8, but I think the pressure is there, especially after missing out in the playoffs last year in such heartbreaking fashion. I think they're gonna be looking to make a move that maybe puts them over the hump and finally gets in. So I know they had been previously linked to Dylan Cousins, so they missed the boat there. There could be some other players. I know I looked to Brock Besser in Vancouver. It doesn't look like he may not sign. Besser is from Minnesota. Detroit's not really terribly far away, so maybe that's a player they could look at. But I think that Steve Yzerman is going to try to do something today at some point. I don't know the magnitude of the move, but I think it could be coming.
I hate you because you literally just took my answer. That's why if you can lip read,
I did.
I said something bad about you when I was talking.
Yeah.
They haven't made the playoffs since 2015-16. That was Pavel Datsyuk's last year in the NHL. So they haven't made it since Datsuk was there. And it's been a long time for them. Besser could be a target. Yzerman seems to love to be, going and getting more established type talents. Could they be a team that would be in on Marchand? Would Marchand be okay with going there? I know that Quick is going to Edmonton.
I haven't seen
anything about that.
I haven't seen that anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just someone making a prediction of some sort. But I haven't seen anything about that. Yeah, Friedman saying rantanen stalemate in contract negotiation as it stands in a holding pattern. We will see.
Hold on, let me just throw one more team in there, which is Utah. Utah. Bill Armstrong has been looking to make a move, so watch out for them.
They're 3 points back of Calgary right now. Calgary's another team. Could Calgary, because they don't exactly have a stranglehold on that last spot. They really don't. I mean, they have 68 points right now. So they're only one ahead of Vancouver. Vancouver has a game in hand on them. They have a game in hand on St. Louis, and they're 2 points ahead of St. Louis, but who knows what's going to happen with them. And then Utah, they're 3 points back of Calgary, no games in hand. They both have 62. So that spot's not exactly given right now. Colorado's comfortable. They're 8 points ahead of Calgary. Calgary has a game in hand, but Calgary needs to start making some moves here. So we'll go on, though, because Mark is, I think he's a little tied up with an issue with his place right now. So what player will be a reach? I don't know exactly what Mark means.
What does he mean by that?
Yeah.
A reach to get traded? I'm assuming that's what he means.
Or maybe a bad deal. I think we're going to skip this one. Sorry, boys. Sorry, everybody. We're skipping that. What player is going to be a bargain?
Ooh,
a bargain.
It's a tough one.
I'll go. I'll actually go. It's a guy that I really wanted the Rangers to get in the offseason, and he was kind of a surprise trade because I didn't think Edmonton was going to move him in the offseason, but Buffalo has been making a ton of moves. The guy that I really think it would be Ryan McLeod. I think McLeod, 25-year-old. I think for a contender, I think if you're looking for a really solid 3C, I think Ryan McLeod is the guy to go get. Provides some good offense, provides also some good two-way defense as well. All 25 years old, he's going to be an RFA next year. He's probably going to be looking for a deal around 4 to 5 years for maybe around $4.5 to $5 million, $5.5 million around there. And I think that would be a really good and solid contract for him. So I think Ryan McLeod would be a really good under the radar pickup for a team. Hopefully the Rangers pick him up along with a JJ Peterka, but we got to see.
Yeah, that'd be a big deal. That would be a really big deal if that happens. Evan?
I'm trying to even think of a player that could. I mean, similar to Buffalo. I mean, Bowen Byram could be a real good pickup for a team that needs help on the blue line and gets a controlled RFA there by the end of the year. Guy could move the puck well and could really be a good third pair defenseman, quarterback, the second unit of a power play maybe for a team. So I'll go with Byram on this one.
Anthony?
I'm gonna go Luke Kunin in San Jose.
Luke Kunin, good
Yeah,
one.
he was kept out of the lineup last night. He's got 11 goals on the year, so he's a guy that could play in the bottom six, but still chip in offensively. He's a little bit of a hard-nosed player, so I don't think he's going to be cost anything really significant to get him either. So therefore, I think he's certainly going to be a bargain to any team that picks him up.
Me, what do I think in terms of a bargain? Well, I know one thing for sure. No one knows what the hell this means by a reach, Mark. So
yeah, what did you mean by that, Mark?
Yeah, we
take for instance, who's going to overpay for somebody?
Then you got to use the word overpay because
the wording on that's terrible.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we went back to that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you saw the comment in the chat, Sean said that question was a reach.
Was a reach. Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, this is a really, really tough one. I think Ryan O'Reilly could end up being a really good pickup for somebody because he's got term left on his deal. He's got a cap hit of under $5 million. He brings playoff experience, Cup winner, Conn Smythe winner. I think and he's really kind of like the last center that's kind of available out there right now. Oh, here's a update.
Yeah, I was just bring that up now.
I just saw the tweet too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chris T. I don't understand. You could get a lot for Palmieri. I don't know if it's a first round pick, but
I mean, Beauvillier just got a second, so
yeah.
I mean,
it could be similar.
There's no doubt that if Beauvillier got a second who's got 13 goals and 20 points, that Kyle Palmieri would return a significant amount more. But similar to Zucker, guys, there's something to be said for players staying in a situation maybe even when you would think they would want to move. You need veterans in the lineup. Kyle Palmieri is a hard-nosed player. I think he leads the right way and with the game that he plays, and you can't just trade everybody. Like you need to keep people around for morale, for you still want to compete. So honestly, I really don't have a problem with them keeping Kyle Palmieri. He's still a 20 to 30 goal guy. He's not going to break the bank, and they're not stripping it down completely. So honestly, I don't have any issue with keeping Palmieri. Nelson, I could see he was the guy that was going to get you a haul. He had to go, but Palmieri, I honestly, I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah,
Pierre LeBrun just tweeted now about it that they're not trading him, and they're working on a contract extension. So.
Heads up on that because you never know. That could break down. Yeah,
it could. I mean, not only that, but all it takes is one GM to give a call to another GM and say, I'm going to up my offer. And, then there you go.
And it could be that just because we know Lou doesn't like to leak things. So this could be like, all right, we might be near an extension. So up your offer or we're keeping him.
Yeah, that's another good point.
And then also there's
the clarity on things that get leaked. So
there's also the fact that they're only 4 points out of a playoff spot. Lou at the same time, he's not giving up. So
I understand that, but if you're not giving up, then why trade Nelson?
Well, again, that was a little different because he was your meal ticket to getting a really good return. Palmieri, while he would net you,
Okay, but you're not going to make the playoffs if you deal your best center, especially with.
I mean, that's true too.
What is your center depth now? Pajot and Cizikas are your top two centers.
Well, Horvat.
That's right, because he doesn't really play wing anymore. Okay, so Horvat, and then what is it? Pajot 2, Cizikas 3.
Yeah, right now. Yeah.
I don't know how you get to the playoffs with that. I really don't.
By the way, 1,900 of you are watching right now, and we've got at least 4.5 more good hours of hockey talk coming, guys.
Yeah,
so,
we're going to be here for a while, everybody. So
Yeah, settle in. We're trying to make sure we have enough people so we can cover bathroom breaks and lunch. So
this is like a day at work with lunch break shifts and everything.
oh, that's okay. It's I'm going to conclude my night with a 9-hour shift. So can't wait for that. All right, guys, what player will be a surprise if dealt? Evan, I'll start with you on that one.
Brad Marchand, I still feel like would be a surprise for me. I don't know. It's just weird because he was a named captain recently, and it just would be weird to see him not in Boston. It just seems like he's the type of guy that would be a Bruin for his entire career. And even though Vegas is heavily interested, apparently, and a team would probably give up a really good return to get him, I still would be surprised if it happened.
Anthony?
It's a tough one because there's a lot of different guys. I'm gonna say Elias Pettersson because his name kind of resurfaced. And granted, how badly he's struggling right now, I could see why the Canucks would maybe want to move him at this point. But I think he's gonna stay. I do think teams are gonna circle back, kick the tires on him, but it's just an off-season move to me, just because of his salary. But I do think his future in Vancouver is coming to an end, probably as soon as this summer. I'm not convinced it's going to happen today, but I can tell you there have been teams that are circling back on him and having those discussions. I just don't know if it gets to the finish line.
Phil, who do you got that you think is going to be a total shocker if he's dealt?
Chris Kreider. I know there's been chatter about it, and I know that the situation has become "quote unquote" untenable, as Vince Mercogliano and others have reported. But I don't think I see it happening today, unless somebody comes out of nowhere and offers something crazy that Drury can't turn down. I see it as an off-season deal. I really do. But I do think that his time in New York is coming to an end very, very soon. I think if he wasn't hurt, I think you could have seen him dealt today. I just don't see it with the injuries. Ricky Pickle, he has no trade clauses, but if you've read the reports from all the beats, he is not on good terms with management right now. They are not very, very happy with him. So that relationship has gone sour, and he's definitely getting moved at some point. I don't think it's today. I think it'll be in the offseason.
That's also a very good point with him. And I said the other day,
I love you, but don't you dare manifest this. Don't you dare.
He was saying this all day in our chat yesterday.
Oh, no, Joe.
No.
Joe going full heel on us right there.
No, yeah, Joe, I know you're a heel in wrestling, but this whole heel thing needs to stay away from this. No.
I do think that there's some momentum today if Chris Kreider does get traded.
No.
I think I'd be more surprised. It's right now happening than when Kyle Palmieri not getting traded would be a little bit more of a surprise to me than that. But Matt, who do you got that you think might be a shocker if he's dealt?
I'm gonna go with another Ranger. This time it's a defenseman, Keandre Miller. I think there definitely is some, concern with Keandre Miller because considering that he's going to be an RFA this summer, and there is that big decision on Chris Drury's hands on, do you want to give Keandre Miller a long-term deal? We've heard the rumors going around of, 6-year, 5-year deal for $6.5 million. And I know, Mark, we've discussed it on here, and we don't feel comfortable with giving Keandre Miller that deal. But I definitely do think it's definitely more, if he gets traded, it's going to be more of a summer deal, because I think right now with the Rangers only a point out of the playoffs, I don't think, and with Fox also on IR right now, I don't think Drury is going to deal our best defenseman right now, Keandre Miller. And so, yeah, I think if he does get dealt, it's going to be more of a summer thing than at the deadline right now.
I still can't believe, by the way, that Zach Jones is being talked about being traded. How about either?
I don't think he's getting dealt right now.
Good, because the Rangers need to play him. Try doing that one. All right, bold prediction time. Evan, is Ryan O'Reilly your bold prediction?
Yeah, that's my bold prediction, that he's going to get moved.
All right. Matt, go with yours.
Bold prediction. Vancouver trades Elias Patterson.
Philk.
Mikko Rantanen goes to a team other than Dallas.
Anthony.
So we're supposed to get crazy with these. Something that's not
Go
really.
ahead.
Real.
Go get crazy, Cotton.
All right.
Or Pepper, I should say.
A couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of smoke around Noah Dobson. So if we're talking about like crazy predictions that likely won't happen, I'll say Noah Dobson is traded for a forward of similar age to help the Islanders in their retool.
I like what Abe said in the chat. McCann could be a bold move today.
That would be Seattle's McCann, right?
Yeah.
His name has been out there though, kind of like rumored. So I don't know. I don't know exactly how bold that would be, but
well, it's just because he has term left that they
yeah,
don't have to
yeah,
move.
I'm going to say that's bold. It's bold because it's been out there a little bit, but you haven't heard a lot about him. And I mean, with the term that he has left at the price that he has left, Seattle doesn't have to deal him. Yeah, Sean, that's definitely not happening.
That's not happening.
Tom AB.
What is that?
More like ABCTE.
Checking on that Stamkos thing. Yeah, he's
signed 40 to Carolina. That'd be interesting.
Yeah,
that's bold.
Yeah, that's bold. I mean, there was talks, but it was really kind of centered around Marty Natures, and now that ship has sailed. So,
one player that I'm actually curious on is what?
Crosby to Colorado. He's saying, well, that's a bold prediction.
Yeah, now that they got Nelson, that's not really
probably dead. Yeah,
that's not. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm curious, and let's actually lead it. I'm curious about what the Rangers do if they do anything with Lafreniere, because you gave him that bag, and then he kind of disappeared. He's not having a good year at all. And if you can get a guy like JJ Peterka, I think that's a move that you make. The only thing I'm unsure about is, Chris Drury may have the hesitation where, if he makes that move and he goes to Buffalo and he really takes off, he might have some egg on his face, being that he was a former first overall pick. But I just wonder about his hesitation to maybe move him just because he's the one himself that gave him that deal. I don't know how much of that's going to hold him back from it, but I do think it could be a right move depending on who the player is.
Yeah, I really want to see where Luke Cunningham goes. I know it's not a big name, but I think he's a player that can help a lot of different teams. Can play all three forward positions. He's only got this year left at 275. San Jose, did they have any retention slots?
No, I think they used them all. I don't think they have any left.
No, they don't, because Burns is in his last year of retention. Carlson's got 2 years left of retention, and then Hurdle till the end of time. So, Rempe to the Flyers for Ristolainen. Oh God. Besser to the Rangers, that would be an interesting one, but I don't think the Rangers are going after rentals unless they feel that they have a very strong chance of re-signing him, or they could work out an extension before bringing him in. I don't see the Rangers going after any player that doesn't have term beyond this year.
That leading with that also, I think the only way that happens is if Lafreniere goes in a Peterka deal, because then you open up cap space to where you could extend Besser without it being, really a big hit where you're tied up into another huge contract.
That's actually a great point, Evan. That really is. I'm sorry, Raymond. I do not see this at all.
I don't think the Bruins would trade him to the Rangers either.
I don't think that would be an issue. They've already made deals.
They have, but I think they prefer to send their captain and one of their best players in the last decade out west.
I get that, but if they're selling him off to any team, it's likely as a rental. And if Boston's going to sell him off, they're likely calling the white flag on this season.
Yeah.
So I really don't think that's going to matter all that much. If he had term left, I would totally agree with you there.
By the way, Dave, yeah, in VCR they did have chemistry and played together. I think that if they did trade Laugh for Peterka and their second line ended up being like Besser, Miller, Peterka, that'd be a pretty interesting line.
Yeah, I mean, look, Washington and Pittsburgh made a deal.
Yeah,
so, I mean, they're bitter rivals.
Yeah,
Washington Rangers are bitter rivals. Washington are Penguins and Rangers. I mean, it happens. I definitely don't think to Marchand to Washington for McMichael. No,
that would never happen.
No, that's not happening.
McMichael's having hell of a year, and he's so much younger. That would be Erat for Forsberg. Stupid. That's how bad that would be.
That would be Erat for Forsberg light.
Yeah. I wonder the player to look for is Brandon Tanev too. He was held out for Seattle the other night for trade related reasons. He is a hard nosed, pain in the ass guy that has some skill too. So that's a guy.
Oh, you're going bold predictions, Romanov. I'm sorry. I mean, I just don't see that as any bit realistic at all. I gotta agree with Anthony. That's like Forsberg for Erat level right there. That'd be crazy. I would say bold within the level of realism. You know, Sean saying I could see Drury going for Tanev
in the offseason, maybe.
In the offseason, maybe. Not as a rental. I can't see it. I'm going to say this again. I don't see Drury trading for anyone who doesn't have term beyond this year, unless they can either one hammer out an extension.
Kovacevic.
Two, they have a very strong feeling. Kovacevic. Okay. I mean, is someone being moved? Is being moved then?
I don't think so.
They have injuries. Siegenthaler's out. Dougie Hamilton's out.
Oh, that's true too. David Wood saying Jordan Kyrou to the Vegas Knights. What? That's actually a great prediction. That's a real good one, David. I like that one.
Yeah.
You're definitely gonna get it. Oh, come on out of me again if that happens. If they pull that buzzer beater bullshit again.
It probably will happen. Vegas is always in the mix for top players. They always are.
I hate how realistic that is. I hate how realistic it is. And those two teams have made deals in the past too with the Barbashev deal.
Yeah.
That could happen.
Big Apple Hockey trades me for Evan, and we trade houses too. I get a Blake Griffin jersey and a Johnny Gaudreau jersey in my background now. That'd be pretty awesome. Oh man.
I think Marchand to Vegas is a realistic one too.
If I remember correctly, there was a certain someone that's on this stream right now that's supposed to get that Blake Griffin jersey. Am I wrong?
You are correct. And I really wonder how his ankle's doing today after the other day. Is your ankle all right, Mark? Do you need crutches after you got crossed up?
After Maria Iverson on Jordan him? Oh my God.
I'm going to unmute my mic, and yes, that was classic. That was absolutely classic.
Oh, man. Mark, I was this close to filing a domestic violence report with the police because you just got battered by Maria there.
Mark, can we make an agreement that if someone from your Ebola list gets traded today, you have to eat pizza with a fork? Record it. Get footage of that. Either that or you have to down a packet of Chick-fil-A sauce. Take your pick. Either one.
I think I might still have a packet of Chick-fil-A sauce here right now.
Oh my God, yes, please. Oh, I'm so down for both of these.
We had Chick-fil-A sauce here last night.
Available by trade for cap space purposes. Oh God. This is where we go off the rails, everybody. This is why we have more people jumping on, and we're gonna be here for hours. We are eventually gonna go straight off the friggin' rails like Ozzy Osbourne and Crazy Train.
Yeah. Well, I'm on and off right now. I got to mute because I have work done that's right behind me. But yeah, it's one. Here's the one question for you guys. Looking at what Kevin Adams is doing right now, how would you fix the Sabres? And Anthony, we'll start with you on that one.
Relocate and start the franchise again.
That's a good way to do it.
I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. I think first off, with how long they haven't been in the playoffs, their fans can't endure yet another rebuild. Like, so when we talk about Peterka,
hold on.
That's
sorry, boys. Bob McKenzie's on TSN right now saying that the $12 million wouldn't get it done for Dallas, but Toronto and Florida are teams to look out for Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah, he's a Panther.
Matt, we're back on.
Yeah,
we're back on, boys.
He's a Panther.
Well, first off, that doesn't make any sense because Toronto, like if Toronto gave him $14 million, he would make far less than he would with $12 million in Texas. So that is just that's asinine on Rantanen's part. I don't.
I get it, but it's the AAV
financial aspect.
It's some of these guys just they care about the AAV. And I don't think it's going to be less than $12 million that he's making if he gets 14 in Toronto.
I'm pretty sure
into that. Yes, you got to remember the taxes are only on what games he plays in Toronto, in Canada, in that province. So it's 41 games that he's going to get taxed on.
Yes, correct.
And it will be, isn't it also going to be, is it for all Canada games? Because then it would be more too.
That's true.
Because they're going to play more games in Canada if he's on Toronto, because he's going to play Ottawa and Montreal a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's true too. I do agree there.
Yeah, like what David Wood's saying now.
Yeah, I think he's going to end up in Florida. I've had this feeling all along.
That's perfect. That's a perfect spot for him, honestly. The weather, the no state income tax, good team. Played with his countrymen in Barkov. So yeah, that's a great fit. I could certainly see it. But it would be stupid for Florida to trade to make that trade when they could probably get him in free agency ahead of time. Like why give up the assets?
Because repeat.
What?
Repeat. They want to repeat.
Yeah, I guess you want him for a playoff run, yeah.
They want him for a playoff run. That's really what it comes down to.
But again, though, what Carolina is going to make, I mean, Carolina's going to make him pay through the nose. Like they're going to
3 years under $5 million per Andrew Gross.
That's not. Yeah, I see the tweet. It's not done yet. He's just saying they're working on a 2 or 3 year extension. It will come under $5 million.
Okay, not done yet. Okay, but we're also very close to that.
Back to what I was saying about Buffalo, because Mark asked that question. I think when you talk about Peterka, they're not as their fans can't do another rebuild. So they're
Mark Williams has been traded to a local Domino's pizza in exchange for a knife and a fork to eat said pizza. I like how I used the word said pizza there. Oh my god. Alan is not happy with that. Oh man, there are some Islander fan vitriol towards Lou Lamoriello. Let me just stop and say right now, we have got 2,100 viewers in this already. Evan, Matt, I saw you guys' mark last night. We had about like 2,500. Friggin' awesome numbers there. Thank you all for being on with us. We appreciate it. We're nowhere close to done. We're going to be on here for a while. There's going to be more guys coming in. Eventually, at one point, we're going to have Jim Beeringer, Full Press NHL, coming in with us. Devils correspondent for Big Apple Hockey, if you will. He follows the Devils. There's a beat for them. He's been on with us many times. So we're going to have him in with us. Could we have a trade deadline, D, as well?
I don't know if deadline D is gonna. He's busy.
That's right. That's right. He did say that. Okay.
Yeah, he's agriculture D today. He's getting. He's getting his farm ready for the fresh pizzas today.
Oh, he's gonna toss some pizzas up the middle of the ice.
Yeah, fresh basil, some
Fresh basil, some ricotta.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I love before in the chat. He's just like, hell yeah, I got fresh basil.
I love this comment right here. Watching your stream while I'm doing basketball drills and weightlifting. That's a day, man. Bailey Rogers saying, Kuzmenko to Los Angeles. Trade breaker. Where is it?
What a snooze of a trade, though. Like, LA, that's your move. I like Kuzmenko, but LA, come on.
Elliot Friedman, Kuzmenko.
Oh, Anthony, you found it?
No.
Was that Mark that did that then?
Mark in the back room.
Yeah.
Did what?
From the meat locker.
Mark from the meat locker.
Mark did what?
The handshake.
Found the trade
Yeah.
thing. The trade gift.
Elliot Friedman, Kuzmenko to LA.
I mean, the return on that can't be much. I wouldn't.
31 Shesterkin saying everyone is at MYR practice today. Susie meeting in Ottawa and Cooley is sick. Yeah, Molly Walker saying that.
Frank Saravalli ranted an update. Contract extension talks ongoing between Dallas and Rantanen.
Ooh, okay.
What if Toronto got him though? Like, I was just trying to figure this out now. If Toronto's getting him, what are they even giving up in that deal? Like, could it be a Marner swap? That would make a lot of sense though. No, I feel like they'd want both.
I have a feeling they're gonna re-sign Marner, especially for all the flack that he gets. He plays well with Matthews. He's a top-level defensive winger. He's one of the best defensive wingers in the league. The metrics eye test tell you it. He's going to re-sign there. It's a matter of what they're going to give him. Matthew Nye is going the other way.
I don't think Toronto wants to give up Nyes. I just can't see that. He's having such a good year, and he fits perfectly for that team. I mean...
Oh, man, that's great. Great comment from Nick. Roger Hicks, known NHL insider, will break the biggest trade of the day.
Frank Saravalli, talks are picking up on Canucks with Besser. So I guess an extension, that is?
I'd imagine that means extension.
Well, this just sounds like trade talks are picking up.
It says Besser's more likely than not on the move. So, yeah, Besser's getting dealt, it looks like. He would have fit better in LA.
Sounds like trade talks are picking up on Canucks Brock Besser. Nothing imminent at the moment, but more than likely not. Besser is on the move before 3 p.m.
By the way, Darren Dreger said that the Stars weren't willing to go $1 over $12 million AAV for Rantanen. So if they're that steadfast on not giving him more than 12, I don't know how that deal will go through. It's probably going to end up being dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Besser to is you saying that he thinks Besser is going to the Rangers. I don't know about that. I really don't. I unless they have an extension in place for Besser, I don't see it. And then you can get players back, but are you hearing anything else, Anthony? Any of your sources said anything to you? Any of your
I mean, no, Pagnotta I know he's going to be on the NHL Network at some point. He's pretty busy. I mean, he responded about the fake Pagnotta in there. He laughed. He said that was hilarious, but he hasn't really gave anything yet. And I understand with how busy he is, but
we got the return on Kuzmenko. It's a 3rd round pick in 2027.
Please tell me that's not it for LA. That can't be their big bad move. I'm sorry.
What would you say the return was on Kuzmenko?
2027 3rd round pick.
Yeah, I mean that's.
They still have assets to do more, and they have to. Kuzmenko's just not getting them over the hump.
No, yeah, LA has to do more than that.
Is it 3rd round pick this year?
2027.
2027.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have some quiet time in the apartment, so I'm able to jump back on in with you guys.
Not at Flyers practice. That's expected. He's going to get moved today, probably.
Yeah, I think someone's going to offer up a 1st round pick and overpay for him, and that's why he's getting moved.
Toronto.
You know what? I'm with you. I can see Toronto doing it.
Anthony, what were you saying right there?
One thing I did hear is that with Palmieri likely staying, Don't be surprised if JG Pajot is on the move today. I think moving him and eliminating his $5 million on the cap for next year would be huge for them, and it would give them even more cap space. So
hold on. Why would they go and deal Nelson, not deal Palmieri, but then deal Pajot to completely obliterate their center depth if the goal is trying to make the playoffs? Like this just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all to me. Like,
two things. One, when Barzell's back, then Barzell goes back to center. Now you have Horvat, Barzell as your center, Cizikas as a third line center, and then you add more wingers as opposed to more centers. The second part of it is Kyle Palmieri is still a very productive forward. Pajot making $5 million, scoring 35 to 40 points a year. There's more value with moving his contract out than getting rid of Palmieri. So if they can move Pajot, I think they're going to look into doing it.
Pajot is not getting you what Palmieri is getting you.
No, he's not. It's more about getting the cap hit off.
Okay. So then where is the wing depth after you move Barzal back from wing to center?
Well, I think you still have Lee. You have Duclair, you have Siplikov, and then you add in the summer. They're gonna be in the market for Nikolai Ehlers for sure in the offseason. But you add wingers. So I just think don't be surprised is what I'm saying, is if there's talks on Pajot today.
One, I don't know if Ehlers goes anywhere. Two, I don't know if he's the answer, especially for an Islanders team. Do you want a guy that really hasn't shown up in the playoffs historically on a better team?
Well, one of the guys that I bring up all the time that would be a natural trade partner for Lou is Bill Guerin, his old player that was in New Jersey. And would that be one of the guys that would fit Minnesota to go get Pajot?
Who, Minnesota?
Yeah.
I mean, they're injured now. And so far, I mean, they missed out on Nelson. So I mean, it's possible, but again, it all depends on what they value. But I think Bill Guerin is not done though. He's not just adding Brazeau from Boston. I think he's going to look to do more. Definitely.
Yeah, I do agree there. Definitely agree.
By the way, Steven, I saw your comment before about everyone at Rangers practice, so a trade might not happen. I don't think that means much. I think that it's just standard that they're practicing today, and if something's close to getting done, then the player wouldn't have practiced if that's the case. But for right now, I just think nothing's close to them. That's all that means.
Let me go down to you guys for a second, and I think I already know some of your opinions from when I asked the question on Saturday about this. Do you think Chris Drury, start with you, Maddie, should be the guy that's making these decisions?
I think you know my answer, Mark, to this.
Oh, I know your answer.
I've expressed this multiple times. No, I don't think so. I've stated this multiple times. I do not trust them, and I think for the Rangers, I just think they need to go in a totally new direction, because even if they make the playoffs, like, this roster still needs major retooling. Currently where they are, they're nowhere near a cup. The defensive core, like, cool, they added Carson Soucy. I personally didn't like the trade. Like, the defensive core has not enough top end talent, way too much just depth. And again, the forward core, the forward core is not good enough. So I think, there's been plenty of talk and speculation. People have been over Laviolette. People are demanding that he be fired. And for me, if Laviolette goes, and I've said this, if Laviolette goes, Chris Drury has to go too, because Chris Drury does not deserve to hire another head coach, and this core does not deserve to get another chance on another new head coach. So I think if you're making full-scale changes, I think you just have to purge and just tear down everything.
Evan?
Yeah, if this was bar talk, it would be we'd be getting the hoop here, because he should not be he shouldn't be the GM of this team going forward. It's just, we talked about it earlier. We talked about it earlier on our stream. It's more about what Drury didn't do versus what he did, which there are things he did that I don't agree with, like waiting to move Jacob Trouba during the season when it should have been done in the offseason, because if they didn't bring him back, and then if they ended up not acquiring Riley Smith. They could have made a realistic push to get a guy like Gensel this offseason or some sort of top end forward to help out the top six. And then just on top of that, the way the culture's been just with him as the GM, it's just something so off with everything. And I just don't like a lot of the decisions he's made here, but it seems like his job is safe, to be honest. So it really doesn't matter what I think. And yeah, but I wouldn't let him make the decisions.
From the outside perspective, because me and Phil both kind of asked this question, I'm a little bit more 50-50 on Drury. But what do you think when you look over? Do you think the Rangers should have made a move at GM? Or are they trusting his vision?
No, I think they, based on the year that he had last year, I think that the ownership had full faith in him. After this year, I mean, if they don't make the playoffs, and with how everything at the beginning of the year transpired with so much controversy, with complaints about how they handled Gaudreau in the summer, Trouba, and some of these other guys like Zach Jones and Kakko kind of complaining about what the room was like, I think that could all equal to them moving on from him. But I think a lot of it's going to depend on how the rest of the season goes. If he makes a good trade today, and then the Rangers make the playoffs and have a good run, then maybe that buys himself another year. But if not, I think there's a real possibility that he's moved, because he's also made questionable moves. Like the Igor contract was just dumb. Everyone saw it from the outset. Like that was just stupidity, 100% outright. So yeah, he's made questionable decisions, but I do think a lot rides on how the rest of the season goes.
It's shit sandwich versus a turd taco. Which one is worse? You've asked this question before, and yeah, I'm like split on it.
Friedman's breaking down the trade with Ottawa Buffalo. He says it's Norris and Bernard Docker for Cousins, Gilbert, and a second in 2026.
Hello, people first, Yukon. I've never seen him before, so welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, this is interesting with this whole Cousins, and that's why I was saying before, I just think it made too much sense, center for center swap there, guys that both need to change the scenery with similar cap hits. So, as for Drury, I don't know. I feel like it's almost like with what he did to kind of, I forget who made the comment the other day in our stream, kind of like, I forget what the word was used, but somebody made a comment about how he kind of like sidewinded this entire season with the stuff that he did behind the scenes. Does he deserve the chance to right his wrongs there? I mean, that's debatable. I don't think they're moving him anytime soon, unless this team just absolutely bottoms out and shits the bed and misses the playoffs by like a lot. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're finally committing to playing the way that Laviolette wants them to play. And I think JT Miller has really kind of dragged them back into the fight. Now it's on Igor Shesterkin to play consistently and consistently give them the efforts in net that this team needs. They're starting to block shots again and make the defensive plays that they've needed to make all year, that they also had a lot of trouble committing to last year. Got to remember, for a month and a half, almost 2 months, they didn't want to play that way last year. And it led to the worst stretch of the season. And then what happened when they went back to playing that way? They went on that crazy run in February, leading up to the Stadium Series game where they won like 10 games in a row. And then they ended the season very well after losing maybe a couple of games or so between. So I really do think that Drury was trying to do the right thing because he saw that this team wasn't good enough to get it done, this core group, which I've said for a while now, not trying to pat myself on the back here, but this is something I've been saying for like 2 to 3 years, that I don't think this group could get it done. So I think he finally realized that with Igor's contract coming to an end, Panarin, his contract coming to an end very soon, Kreider. What?
I'm looking for that one right now.
No, I don't see anything.
Yeah.
I don't see anything.
Well,
That's got to be fake. I don't see anything.
And Phil, going what you're saying with that, there was a team. This team needed to be in transition. They needed to make some bold moves and try to be a team that is harder to play in the playoffs. And look, we kind of thought the Carolina series.
Now, wait, he thinks it's going to happen. I don't think a rental's happening to the Rangers unless that comes with an extension. We'll see, but I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, and look at what Anthony Beauvillier got. If Chris Kreider was healthy, you can get a lot more.
Yeah, I think Chris Kreider, if they would have dealt him today, if he was healthy, I think it's.
He still could get traded. Being hurt doesn't preclude you from being dealt. I mean, Trent.
No, I get it. Yanni Gord is hurt.
Yeah.
So I totally get it, but I think it's tougher with Chris Kreider because everyone knows what's going on with him in New York.
Cousins trade's official, Raymond.
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in there, but just wanted to address that. Just was made official now.
Yeah, it's just made official. So bourbon good. I mean, I have a twisted tea, a tall boy twisted tea in the fridge, so I could always pull that out if I wanted to. Nothing wrong with drinking at 12:30 on a Friday afternoon, you know. Yeah, TSN's breaking it right now too. Here's a good question from David. If the Rangers are asking to make the playoffs, why would you trade Kreider? Easy answer. The vibe with Kreider and management has become untenable. We're at a point where the relationship there is so damaged. Abe, I like the comment and I agree. I don't want to harp on that. I don't, because Will Borgen's been good for them. I don't like the Will Borgen contract extension. I think you could get a similar type of player for far less than that. But he's been good for them, and he's actually played better than I expected in bigger minutes than I thought he was going to get. So I think they kind of jumped the gun right away, giving him that much money with that little time given. But
he's someone they could have got a first for today.
Yeah.
And I just want to jump in with David's comment about Kreider quickly. The other reason is because look at the difference, and I was bringing this up on our stream before, that the difference between Zibanejad, who's actually starting to buy into changing the way he's playing a little bit and actually starting to show improvement, versus Chris Kreider, who just looks like he's checked out entirely. And ever since the memo, the writing's been on the wall that he's done.
Yeah, and I didn't like him the other day looking off Laviolette after Laviolette told him that he was not playing. I don't like that. And after reading Vince Mercogliano's article about how things are with Kreider and management, and a lot of people told me, "Oh, you're looking too far into things. That's a reach. You don't know what you're talking about." Oh, only less than a week later, we're looking at Chris Kreider is probably gone sometime between now and the offseason. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, just to add on to that comment, it's better for the Rangers in the long run. I mean, look, since he's been out of the lineup, and while the Rangers are not playing perfect hockey and certainly not nowhere near the type of hockey you need to win a cup, they are playing better than what they were looking like when Kreider was in the lineup. And plus, if you can find a way to move him and you don't have to retain any salary for the next 2 years, that's $6.5 million coming off your books in terms of AAV and money wise, which can allow you to go out there and maybe in the offseason make a trade for a big time player, or maybe go out there and sign a bigger, free agent in your top six role. So I think for me, like, listen, it's right. The Kreider's time in New York has run its course. Listen, I appreciate everything he's done for the franchise, but it's time to move on. Both parties need to go their separate ways.
And the bromance with him and Mika, it needs to be done and over with. Like, it's overstayed its welcome for way too long.
I agree. I definitely agree there. I think we've gotten to a point where he understands that his time is probably done here. I think we're at the point with Kreider where it's just. I think he's open to a trade. I think the team is open to a trade. It needs to happen sooner than later. And I mean, if an offer comes along today, make the deal. If not, then try to get, I guess, what you can get out of him, and then go forward from there. But with Dane Lederer, with your comment here, I'm going to say right now, Soucy has been better in the past than what you've seen this year. I would say it's probably a down year for him. I know that a lot of people like to chart watch, and they don't actually watch the games. They just look at the chart and they say, oh, well, this guy is bad because chart says he's bad, and they don't actually know the first thing about a player. And I get it. It's hard to watch players like that play for other teams, especially with not having out-of-market access. So I think a lot of people just don't have it, and they're not going to watch it. But historically speaking, he's been a better player in the past. And playing with Noah Juleson is not exactly going to help your analytics out. So could he be a bounce back? Yeah. And if he sucks, you can move him in the offseason. He's got 1 year left at 3.25 after this. He's movable.
Yeah, and that's the thing what G is saying right now. It depends how they utilize him, because he's a guy that thrives in sheltered minutes. If they're truly going to pair him with Adam Fox, I'm telling you, that's not going to go well at all.
But then again, he hasn't played with a defenseman as good as Adam Fox.
That is true, but that's because he's better in sheltered minutes.
If
he's on the third pair, then it's easier to tolerate this. But if he's playing with Fox, this made no sense if this is their answer for the left shot defenseman with Fox, because it's not going to work the way they think if that's the case.
I agree with you. The question I have is that who is available that would have been the fit there?
So they got to look at someone on July 1st.
That's the thing. They needed depth now. DeHaan ain't the answer. We all know DeHaan ain't the answer. I personally, I would rather have Soucy there than DeHaan. They're not going to break up Miller and Borgen. That's been too good of a pair, and I don't blame them for doing so. So what's your other answer? Like putting Jones there with Fox? Okay, you're going to have two undersized defensemen that are weak defensively, not strong, and can get muscled off the puck easily. Bukaboom was somebody who played above his standing. I've been saying this for years now. Rangers employ too many defensemen on a year-in basis that play above their standing that shouldn't be near top pairings. Roosevelt and Malik were a top pairing for 3 years. Ron Greshner was a number one defenseman in New York for a while. No offense to Ron Greshner, but he wasn't a number one on a championship-winning team. Ray Ruotsalainen played number one minutes for them for a bit. Again, great puck mover, not the greatest defensively. Barry Beck was brought in to be a number one guy. He was never a number one guy. So
that's my issue, though, is that I'm worried that this is going to be a similar deal. And I have the same concern as David that they're going to give an extension to him in the summer.
I don't know about that.
It really depends how these games go, because as Will Borgen showed, you just need to play a week worth of games well, and you can get your bag.
Anybody else feeling like everything's a little bit too quiet right now?
Yes.
Can't find any information.
Yeah, with less than 3 hours left, we have
Vegas, where are
nothing.
you?
Vegas is certainly going to do something. I mean, Colorado did something. They're going to. It's just a matter of time. It just a matter of what. Man, Nevada's a no state income tax. I guarantee you, they're going to kick tires on Rantanen. They don't want him going to Dallas. Don't be surprised. They'll make it work somehow.
Good question here from Matthew Serini. I'm trying to highlight this, but there's a friggin' thing in the way. How does everybody feel about Vakanainen? I would want him as a 7 guy that fills in as a 6th. It's pretty vanilla. Okay, first pass. Gets muscled off the puck too much defensively for his size. Like there are quite a few times in these last few games where guys just blew around him to the outside and drove to the front of the net and got high danger chances. And I don't like that. I don't think that he's all that good. I think Noah's right here. He's soft. What do you guys think?
The same thing I think about 80% of the defensemen on this roster, a bottom pair defenseman.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a depth 6-7 guy. Like, there's not really much to say about Vakanainen.
Well, it was the best the Rangers could do to get back in the Trouba deal.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of Trouba was whatever it was in return. I didn't care at that point. But I wouldn't give Vakanainen any sort of extension unless it's really cheap for him to be the 7th D-man.
I want to say yet again, we got 2,300 of you that are watching right now. Guys, thank you very much. We're going to keep the hockey talk coming. It's just, it's coming slowly, very slowly right now.
Let's see here. Mark, did you talk to Jim?
So Nick Kiprios is saying that 21 seconds ago, hearing the Stars and Canes have made significant strides on trade for Rantanen, and the deal now appears likely. So,
okay, we're back on for Mikko Rantanen.
I love the insider buzzwords there.
Yeah. Phil, what was
Making
what's right there?
I asked if you talked to Jim.
Yeah, I sent him a message. I sent him a link.
It made it more. It seems like the holdup was the extension. So when Kiprios says that they've made significant strides on the trade, I think the trade part was never an issue. It was
the trade. Yeah, the trade was already agreed upon for hours.
So
just the extension.
Yeah, because Dallas doesn't want to pull the deal without having the extension in place, and I don't blame them one bit. If you believe that you're like that he's going to leave, then yeah, you don't go and make that deal.
No, because then you look stupid like Carolina does right now.
Yeah, exactly. Can you give your thoughts on Drury's performance over his first 4 years as Rangers general manager?
My mom always taught me that if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all. So
yeah, I was going to say, I know the two at the bottom are not going to be very nice to Chris Drury. I'm torn. I think that he's made some very good moves. He's also made some very questionable moves.
Frank Vetrano was good.
Yeah, Frank Vetrano was a good move, and then they didn't want to bring him back. And yeah, I'm 50-50 on it, to tell you the truth. Like, he's made some moves where I'm just like, wow. Like, he got rid of Jacob Trouba, which was really good, and he got Vakanainen back out of it and didn't have to retain an ounce of salary. That's really good. He went and got JT Miller, and like the biggest piece that he gave up was Philip Hedl for it. And as much as everybody seems to love Philip Hedl, I think he's one hit away from retirement. And I think that he is what he is. He's a good middle six center that's probably going to get you 20 goals and 40 points, maybe 50 points at his best. And he shows you flashes that he could be better, but I don't think he ever puts it all together and becomes like that number 2 or number 1 center that some people think that he was going to be. So for me, I think I got to stand with Rich here. I think there's a little more questionable moves made than the good ones. And I think the questionable ones outweigh the good ones. Like the Buchnevich trade was just all sorts of stupid, all sorts of dumb. Not getting Jack Eichel really hurt. You had a chance to get Jack Eichel, but you didn't do that. I'm here on Drury.
Yeah, see, the thing for me is like, I'm not going to sit here and say that Drury has never made good moves. He has made good moves over his tenure as Ranger GM, but there's always a catch to everything because like
Dallas, Mikko Rantanen and Dallas Stars closing in on an extension, 8 years, $12 million.
Finally.
Okay, but going back to what I was saying, like there's always a catch. Like, okay, cool, he traded Trouba, he was able to offload that contract. But one, he should have really forced Trouba out during the summer, you could have say. And then like I was saying, yeah, he forced Trouba out, mid-season, but then he took that money in which he unloaded and gave Igor that dumb contract. So you're basically swapping bad contract for bad contract. And then again, trades for Frank Vetrano, but because in that past offseason, he decided to go out and overpay Barclay Goodrow 6 years, $3.6 million. That didn't allow you to bring back a guy like Frank Vetrano in later that offseason. So
here's smaller news. Chris Kreider is practicing on power play 2 for the Rangers today. So don't know if that necessarily means that he could be dealt.
Hopefully.
But it's interesting to see that he's back.
I'll bite my tongue on this Drury conversation here.
And then plus also the fact that I can never forgive him for not going all in last year.
Yeah, Dallas is back at it again. Yeah.
All right, so let's look at this. So what would the move be if they like moving on and Rantanen, adding them to the lineup?
Well, I mean, Jordan Smoltz, who, former NHL player that I sent you guys earlier, he claimed last night that Logan Stankoven was going to be part of the return. So, I mean, that would be a massive return for Mikko Rantanen. Stankoven is a phenomenal young player. So, if that's the piece that Carolina is going to get back in return, that's the home run for Eric Tolsky, considering he gave up Natchez to get him, and he's going to get back a player whose upside and ceiling is really high as well. I think that would be a fantastic return. Obviously, we don't know that's true. We'll see what it turns out. But I can tell you this, though, the Hurricanes are a contending team. They're not just going to give away, Mikko Rantanen. So when you look at their roster right now, the Stars are going to have to give back a player that's going to be useful to them. Like when you look at, like Sam Steele, that's not going to cut it, So like, I think it's going to be a player like Logan Stankoven. I mean, maybe Mason Marchment. Mason Marchment is a good, solid hockey player. He's a good player. So that's a guy that could maybe go back the other way, but it's not going to be for peanuts. The Hurricanes are getting back someone that's going to help them compete for a Stanley Cup.
Maverick Bourque, too, could be a piece that goes the other way.
Yeah, Maverick Bourque is a good young player for sure. That is another option too. Stankoven has a higher ceiling, but I that's still a good haul for them.
Yeah, this is definitely a balance of power type trade. Carolina gets worse short term, but they get probably multiple long term pieces that are going to. I can't say they committed franchise suicide, Romanello.
No,
I can't. I mean, yeah, you could talk about Natchez, but you turn Natchez into Rantanen, and then turn Rantanen into possibly Stankoven,
Bourque,
and possibly even Maverick Bourque, depending on. And you got to remember, Dallas has got a real good farm system. Their farm system is very good.
And on top of that, too, like we can't forget the narrative with Natchez was that he doesn't show up in the playoffs for a while. Like he's been a guy that does disappear come playoff time.
You can't also forget the narrative that Natchez was at ends with management.
That's so, yeah. And
he wanted out.
Probably going to trade
out and said he wanted out.
They're getting a better return than they would have got for trading Natchez by himself. So,
especially if it's something like this, Stankoven, Maverick Bourque, and
that's a good return. That would be a haul.
Yeah, then my hat would have to go off to Tulsky then at that point, because he turned something that looked like it could be a real bad situation into a pretty good return. So my hat would really have to go off to Eric Tulsky for that.
Welcome aboard. Mine did in the summer when he signed a certain player.
It also
number
makes
50.
It also makes you wonder, like, the Hurricanes are a good team, yet players like Jake Gensel, they got him. He didn't stay there. Mikko Rantanen didn't want to stay there. So it makes you wonder why some of these guys don't want to stay with the Hurricanes. Especially, Rod Brindamore is a great players coach too. You would think all these are attractions, but seemingly players don't want to stay there. So it's odd.
And a pretty good environment too.
The one thing I'll say is that Dundon has been notorious in not wanting to pay. Like he matched the Sebastian Aho offer sheet because it was something that actually worked out for Carolina. Like they were getting Sebastian Aho long term at under $9 million. It's really good for the player that he is. Like, but that's not a team that likes to sign guys to big deals. So
I would highly doubt Matt Duchene would be in this trade. Duchene has been one of the Stars' best players this season.
Yeah, he's been about a point per game.
Yeah, he's been revitalized in Dallas. So
yeah,
and Dallas would just bring him back next offseason because it seems like he wants to be there only.
Mark, why is this Kuzmenko banner just still randomly up?
That's
because we've been answering comments the entire time.
That's me. I put that up earlier. Sorry. Yeah, don't disrespect Leo and the Finns. Make sure that second N is on there. one of our two big Finnish contributors. Megan Jacob looking good.
Still waiting to hear this return because that's curious.
Yeah, we definitely want to hear this return because this. I agree with Gabriel. That Kakaniemi offer sheet was stupid, but that was retaliation for Aho. I would have never given him that type of offer sheet.
You guys think this is going to be like a situation, and not to go back to the Rangers again, but the McDonough trade where it was, oh no, you meant to say this player like Braden Point or Mikhail Sergachev that went for McDonough and JT Miller. Instead, you're going to end up seeing like a Brett Howden level player. And
I don't think so.
Prospects.
I don't think Ryan. I don't think Ryan McDonough at that point was anywhere near what Mikko Rantanen is at his position.
Correct.
And then JT Miller wasn't a truly established star yet. Like there was a lot of inconsistency there. Even some things that run around about him and his off ice.
Winnipeg acquires Luke Shen.
Yeah, so
Pittsburgh for Winnipeg. Okay.
Pittsburgh's
flipped them.
Okay.
That's a good move for them.
Yeah, I mean,
I would have. If it's the same return as Susie.
I'm curious to see what Luke Shen's return is going to be because he's.
Yeah. That could be an overpay type return, though, because he's got the extra year. That could be like a second and another pick.
I mean, how old is he now? Luke Shen's got to be.
Pedersen would never come to the Rangers, and they would never do that.
He's 35.
I don't know why. Like, especially with him and JT Miller.
Yeah.
Likely he's an old 35 because that's a lot of miles on that body.
Yeah, that is a lot of miles on that body, Mark.
Report saying Mikko Rantanen 8x12. I'm hearing 8x12 and a half. 96 million for him is what I heard about the
second and a fourth return.
Second, yeah, I just saw Dreger. Second and a fourth for Luke Shen.
I do wonder though because we've been saying that Winnipeg needs a 2C, and there's been reports that the Blues might be shopping on Braden Shen. Do they reunite the Shen brothers together in Winnipeg?
I'm not convinced Shen moves, but I mean, yeah, he'd be a great fit. He would absolutely be a great fit. I just don't know if they're actually going to move him today.
Especially in division, though, too.
Yeah. I mean, the center-wise, not much. Scott Lawton is probably the biggest prize, but he's not really a second-line center, nor is Brandon Tanev. You can go get Tanev, but he's not really the answer there either. They would add depth for sure.
Braden Shen makes a lot of sense, but who would they give up? Would they throw Billy Heinola over there and give him a chance to kind of develop? I mean, he's 24. He was picked with the pick that the Rangers gave up to get Trouba, but do they? Do they?
They'd have to give a good prospect
first or something.
Yeah, I would say they would have to send away prospect for in that deal. Winnipeg.
Emily Kaplan is saying Canes are getting roster players, so
yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like Winnipeg would have to give up like a Brad Lambert type to get Shen away from St. Louis.
You know what's funny is Lambert in his draft year was somebody that I thought was going to be a very, very high pick, and he kind of fell off a bit that year. But he's kind of gotten back like a bit of his stock. It's kind of come up on the rise these last few years. I think of him as a pretty good prospect. So maybe that could be something that would go to St. Louis. Maybe Angola and something else.
Colby Barlow or Braden Yeager could be other options to move.
I don't know if they'd want to deal Yeager and a deal for Shen. I think Yeager is really their top prospect right now.
You mentioned the name Billy Heinola before, Phil. I'm kind of surprised because he opened up his first season, 8 games, 5 points, goal, and 4 assists, and then really hasn't just gotten on track. He's only played career 27 games after that. Oh, sorry, wait, there's another 17. So 44 and a career total of 12 points.
Yeah, somebody that was really highly regarded in his draft year that ended up being, I don't know what Evan's laughing at in that.
Something on Twitter because they just announced Susie's number, and I said we could salvage our Kako jerseys now.
Oh, they gave him 24?
Yeah, he's going to wear 24.
Is that the one that it says Carson with he does the duct tape, Carson over Kako with a K, and then it's Susie under it?
Yeah, it'll be something like that.
Yeah. The NHL
Arthur Staple tweets, I wish I had a veteran 5'6" defenseman to sell today.
Yeah, I think he's subtly hinting that maybe the Rangers could probably flip a guy like Calvin DeHaan and get back like some sort of mid picks.
Yeah, I would. I wouldn't keep that Calvin DeHaan. I didn't really like what I saw from him.
No.
I just think he's too slow. He multiple times in the Islanders and Capitals games where players beat him to a puck and it caused a turnover and a high danger chance against. I don't like it. I don't.
He's way too aggressive in his pinching, and then his lack of speed. He's not able to get back. Puck watching wasn't great at handling the puck. It's just
that one shift in that last game where he just like turned the puck over 4 times in the same shift.
Okay, yeah. Gabriel Pereira saying, 2026 second rounder and then 2027 fourth. Susie is definitely faster than DeHaan. If you're trying to tell me that Susie is slower than DeHaan, I'm sorry, but I can't agree on that at all. DeHaan makes Lindgren and Trouba look fast.
I just went past a quote from Kel McCarr yesterday that he was told on the ice that they acquired Brock Nelson.
I definitely do not agree that it's a left cheek versus right cheek combo. I don't think we're talking about shit versus diarrhea here, man, or Coke versus Pepsi. I don't think that these two are on equal footing.
Leo's asking right here, Anthony, what are your thoughts on the Brock Nelson trade? We haven't talked about what they got back. Go on and give your thoughts on that.
Well, it's bittersweet. I was a huge Brock Nelson fan. Great Islander. Loved everything about his game. But the realization was, you can't pay a guy who's going to be 30. Well, I should say you can't give a guy who's going to be 34 years old a 5-year deal. It just didn't make sense to do. So it was the right move, and I know I was wrong. I said they weren't going to get really a top prospect back for Nelson, and Callum Ritchie, the Avalanche's top prospect, he was also ranked anywhere from like 19th to 21st in overall NHL top prospect. So very good player, and obviously get a first on top of it, conditional third. I thought Lou Lamoriello, people criticize him, which is fair, but you also got to give him his due when he cooks, and he did. That was a very good trade for the Islanders. So, but it's going to be sad that Nelson's not on the team anymore. But that was I thought it was a really, really good trade.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the right move.
To be fair,
You
Go
play
ahead
that
on that, F.
every single time someone says "to be fair." I think you do.
I like doing it. I
see
love
that.
stuff.
It's by design.
I see that.
It's
Yeah.
by design. All right, so going to Calvin Ritchie. What do you guys know about him?
Callum Ritchie.
Callum Ritchie.
He's a guy that provides a lot of offense, but from what I read about him, he's also a solid two-way center. He's not really big, but he's not small either. He's got a great shot, high hockey IQ, and the
Leafs are getting
Avalanche.
Scott Lawton. Sorry to cut
No,
you off, but
no,
Meg
it's
noted this
fine.
good.
Wait, who's getting him?
Leafs.
Leafs.
The Leafs. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. They needed to make a move.
Dumped the Reeves and got Lawton instead.
Yeah. Scott Lawton. I mean, he's a third line center, but like I mentioned at the top, the Leafs needed to make a move. So I'm curious to see what the return is, because like it's the market is thin. So I'm curious to see what they paid. I would imagine a first. I can't imagine them not getting a first for him.
That would be a steal by Briere if they got a first.
It would be. It would be.
Leafs.
Well, Steve Dangle wanted a trade. There you go. Congrats, Steve. Enjoy.
Hot Take Hockey put out an interesting idea with the Canes, how maybe they'll flip Rantanen in that trade to Dallas to get assets, and then maybe they'll pivot to Brock Besser to regather a top 6 winger there.
The Devils have been linked to Brock Besser in the past. That's a move I could see New Jersey making.
Leafs are gonna want
A second and a fourth.
Oh.
Oh no, that's Luke Shen. Sorry, Drager was updating with the years. I thought that was Lawton for a second. I was gonna say.
Yoda breaking Lawton. Okay.
Yeah, Lawton.
And we still haven't gotten the Mikko Rantanen deal.
No, that's because it's a larger one. It's coming, but I think it's going to be fairly large in the return.
I mean, is like Lou making that deal too? Yeah, I made the trade. Don't worry, I'll tell you in time.
Yeah, I mean, there's still.
Tanev to the Jets.
What?
Brandon Tanev to the Jets.
I was literally just gonna say Brandon Tanev's still out there. There you go.
For a second.
Second in 2027.
That's a good move for.
Yeah.
James
Good move
Tanev
for them.
back
They
to
still
Winnipeg.
need the center.
I like Tanev back to Winnipeg.
Yeah.
That's a good move. That's a good
It
move.
is. It's a very good move. I just think they need to get a center. They really do need to get a center. Hey Carolina, can we interest you to use Chris Kreider?
Now, if
Why they take Maverick Bork or Logan Stankoven, wherever you get for him?
being that the Rangers already made some moves, they traded Riley Smith, they got Soucy, the Lindgren trade. If Chris Drury were to do nothing for the rest of the day, would you view that as a huge failure or no?
I mean, I still think I wouldn't view it as a failure, but I'd be a little disappointed just because I think it's better that they move Kreider. And I think that they should sell off. They're not gonna sell off quick, but I still feel like they should because one, I think Garon should get some games, and two, I think that let Quick get one more chance to win a Stanley Cup somewhere. But I wouldn't call it like a failure. I'd also like them to flip to Hahn too, but yeah, it's kind of just whatever at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if I would consider it a failure either. I mean, he made the big move earlier for JT Miller. He made a big move earlier to get rid of Trouba. I don't think he would necessarily classify it as a failure. Sure, would you be disappointed if they didn't get JJ Peterka? Okay. I mean, it depends on what Buffalo was looking for. Supposedly, Frank Saravalli's last update on it said that teams are calling on him, but they're being met with resistance by Buffalo. So Buffalo's not really looking to trade him. It's just that teams are checking in on it. And, yeah, I get why people are down on Susie. But, again, a lot of the times, a lot of what people do not understand about analytics is that despite claims that they're independent, they're not independent. They're not independent of partner, line mates, anything like that. So,
Rick Dewally was saying keep an eye on Carolina for Brock Besser.
Dahlwall, yeah, okay.
So what Hot Take Hockey was saying could happen there.
This comment, if Tulsky pulled Wyatt Johnston in the deal for Rantanen, that would be masterclass. There's no way.
That would be very dumb by Jim Nill.
Yeah.
Very dumb. Very dumb.
For a GM who's not dumb, that would be very.
For a GM who's been really good over the last few years.
Yeah.
Dumb.
Yeah, Frank Saravalli just said don't expect Braden Shen to be dealt to Winnipeg.
Sportsnet just interviewed Brady Tkachuk apparently, and he's not happy about Norris going. That's definitely something to keep an eye on this offseason.
Soft tampering.
Let's go.
Yeah, soft tampering.
Soft tampering, boys.
And well, to every Ranger fan that's out there that thinks Brady Tkachuk is coming today, don't hold your breath.
Alon, aside from the potential maybe extension for Palmieri, I'm not really sure. Like I said, maybe there's maybe a chance a guy like Pajot moves, but I'm gonna say not really. I mean, there's not really many impactful UFAs he has left to deal, so I don't think so.
What do you guys think about this? Because a lot of people have been making the comments about that the fans with them booing the national anthem, and some of the reporters that are saying that Tkachuk questioning his captaincy. I mean, do you think really there's some effort to like get rid of Brady Tkachuk right now?
No.
No.
I don't think they're trying to. I think they're just dumb.
Yes, it goes back to this. I think at some point, if things don't change in Ottawa, meaning like they don't make the playoffs, or I think he could eventually force his way out of Ottawa, but I don't see it happening right now, and it may not happen at all. You know, he may not be like his brother. You know, Matthew. Everyone's saying because Matthew did it, he might, but that's not necessarily the case. So, but we'll just see how it plays out.
Who makes the next trade out of the tri-state teams, guys? We'll start with you, Phil.
Devils, I think easily.
All right,
I
Devils.
was gonna say that now. Devils.
I mean, there's not much.
It's too easy to say Devils. It really is because they need to make another move.
Yeah.
They were in the market for Nelson. Now that he's gone, Lawton's gone, Tanev's gone. I mean, I don't know what other centers are out there, but I mean, Brock Besser could still help him out, even though he's not a center. So I don't know.
By the way, I
hope the
wonder.
Rangers though.
Oh, sorry, Evan. What were you saying?
I was just saying I selfishly hope the Rangers are the next one of these teams to make a move.
They were just talking about Mikko Rantanen, and I gotta wonder if he's going to be in a better headspace now with going to Dallas, knowing the trade's coming, and I mean, because he was just a complete shock. He said when he was in that he was dealt to Carolina. Never said his agent was even called about it.
I mean, I don't know how surprised he could have been. I mean, he was a pending UFA. Apparently wasn't really negotiating with Colorado at the time. So anytime you're in that situation, I don't think it should be a total shock. But nonetheless, he apparently was. And he had no trade protection. So I think I don't think he ever really would have thought about the Carolina Hurricanes. I think that's the other issue too.
And that's why sometimes when people are bringing up other Finnish players, it's not like Carolina didn't have Finnish players and good ones at that. You got Sebastian Aho out there. There's this one from IB the Gambler. Peugeot's Isles market is picking up. Teams all over the league could use a chippy, solid third-line center who's versatile, face-off, penalty kill, second power play unit. One to keep an eye on, and he's got a $5 million cap hit next year.
Well, who'd you say that came from?
IB the Gambler.
Oh, that's incarcerated Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Incarcerated Bob is hit or miss, though. There are some times where he does get things, and then there are times where he's just incredibly wrong on others. First for Lawton and Nikita Grabenkin to Flyers in return.
Not surprised that they got it first. Again, with
I'm not either. Really not. I'm not seeing this anywhere on Twitter yet.
I didn't see it on.
It must be on one of the streams.
Yeah.
You know, one of the best parts about going through Twitter, trying to get some information, is you get to see some highlights like a pickoff throw going into some guy's nuts.
13 minutes ago from Bruce Levine, who covers the Dallas Stars. The price that Dallas is about to pay for Rantanen is going to shock some people, but the chance to win now supersedes how good make prospects become. So I'm thinking that's got to have probably something along the lines of Stankoven, Maverick Bork, and a first-round pick.
Yeah, I think Stankoven for sure.
This is a question that I just went past. When was the last time a high-caliber player like Mikko Rantanen was traded twice in the same season? Guys, this might be the only time, right? Trying to think of anybody.
I don't know.
I don't think there's anyone else.
Joe Thornton was dealt only once, and obviously. Ilya Kovalchuk was dealt only once that year. Marian Hossa was dealt only once that year.
I mean, the only person I can think of right now in sports is Mike Piazza.
Ottawa. Yeah, I don't think. Oh, there he is, Brian. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh, yeah. There you go, Thomas Vanek. Traded twice from the Islanders.
Would you
and
consider
then
Vanek at that point
to
in
the
the
Canadiens.
same caliber that Mikko Rantanen was, though?
You know, at one point, Tavares, him, and Opozo was such a great line, and then the Olympics happened. But by the time Vanek was traded, his stock was so low.
Did we get the return on Lawton? Because I just came back now.
Yeah, it's
probably
a first and Nikita Grabenkin, supposedly.
Wait, first went to Scott Lawton?
Again, I wouldn't consider him in Mikko Rantanen's class. I don't think Claude Lemieux was ever in that class.
Yeah, Friedman and Dreger just confirmed the return on Lawton as Grabenkin and a first.
I'm really curious about this Mikko Rantanen return.
Yeah, that's what Nathan's asking right there.
Bless.
Thank you.
I talked to Igor Aranko. Actually, when Philk and I had our first radio show back in the day, he was a guest on it. Said that the Flyers are actually the top team for Shabanov right now. So I know you're asking because now he's not with Philly anymore, but I mean it's possible, but he still could be wanting to go to Philly. We'll see how it plays out.
Wow, I did not expect to hear an Igor Aranko name drop on this stream. I remember when everybody was going to him for any KHL news back in the day. I feel like I haven't heard his name in quite some time.
I'm still wondering what's happening with JJ Peterka because we haven't heard anything.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything. I'm starting to think that might not be happening.
It's just too quiet right now.
2 hours left.
Yeah, I mean, then again, there's always a quiet before the storm.
Yeah.
Always a quiet before the storm. So,
2 hours left
and
from
that's
now.
when Vegas jumps in.
Saying Rangers are more willing to trade Kreider to Buffalo.
Kreider's traveling with the team, so I don't think he's getting moved.
I doubt that's happening. Then
Unless there's a last-minute offer that the Rangers can't pass up, I don't think.
We got the Kovacevic extension, 5 years times $4 million.
For Kovacevic?
Yeah.
That's their Will Borgen.
Good Lord, that's bad.
That's their Will Borgen.
Oh my no! I think Borgen's better than.
Well, Borgen's better, but it's the contract's like basically the same.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. That's true.
50% retention on Lawton.
That makes sense too. The prospect the Leafs gave up is actually having a solid year down in the AHL right now.
For the Marlies, yeah. That's crazy. Scott the Shining Lawton. I'm guessing one of his pictures looks like he's friggin' Johnny from The Shining, or what's his name from The Shining?
Speaking about pictures, Brandon Tanev.
Oh, that's the best picture ever.
Yeah.
He looks like he's either zooted or he's like on coke or something. Or friggin' Bender.
Could be both.
Phil, is it The Shining or is it The Shinin?
Well, I don't think The Shining has two N's in it, Mark.
No, The Shinning. It's the Simpsons reference.
Oh.
Ugh, you want to get sued?
You're the Simpsons guy here, man. That's a lot of those I'm not gonna get. I might get some of them here and there, but like a lot of them I'm not gonna get.
Who's ready to jump and get the first sandwich? I think I might.
I think Kreider's an off-season move too.
I
don't see it happening today.
I think what Brendan Azoff just tweeted a couple minutes ago is I kind of feel similar right now. That might not be the worst thing if they just do nothing today at this point and then just see what this group has and then, just see what you could do in the off season.
I know everybody wants this move to happen in the NHL. Crosby to go to the Avs, to go play with McKinnon.
There's no might to this. There's nobody that's been talking about this.
Yeah, I actually I don't think it's going to happen. And I mean, generally speaking, I mean, almost ever. Because Crosby just re-signed with Pittsburgh. He's not going to just jump and leave just because the Penguins want to sell. That's not who Crosby is, and I think he's going to try to be a one franchise player.
Just don't eat that sandwich with the floor.
The character assassination of me over the last few days. First, I eat pizza with a fork and knife. Now it's sandwiches.
With your leg propped up from it, your ankle being broken the other day.
Oh yeah, well,
Joey D. If the Rangers don't trade for Peterka, use the last retention spot to broker a deal and get a draft pick.
I like that idea.
It is 3 p.m. Eastern time, not Western, and be specific, really, that you're looking for.
And the other thing is, you can have trades. I mean, there was the old days where trades were stuck in the fax machine that they have that, but they have trades that, as long as they're agreed to before 3:00, and they can still be processed, I think, shortly after that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're into the queue by 3, then they can be processed afterward.
Was it last year or the year before? We didn't even find out the details for one of the trades until like 5 or 6 o'clock. I forgot what trade it was too, but I just remember there was one trade recently where it just didn't even drop it to like 5 or 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Mikey.
Mark finally getting some love instead of getting bashed to no end.
No, we love Mark.
Yeah, we all love Mark.
Yeah.
That's why we do it. Yeah, ScanCon, they definitely that was something we just talked about a few minutes ago, actually, saying it was their Will Morgan. Yeah, the holy shit minute was at like,
It was like, I think 2:55.
Something like that, yeah. It came in right before. I don't think it's a good trade for Buffalo.
And Luke right here. The hurdle trade was like 5 minutes before the deadline.
Oh yeah, Chris T's right. Yeah, it was hurdle last year where we didn't even hear about the return until like 5:30.
Yeah, it was the hurdle trade.
More importantly, it's not just we love Mark, it's that she loves Mark.
Yeah, even when she's assault and battery like she did the other day, she just absolutely broke your ankles like Jordan on Iverson on Jordan.
I wouldn't expect anything less from my Queens girl. My beautiful Queens girl. Which I also want to just direct her.
Got competition, Maria. Got competition.
I'll direct her, of course, to Adi. That's up there, so she knows.
Chris, no, he's actually playing right now.
I would like for them to not play Kreider the rest of the year, but they're going to.
With the contributions the man's made to the Rangers for the last so many years. Yeah.
No, I don't remember any rumor about Lemieux going to the Rangers at all. I don't think that was ever the case.
Because she just says the fuck to that.
Yeah, I that's great.
I didn't even know what that was before that.
I'd never injured Mark's ankles.
See, this is where it's good to have 3 older brothers that have prepared me for this sort of abuse for the rest of my life.
Lex Luger is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Did they announce this? Because I hadn't seen anything about it. I mean, good for Lex. He deserves it. But I know Luger's been rehabbing with Diamond Dallas Page, and Diamond Dallas Page has made it a point to make sure that Lex Luger walks again. And it's sad. Anybody who knows Lex Luger and knows the story with him is, a lot of years of steroid abuse, and his body is broken down. At one point, I saw a picture of him years back, and he looked like the freaking Crypt Keeper. He looked in really bad shape. But he's been rehabbing, and he's been in a wheelchair for a very long time. And, if Diamond Dallas Page could get Scott Hall and Jake Roberts back to health and do what he did for that veteran Norman, who was like his first real success story, I think Lex Luger, I think he could get Lex Luger back on his feet. So I'll stop the wrestling talk here, but I just wanted to get that in. But if Lex Luger is, if he is going into the Hall of Fame, then really happy for him. He deserves it. He's really turned his life around.
Yeah, the Leafs 2026 first round pick that I'm just saying to Phillies top 10 protected.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, you don't have to defend anything. We all approve that. We all approve that. That was definitely some ankle shattering right there. Mark got crossed up there.
The only one that doesn't approve is Mark's left ankle.
It's his left ankle specifically. No, David, I I get that. I totally agree with you there, but DDP has him on his feet with help. I've seen the videos, but DDP is a determined man. And Diamond Dallas Page, if anybody doesn't know Diamond Dallas Page, is a true humanitarian. He is absolutely. Oh my God.
I think.
Oh my God.
I think Mike Greer might be overvaluing here because they're on Puck Empire saying the Sharks are willing to move Mario Ferraro but want a first round pick plus for him. Absolutely not.
No way.
No
way. I would take Mario Ferraro, but not at that point. Oh my God.
I love Luke's comment too. Rangers trade for Kane, Tarasenko, Vetrano, Mott, and Rosovic to start the Mickey apocalypse.
Oh man.
Mickey is my number one go-to for sources.
Kane doesn't like wearing a lot of jerseys.
Oh man.
Wait, hopefully Mark knows who Tanya Harding is. Please, I'm the oldest one here. I could actually name what Olympics that was.
That was the 92 Olympics, I think it was.
94, Lillehammer.
No, I think that was 92. I think that was earlier than that because I was still living in East Islip when that happened.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
What's that one?
Blink twice if you're in danger. Oh my God. Oh, that's great.
Mark's going to send Morse code with his
LeBron
eyes.
saying the first for Lawton is in 2027 and not 2026. Yeah, I'm with Noah. It's just a little too quiet right now.
Vegas, where are you?
Yeah, Vegas is definitely lying in the weeds, waiting.
Kelly McCrimmon's in Mark's meat locker right now, cooking up a trade.
He's cooking up some buffalo wings in Mark's meat locker. He's fine. Don't worry about him. Is that official, Stankovic? Because I haven't seen anything. I'm trying to refresh and do.
Yeah, Phil. By the way, it was Lillehammer.
Yeah, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff Marek says sound like the bases on the return for Mikko Rantanen when they get the deal done will be Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks.
And then I'm willing to bet one of those first-round picks are being flipped for Besser.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah. Oh. They go get Besser. I mean, Besser, I think, is more likely to re-sign with them. And I think that's something that Dundon would be willing to do. I don't think Dundon was willing to do 12 or 13 million. I don't. Something about them just.
And of course, by the way, the 94 Olympics in Lillehammer, that's the famous Sweden-Canada shootout with Peter Forsberg.
Which became a stamp. So.
Phil, don't answer it. Evan, Matt, who was the former Rangers goaltender that was on that stamp?
I know it.
Well, say that again.
Peter Forsberg's famous shootout move.
Who was the goalie in that?
Yeah.
What team?
Going on mute, guys.
What team did he do it against?
So it was Peter Forsberg for Sweden against Canada. Who was the Canadian goaltender that was in net for that move? The one thing I can tell you, it's a former Ranger. 90s.
Van Beerbrook's American, so it wouldn't be him. No, it wouldn't be. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is a layup. Get the friggin' hoop on this. Even though Tanya Harding was not bad looking in her day, like Margot Robbie is.
Oh, Glenn Healy.
No, it's not Glenn Healy.
Oh. I don't know.
Corey Hirsch.
I never heard of him. So
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
the Rangers backup at one point. They actually did a D.A. Bear is American. He's from Troy, New York. They did an interview with him recently. Like I think it was Sportsnet did it, and they asked him about it. What do we think of the Cousins Norris deal? I said it was change of scenery. I mean, I think it's a little better for Ottawa to get Dylan Cousins back because they don't have to worry about the shoulder injuries. But Josh Norris is having a better year than Dylan Cousins. It's a risk on both sides. But I think that both teams were tired of the guys that they had, and they wanted to go and make a deal.
yeah, I think it's a fair deal for both sides. Like you said, Cousins needed to change the scenery. Norris needed to change the scenery, and Bernard Dockery's not having a great year for Ottawa, but
Yeah,
again,
Corey Hirsch.
I think he's a decent, depth defenseman. So, and again, right-handed shot. So, I would imagine Connor Clifton comes out of the lineup in Buffalo, and he slots in on that third pair, or you play him with Connor Clifton. So, but yeah, I think both teams need to make that deal, and I think it's going to work out for both sides.
Yeah, Brady Tkachuk's not liking it at all. I think he's going to. If they're trying to force him out, they're doing a good job. I'll tell you that. I don't want to leave. I don't want to be traded. This is all BS. And just some of the things that are going on recently are just. Question: can I name them the Finnish Hall of Famers played for New York Rangers? Jari Kurri. That's real easy. Jari Kurri.
Ollie Jokinen. No, I'm joking.
We're talking about Finnish players that are in the IIHF Hall of Fame. Then yeah, Jari Kurri is the first one that comes to mind.
Ollie Jokinen. That save that
Ollie Jokinen. Yeah,
Ollie Jokinen that save that was it was Boucher in that, or was it
Brian Boucher? Yeah.
that was a.
That was one of my first memories for watching the Rangers, seeing that penalty be saved.
He just went backwards and just slammed right down because he knew he was going 5-hole. Like, yeah, the entire net. Good job.
Yeah, not good. Well, I never forgave Torts for not shooting Gabrick there. That was not good at all. But after that, they have absolutely owned the Flyers. If you look at their record against the Flyers since then, they have owned them, including a playoff series win in 2014.
Well, also, Phil, to be fair, I know Jussi Jokinen had the best shootout percentage of all time at that point, but I think Olli Jokinen was still like 60%.
No, he wasn't that high.
He was well over 50. I know that.
I don't think he was over 50. I know Franz Nielsen was very high back then. Ovechkin was decently high back then. Sean was watching this at Zach Jones's dad's bar. Rolston was another one that was good in shootouts back in the day. Oh, Esa Tikkanen, I believe. Is he in the Hall of Fame? I think he is.
Tikkanen's in the Hall of Fame?
Tikkanen's got to be in the Hall of Fame.
No, he's not.
He really isn't?
No.
I just assumed he was.
5-time Cup winner. I'm surprised he's not. 3 straight years of finishing as a finalist for the Selke, and then finished as the runner-up in 95 to Ron Francis. Surprised he's not. I mean, 630 points in 877 games, 5 Stanley Cups, one of the best defensive wingers of all time. I mean, his Wojtek Wolski, shootout god. I remember how good he was in the shootouts, man. They got him for Roosevelt. My God.
That's my Polish brethren right there.
Yeah, same. I'm also obviously a Polak, so yeah. I definitely remember getting in. I remember how great he was in Brampton. He had that like massive 130 point year in like 05 or something like that, 06 or something. I can't remember what year it was, but Colorado had him and he came up and he was supposed to be really good. Never got his footing going in Colorado, considering the guys that were around him at the time, including like Sakic, Stastny, and so on. You thought that he was going to come up and be a great player, and he just, I don't know. I just think it's another one that he never had the drive, and he should have been so much better at this level. He had a 65-point season, and then he just fell off after that.
Christensen was good in shootouts as well.
He was filthy in shootouts. He couldn't do anything but shoot and then just dangle on shootouts.
Nylander and Franz Nielsen, those are two guys that they just go. They could tell you their move. Usually it was just forehand, backhand, top shelf, right?
Nylander was Kuznetsov before Kuznetsov. And Franz Nielsen had 3 different moves that he could beat you with. And you knew it was one of the 3 that was coming, but you didn't know which one. You didn't know if it was that 5-hole shot, because he could get that 5-hole shot off quick, or if it was forehand, backhand, or if he'd go the other way. But it was the 2 moves he used. The 2 moves he used the most were the forehand, backhand, and the 5-hole shot. And then he would throw in a backhand forehand every now and then.
And Wojtek Wolski, you brought him up. I remember that was I think he was traded for Bodker.
Michael Bodker.
Michael Bodker.
Bodker, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Well,
you want to
give
get
not
Nigel
the mortal
Dawes
enemy of
flowers,
RoboCop,
Brian?
I'll tell you that.
You want to give Nigel Dawes his flowers? Remember when Nigel Dawes went into Anaheim with the Rangers and he absolutely dog-walked Chris Pronger? We all thought he was going to be great after that. And that was a guy that scored 50 goals in junior in the WHL for Kootenay, who's on the 05 World Junior team that won.
LeBron confirming the Rantanen deal now. That there's more pieces involved, but it's smaller pieces. But 2 firsts and Stankoven.
Ooh, okay.
Go. Mikko Rantanen.
So do you think that Tulski won that trade?
All right, so hold on. So let's set parameters here. We're talking about this trade specifically, or the whole Rantanen deal in general?
Everything.
Yeah, that LeBron is talking about it right now on the stream.
I think they did. I think they won in the end because, like we talked about before, Nate just didn't really want to be there either way, and he probably wasn't going to sign an extension. So you get Rantanen, you try to extend him, doesn't work, and you get 2 first-round picks. You probably flip one for Besser, and you get Stankoven. And I think Carolina did well, all things considered.
No, they have not added Alexander McGillney to the Hall of Fame, and it's a crime that he's not in. One of the best talents I've ever seen.
It's a much better return than I originally thought it was going to be, because when we first heard the rumors that they just couldn't get an extension done and that they could flip him again, I thought they would have to settle for like not a great package. But considering this is what you get Stankoven, a young winger who's capable of being a really good goal scorer in this league, plus 2 first-round picks and some smaller piece, whatever that's going to be. I think Tulski did a good recovery job on this.
Yeah.
one.
I'm going to have to say Tulski played this very well. We got to hat goes off to Tulski. He got a lot of jobs up. You know what, Landon, this is a great comment. Wolski, Christensen, Zuccarello, and Hank, shootout code. You know who else we're not talking about, Rangers fans, with shootout gods? Freddie Sjustrom. That guy was clutch in shootouts. I remember they couldn't lose with some of those guys. Pruka was even good in shootouts. Just
Matt-
oh man,
Matt Larkin put it into perspective good, though, with the trade. Basically, Carolina, in the end, traded Natchez, Drury, a second, fourth for Stankoven, Hall, and 2 firsts.
and that's still not a bad trade at all.
That's really good.
They did a good job there. Tulski did a really good job. I mean, he took an untenable situation in Natchez, who wanted out. Shubey. That's great. I love that. He took an untenable situation and took a guy that wanted out in Marty Natchez. And his father came out in the media. That's what Evan was saying before, Brian. He's saying that you could take that one of those first and flip him for Besser now. And if he does that, man, oh my God. Yager hated shootouts? Yeah. I was there for the very first Rangers shootout between the Rangers and the Islanders, and Yager broke his stick in the shootout. And I feel like we rarely ever saw him again after that.
Yeah, he was not a big shootout guy.
No. Peterka off the table per reports. I don't know where you're seeing. I haven't seen any updates on Peterka. So
I mean, this guy Chad Dominicus, I guess he's with Buffalo.
Yeah.
He says, I'll reiterate what I said last night. Got more confirmation again today. JG Peterka is not in play anywhere. Teams have asked and been shut down for the most part.
Okay. I mean, I'm not surprised by any means. I mean, I do think that Lance Lasowski may have heard something, and then I think maybe Saravalli and Lavoie kind of piggybacked off that then at that point. But Marek Malik was not a big shootout guy aside from that one moment.
And once again, everybody forgets the guy that tied that shootout, Jason Strudwick.
Remember the guy who put them ahead?
I forgot.
I know who put them ahead.
The Capitals, yeah. I forgot.
Yeah. Journeyman defenseman. Played for a bunch of different teams in the NHL.
I was gonna say, it can't be Tom Bodie.
No. Tom Bodie was on the Rangers that year.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a guy we always remember from shootouts, by the way.
Robbie Schrempf had ridiculous hands. His hands are some of the most ridiculous hands I've ever seen in my life. That guy did nothing but work on his hands. His shot wasn't great. His skating wasn't good. But his hands were ungodly good. It's a good comment from Abe here. Nashville not blowing it up makes you think that they're riding this out with Trotz Burnett. Maybe you see some changes in the offseason, kind of like the Rangers. The guy that put them ahead was Brian Muir. A name that not a lot of people are going to remember. But he put the Capitals ahead in that shootout. And Jason Strudwick, who actually scored the very first goal in the Cap era for the Rangers on opening night 2005 in Philly, was the guy who tied it up in that shootout. Crazy to think about that. He had the first goal. That's a trivia question you can ask anybody, and they probably won't get it. Yager had 2 power play goals and an assist that night. Marcel Hossa, I think, had a goal and an assist that night. Strudwick had a goal. Was it Nylander or Straka that had the other one? I can't remember. But Jason Strudwick, I remember ordering OLN, who was Outdoor Life Network at the time, during that first season. And they renamed it to Versus the next year. And I had to order it right before the start of the game. And it came on just in time for me to see the Strudwick goal.
Yeah, Pagnotta just said Carolina has also been looking at possibly making other moves, including trying to add a middle 6 forward.
A middle 6 forward and not Besser. Okay. That's a good question. Yes and no, because I don't know if Yager would have had the renaissance that he had he stayed in the NHL. You got to remember, those 3 years off kind of helped him physically. Like, he was dealing with a lot of groin issues. Definitely would think that the 3 years in the KHL kind of extended his career a little bit. Yeah, that would be my pick too. I would want to get Gretzky, dinner with Gretzky. Crunchy Mark. Anthony is saying Rod Gilbert. Oh no, Mark said that. Okay, sorry. Thank you, sir. I don't know. I feel like, and again, this is me just speculating, so it's not really. I guess you can't say it's an opinion. It's just speculation on my part. But I really feel like those 3 years in the KHL helped Yager. At the time, it was a weird transitional period they were going through because they wanted to get away from Yager. Yager had control over the team, the way the team was built those first 3 years back. Like they did a lot of things to satisfy him. They brought in his guys. They were actually this close to signing both Peter Forsberg and Marcus Naslund in the summer of 2005, and it fell through. And if you would have put him on a line, you put those two on a line with Yager, that they would have absolutely destroyed things. But Forsberg and Naslund ended up re-signing with Vancouver, and Forsberg ended up signing with Philadelphia. So.
All right, so the smaller piece is because Emily Kaplan just said the Stars with the 8-year extension in return. Kane's getting 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, and Stankoven.
Mike Gartner. That's Mike Gartner easily.
Yeah.
91, 92, and 93.
93 looked like he was going to score 50.
Yeah.
But Time to Wake Up was saying it right here. I never thought about it in terms about Yager going back to the KHL. Problem was, I hate to bring up Alexei Sharaponov.
I just gonna say that.
Oh, they had the collision, and then he went into cardiac arrest.
I ordered his jersey in June of 2008 from RussianJerseys.net. I got it in September. I went to the game that night against the Devils. I was at work and I was meeting up with a friend, and Anthony and 2 other friends texted me probably about 3:30ish or something about that, and just said Alexei Sharaponov dead. I was like, what? And I thought Anthony was playing a joke on me because Anthony's quite the prankster, as Mark knows. And I thought he was playing a joke, and I was like, are you serious right now? And he's like, dude, this is not something I joke about. I was like, holy shit. And then I ended up getting a flood of text messages about it afterwards. I was like, oh shit. And I had the jersey in the car with me because I was going to wear it to the game. So I just gotten it. And I held it up during the moment of silence. I don't know if they got me on TV or not, but I held up the jersey. So. I got to agree with Craig Button. A lot of pressure on Edmonton right now.
A ton. I think a ton of pressure on Edmonton.
Mikko Rantanen just went to a team that they were probably going to have to go through to get back to the Stanley Cup Finals. There is a ton of pressure on Edmonton and now Winnipeg too.
Well, let's go with this question that Max threw out there. Who has the edge right now in the Dallas-Colorado first-round series?
Dallas, without question.
Yeah,
Dallas.
You got to kind of look over at one of those, the old-fashioned NHL where everybody's got the check marks. I'd have to put 2 check marks to Dallas's goaltending over Colorado's. Colorado might have the edge on the blue line. and I'd still say the forwards go to Dallas's way.
The forwards, the defense is Colorado. The goaltending is Dallas. But I agree here with Brian. Edmonton should be calling Anaheim about John Gibson right now, and trying to get a deal done.
I can't believe that we haven't heard another goalie go. I know when we talked about it earlier, one of the guys said, gun to your head, do you trade Jonathan Quick? Short answer is no. I mean, if you got a good deal for him, yes, you would trade Jonathan Quick, but I just don't see it really happening.
Edmonton can't fit Igor Shesterkin.
Yeah.
I don't know how do they fit that.
Good. Give us back Leon. Well, give the Rangers back Leon Draisaitl.
Yeah, that's not happening. I wish. I would do. Oh my god, I might go streaking in this weather if that happened. Yeah, Edmonton has minus 534,223 in cap space, according to cap wages. They would have to send something back, like significant, to make that happen. And that's what you get for paying Darnell Nurse $9.25 million per year because of one year that was not sustainable for him. Zach Hyman $5.5 million to be a McDavid merchant. Victor Arvidsson $4 million. Jeff Skinner $3 million to do like nothing.
Mike Rupp is saying what an unmitigated disaster this turned out to be for the Carolina Hurricanes and Eric Tulsky and company. They have 1.5 hours to keep Carolina. Oh wait, this is like up to this point, they're no longer a contender. I don't know about that. I don't know that they're not a contender with
Evan
rantanen.
said this earlier too. Bringing in, trading Quick and letting Garand get some games. Would a later year first from Canes get Kreider? I honestly don't think Kreider is going anywhere until the offseason. And I don't think Carolina would be the team to go get him. I don't. Hyman's contract isn't bad. Nurses, yes, it is, but Hyman's contract isn't exactly great either, because you know that he's a McDavid merchant. You know this is a guy that's not going to do anywhere close to what he's done these last couple of years without Connor McDavid. Like if he gets dealt, whoever gets him is going to regret that contract. Raquel would be a good pickup for Edmonton, but they need a goaltender. They need defensive depth. I don't look at that team, and I don't think that they can get the job done defensively. I just don't. I think they need another acquisition there, aside from Wallman. I like Wallman, but I don't think he's – and I always forget that they have John Klingberg, too, for puck-moving purposes. But I just – don't see. Ekholm's a minutes eater. He's a minutes eater that can take on tough assignments. Nurse is definitely not 9.25. If you would have told me that Darnell Nurse was like a $6 million defenseman, okay, I could see that. But Bouchard's going to get crazy money this offseason. And then you have Wallman and Kulak making a combined over $6 million. One of those guys is probably going to have to go to keep. McDavid to Utah. Yeah, no. I don't think so. Gentlemen, I guess you're talking about me. This is my channel here. Big Apple Hockey is the top three here. It's all Big Apple Hockey. Mark, I'm John, and Anthony is on the right. He's away from, I guess, his computer right now. But
I thought I changed that to this. That was weird. It was on trade deadline 3 p.m. So I had it originally counting it down.
And then the guys at the bottom here, Matt on the left and Evan on the right, are Rangers Central. So follow them, check them out. They have their shows as well. Usually Joey D from Ice Cold Takes jumps on with us. He's been in the chat, but check his stuff out as well. Jim never got back to you, Mark?
No, I haven't been able to get back to him yet. He might jump on later.
Yeah, he's probably doing this thing. But
It's too quiet right now. An hour 20 left.
remember, it got quiet this time last year too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that last hour is going to be filled with like ones that are coming in. I don't think it's going to be like this till the end.
Hopefully.
Check this man out too. Going to Megalo at Ice Cold Takes.
It was
Ice Cold Date.
Replying from the farm.
Farm D.
Agriculture Day.
Agricultural D.
Harvester D.
Harvester of D. Go Metallica.
Funny story. I got into 2 car accidents, my first 2 I ever had in my life. And Harvester of Sorrow was playing both times.
You said funny story. You say funny story and then lead in funny story, yeah, car accident.
Oh my god.
Well, there were no fatalities.
Thankfully there were no fatalities.
Mark's ankle was fine in that.
When can we expect Mark's future considerations to come into play? Oh god. Mark got demoted to small apple hockey. Drury gonna get trick shot merchant. I'm talking about Zegras, I assume there.
No. Zegras.
No, thank you.
Rust Zegras. Who was that commented that Zegras is gonna hit trick shots on Rust with the Rangers?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm with Bailey. The Dallas forward group is definitely the best in the league right now.
I wonder how they're gonna extend keep Wyatt Johnson, all these guys around that they have to extend now. Now that Rantanen's going to be making that much money. I know Ben comes off the books, which will help.
Yeah, that's massive.
That's a lot of money.
Off the books right there.
I wonder if they try moving Sagan this offseason.
The only problem is, I think, he has a full no move.
Oof. Yeah, that might not happen then.
And he wasn't even bad before the injury.
Yeah.
Please tell me you weren't eating pizza with a
would the Islanders get more for Pajot for this deadline or next deadline? I would say this deadline. What do you think?
Yeah, this year because he's got the extra year. But if they wanted to maximize a return fully, they'd have to retain too.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So I don't think Lou wants to retain on him. Another year at $5 million. I mean, it's more palatable to retain 50% next year as opposed to this and next year. I mean, he's going to be a year older. His health is always a concern because he misses a lot of time. And he's small and plays very physical, so it's you never know with a guy like that. He could be a ticking time bomb, but he's actually having a decent year points-wise. He could end up scoring close to 40 points again. So, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, there he is. The gyms are definitely not happy about it being a little slow. They're going to have to come in and set the tone. I'm actually working at a farm right now. Oh, I got Puck Rock and Joey D working at the farm.
Straw Hat Day.
Straw Hat D.
Overall D's.
Overalls D. I don't think it's going to be dead for much longer, everybody.
Tractor Day.
John Deere D.
John Deere D.
Manure D.
Old
Gloves
McDonald
D.
Water bucket D.
Hose D.
Hose D. Don't say that because he's gonna. Mark will come in and he'll be like, hose A, hose B. You know, Mark will come in and drop the dad joke there. Oh, I'm not even highlighting that one. I know exactly which one you guys are laughing at. I'm not highlighting that.
I fully agree. I want that to be very clear, CH.
Yeah. I'm not highlighting that one. Sorry. It's Gustav Riedel. Oh, my God. Yeah, I remember he came in like a couple of years ago, and they played him for like a couple of games, and he actually looked okay. They didn't want to play him for whatever reason.
Yeah, they traded him for Bleed.
Which was dumb, because Anton Bleed just sucked.
So, Brody, would it be John Deere D to the second power or John Deere double D then, if we're talking about with Joey?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I would have to be times square. Or times 2 or squared, whatever. Yeah, Mike Rupp not happy with Tulski. Jeez. Holy shit.
He wasn't happy with Jory either when he extended Igor, so.
Oh, neither were we.
I'll take his word with substance.
How do you talk or attract a farm girl? I don't know. We'll have to ask Joey D that.
Yeah, Joey. Give the insight here. Insight D.
Insight D.
Game
Penguins
day.
have 18 picks in first 3 rounds over the next 3 years, most in hockey.
Rizzler D.
I was about to say, where's Riz D right now?
Rizzler D. Yeah, but the Penguins are definitely they're definitely doing the right thing by rebuilding. I can't believe Dubas was dumb enough to give Malkin and Letang those extensions.
And the Jari one.
Yeah, and the Jari one was the Jari one was the worst, if you ask me, just because how do you go and make the guy the scapegoat as to why you're losing in the playoffs and then turn around in the next offseason and give him 5x5? How dumb do you have to be to do that?
Especially when he was the whipping boy there.
Well, that's what I said. He was the scapegoat.
Yeah.
Oh. When is Drury going to make a move?
And furthermore, that it's like that couple that you're like, are you guys going to break up? And then they do, and then yeah, I guess we'll stay together. Like, wait, what are you doing?
Yeah, it just made no sense. Rizzler. Oh, God.
Fertilizer D.
Fertile Rizzler.
God.
Nisa.
Fertile
Is JJ
Rizzler.
Peterka still a possibility? No, I mean, from what we're hearing on the Buffalo side of things, one of their beats is saying that he's not in play. I don't think so.
It's not looking good, bruv.
Yeah.
Sadly.
All right. There was hope last night, and it got dashed.
Just like every year at the deadline for me.
Arthur Staple ended up being right. So. Kars Clesion. Are we going to make another trade today or no? I think if there's a player that has term that comes along, I think they could. But I don't see any rentals. So I think they might be done.
Jory's sleeping. He's done.
I don't know if he's sleeping, but
He's sleepy D.
Meanwhile, we have Buffalo gassing up the Zucker extension. Even though that's like the textbook definition of the meme, the guy gassing up the bike.
I would take a fourth for DeHaan.
I would take anything for DeHaan.
Yeah, he's just not good. it was good to get rid of Ryan Lindgren and have a body come back, but oh man.
Tyler Mott for a 5th. That's the only buying they should be doing. Tyler Mott.
I don't even know if I want Tyler Mott at this point.
No, yeah, he's scratched by Detroit every night. It's sad to see, but the Tyler Mott run is done.
Heiskanen officially on LTIR according to Puckpedia.
Yeah, he'll be back for game 1.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Yeah, I know, Brody. I'm never gonna recover. It's all right though. Because you wait. Because just like last offseason, what we heard that they're gonna take a big swing. Just you wait. Fasten your seatbelt, Brody. Chris Drury is gonna be doing work this summer.
Yeah, I think this summer is going to be real busy for Chris Drury.
I have to see it.
Real busy.
I'm done with the gimmick until I see it.
And even at that, they got to be the right players. Can't just go and sign everybody like the 2000 Rangers. Valeri Kamensky never fit in with this team.
Kamensky. Fleury ended up being a very good acquisition. Who else did they pick up into? That was Quintal, I think they brought in. Lefebvre. Oh, Jesus. I just saw that one. I'm not posting that one.
Oh my God, Chris's comment too.
That's the one I was saying.
I looked at Leo's first.
Yeah.
Chris, that comment's great.
No, that's just not.
Nah, I'm just eating a quick sandwich, guys. And I had a plumber here doing some work. So now I'm back. Got to credit the boys right here because they've done it without even a bathroom break. And
I had one bathroom break.
All right.
Yeah,
well, there we go.
I had one there also.
Carolina
And a food break.
Carolina getting 26 and 27 third-round deals and pick from Rantanen, Purse, Saravalli, Christie's saying. Eating a sandwich, or did it come in a box lunch?
Marching Lunchables.
No, what's the Mr. Beast one?
Beastables
or whatever.
Oh,
Beastables.
Yeah, let's see here. We're
with a cosmic brownie.
We are 68 minutes away. I have 152 right now.
Mark's gonna eat the cosmic brownie with a fork and knife too. Brody's comment.
Eating a sandwich with the camera.
By the way, still no word confirming that extension for Palmieri. The Islanders could still move him in the next hour.
Yeah, no, I got a feeling that it's similar to what I was saying earlier. I think they put the leak out there to see if teams will give like an offer they can't refuse. And if not, they'll just extend him. Usually that's what Lou does. And a juice box.
Free song.
Pajo linked with VGK. I mean, that would make sense for them. I don't think they need any top six help necessarily. But I mean,
it makes sense wise, but doesn't make sense because they need the shiny toy.
I can't tell you how many times I stabbed through a Capri Sun when I was a kid. Or last week.
Yeah.
Or today.
There's nothing wrong with Capri Suns even as an adult. Still good.
I'm using a fork to eat right now, Mark. I'm with you. You're not alone. Yeah, but are you eating pizza with a fork right now?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Or like eating Chick-fil-A nuggets with Chick-fil-A sauce and dunking it in with a fork?
Blue Jackets.
All right. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. Man. Pierre LeBrun.
That's coming from LeBron. Okay. That's actually a good move for them. They need help
Pierre
there.
LeBrun with a Mark type mistake. Columbus Blue Jackers are acquiring Luke Cohen.
Blue Jackers.
I'm
Oh.
screenshotting that one.
Yeah, please send that to me.
That's beautiful. Oh my god.
No, Domenico, there's not going to be any Peterka to the Rangers.
He's leaving it up to that tweet.
I am eating chicken and 100% dunking it in Chick-fil-A sauce. No lie. That is
Mark's favorite.
Blue Jackers is HOF.
I don't know what's fun. What would Elliot's abbreviation be for that?
What?
BJR for Blue Jackers?
Yeah, probably. Arson Judge.
I'm
and
eating
Blue
a
Jackers.
fork and knife right now.
The Tanev return was a second-round pick, Leo. It was I think, was it 2027 second-round pick? I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think it was one this year. BJCR. It would just be the squirt emoji. Oh my god.
Sean's comment too.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm doing pretty good over here, Michael. Pretty good day so far. Little slower than expected, but definitely think it's going to heat up within this next hour. So the Rangers are the Giants of hockey. This is disgusting. I laugh at that as a Giants fan. I had to lower the volume at work because of the constant talk of Blue Jackers. Oh my god. Is there a letter from Mom in the lunchbox? Mark? Oh man. Mark is getting roasted here hard by everybody.
That right ankle is going to go soon too.
Yeah, probably.
Well, at least I'm not a Blue Jacker.
Don't you ever manifest this on me, Raymond. No, I want nothing to do with Captain Ayahuasca. Guy is a friggin' walking drug trip. No thanks.
Don't you wish that evil on me, Ricky Bobby?
Yeah, pretty much. The only thing I could say is if he comes in, it likely means Devontae Adams as well. So having Devontae Adams plus Malik Neighbors would be like arguably the best receiver tandem in the league.
Yeah, well, until Neighbors wants out because Rodgers is just throwing Adams the ball instead.
Maybe.
That's what happened with Garrett Wilson.
If the Giants sign Sam Darnold, I'm done. I don't blame you. I don't like Sam Darnold either. Plastic or metal knife and fork, Mark.
Yeah, I could just picture Mark using plastic utensils on a steak.
Now, there are just things that go too far. Frank Saravalli is saying that NHL GMs were calling about Callum Ritchie for months, and multiple teams around the league are wondering what they could have done to get him. Well, trade Brock Nelson. That was the answer.
Apparently. I have to leave the stream and come back. It's like some random black rectangle in the middle of the screen on the Trade Center. I have to go back into it.
62 minutes remaining. So we got 2,600 of you right now that are watching with us.
Yeah, so let's go down some of these while we're here. We'll kind of go through them and grade them. So I'll start from the top. No, I'm not going to do the Luke Conn one deal yet, just because it's not finalized. Like, we don't have the full details.
Let's
Not
work
gonna do the
backwards.
Nico
Let's just go
Rantanen.
with like the older trades.
Yeah,
Matt, and now imagine having to work 9 hours in a bar after this. As I see Matt just, oh God, kill me.
and I'm not going to do like small ones that really don't
Yeah,
have
no.
any impact on
Yeah.
the NHL. Oh, that's 2023. Oh, I went back way too far. Sorry, I didn't think that was going to go back that far on this screen. We'll do everything for this season.
Yeah.
Not anything in the off season, but stuff done during the season itself.
Yes, we get to talk about Mark Friedman going for future considerations.
Yeah, definitely not.
Charlie Coyle to Colorado.
Whoa!
Oh, that's a big deal.
Okay.
That is a big deal.
That is a big deal.
That's a surprise move. Middlestat's got to be going out then, right? I feel like that has to be.
Middlestat to Winnipeg.
1 hour left too.
Middlestat to Winnipeg. That's my
Middlestat to
prediction.
Winnipeg.
That's what I think is happening. I think they're going to jump in and they're going to try to address their number 2 center spot.
Yeah, but why Middlestat, though? I mean, why Winnipeg, though? I mean, you're going to help improve the team that you're going to be up against?
They'd have to overpay to get him.
I would stand pat. I mean, I would tell you what they called them up in Buffalo, but we all could figure it out. They replaced the M with SH.
Full no move in that Rantanen contract, 8-12 per according to Drager, and there also are rumblings of an extension with Wyatt Johnston.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie Benn's money is going towards all that.
Jamie Benn, a UFA?
Yeah,
Yeah.
$9.5 million off the books,
Yeah.
which is massive for them. He'll probably come back, but he'll come back at very, very cheap amount. Maybe like 2-3 million at most. Lou gonna offer Jamie Benn 7x7.
Casey Middlestat's part of the deal. That's what LeBron just said.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there you go, then. There you go.
Casey Middletat to Boston.
$11 goals, 23 assists for Middlestat. He was good for them after the trade deadline last year, but he seems to always be like a team scorer and in the 30s in assists.
I definitely think we're looking at. I mean, for this deal itself, you have to look at it from a Boston perspective. They get back a scoring center, and they needed something like that. I mean, I don't think he's a first line center. I think he's a second line center, just like Zaka. I don't think either of these guys are true first line centers. Same with Elias Lindholm. Their center depth is better now, if you ask me, just because there's more of a need for scoring up front as opposed to two-way centers. This works out for Colorado because Colorado has some of the best center depth in the league now. I don't know if there's a team that has better center depth down the middle 1, 2, 3 than them. With McKinnon, Nelson, and now Charlie Coyle.
I mean, Edmonton, when Frederick's healthy, is pretty.
So the return is Middlestat,
stacked.
Zellers, and a second-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, Edmonton, yes.
Wait,
But
say that again, though, Matt?
Middlestat, Zellers, and a second-round pick to Boston.
It's not that much.
No.
That's a good move for Colorado.
Yeah. I mean,
Because they could also put.
2 is the best, obviously, but I mean, their 3 is what, Henrique?
I'm saying when Frederick's healthy.
Oh, Fred went. Yeah, I don't know. Frederick isn't anywhere near the other two centers that Colorado has. I think Colorado's is more balanced. Edmonton's more top heavy.
That's fair
But
to say
nobody's
that,
beating
yeah.
that 1-2 punch. I'm surprised no one claimed Reeves. I don't think anybody's surprised by that, honestly. Otherwise, he just there's nothing there anymore with him. I mean, if he was just a locker room presence, that'd be great. But he can't play.
Florida's also got a good 1-2-3 down the middle. I don't know if I'd say they're better, but their 1-2-3 is still really good.
Yeah, with Barkov, Lundell, and then Bennett. Yeah.
I like the steal a lot though for Colorado because they could also, if they wanted to, they could put Coyle maybe or Nelson on the wing if there's a imbalance there in their lineup.
Their wing depth is pretty good though. I wonder if Ryan Donato goes. He's having a really good year.
I think Chicago would be dumb to extend him. I think they made a mistake when they did that with Dickinson last year instead of moving him.
Yeah, I agree. I think
he had a career year.
At some point, though, you have to kind of keep talent there, because it's eventually going to piss Bedard off if there's nothing to improve the team.
Yeah,
that's the downside to it.
Sorry, I was muted. Just to highlight this comment, guys. Like, somebody, whenever I always hear Sean Avery for GM, somebody please let me know how Sean Avery would deal with Sean Avery. Like,
good question.
It's the best one that you can have.
Yes, the Mikko trade is real.
I would love it if Boston's still selling. I would love it if the Rangers, if that report that they're interested in Zacha, I would love if they found a way to get him. And then have a 1-2-3 down the middle of Trocheck, Miller, and Zacha.
And then you can move Parson into a wing.
Yeah. That would make them a lot better.
Yeah, I think Marchand is going to get moved too.
Yeah, this tells me Boston, I think, is finally packing it up.
Yeah, they're selling. The only, you know what, maybe because this deal's a hockey deal. Because Middlestad's got term. I mean, I think he's gonna be like someone that's there for a while with them, and he's young.
Ooh, Chris Johnson said Victor Olofsson not on the ice for Vegas right now, so maybe he's part of a deal.
Oh, here we go, Vegas with their bullshit.
I mean, Middlestad's got another 2 years after this.
How is Vegas gonna turn Olofsson into Brad Marchand now?
Yeah,
They just,
pack
Yeah,
your
you imagine?
buddy.
And Mark Stone on IR.
What'd you say, Matt?
He's got to have his yearly LTIR stint.
No, I said Victor Olofsson should pack his bags for Logan Airport right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just watch they somehow turn Olofsson into Marchand. If any team's gonna do it, it's them. It's stupid. I think, though, just to get back to the point with Boston, I think they're packing it in with the older guys. I think they're gonna try to just do a retool here, though, and get younger talent in.
So we have another guest that has joined the show today, Mr. Jim Beeringer of Full Press Hockey.
What's going on, fellas?
What's going on?
Oh, it's the trade deadline. Big names moving. Look, are we shocked that Rantanen goes to Dallas? No, I think everybody kind of figured they'd get across the finish line. The Dylan Cousins thing to Ottawa is interesting because it's a hockey trade, right? I think, if you're looking at it from teams' perspectives, that's the kind of deal Buff wanted to make in regards to moving out players like Cousins, like a JJ Peterka, right? Like, you're going to have to get players back. They're going to change the system right now. And obviously Colorado going down the middle, right? You get Charlie Coyle, Nelson, Middlestat goes out to Boston. I mean, the Western Conference, and especially the first round, no matter what that trio is it Winnipeg, Colorado? Everybody hopes it's Dallas, Colorado first round because of the implications with Mikko Rantanen. But I mean, what a day! I mean, lots of big names, some big moves. Scott Laughton, I like the deal for Toronto, but you're seeing that it's a seller's market, especially with teams in need and wanting to go for it now. And I love what Vegas has done. I love what Tampa did too the other day too, right? Like, you know, I bring this quote up all the time, Mark. You know, winning business is about the winning business. I love the fact that Julian Breezewell is like, well, these picks aren't going to help me now. I want good players on my team so I can go win now. That's what good general managers do. They're aggressive. And I love the moves that a lot of these teams have made.
Yeah, I like Dallas getting aggressive. They've been close a few times over the last few years where you thought they were going to get the job done and they didn't get the job done, haven't won it. And now they're serious. And with Jamie Benn coming off the books, it's $9.5 million that they can give towards Rantanen's deal. So I imagine what other cap maneuvers they're going to have to make Rantanen work. But I do love this deal for Dallas. Yes, they had to give up Logan Stankoven, and that, you know, hurts them going forward. But who's to say that Logan Stankoven even comes anywhere close to what Mikko Rantanen has been? You know, it's not there. It's not even close to a guarantee. So I like this. I'm waiting to see what happens with Winnipeg. That for me, they still haven't addressed their number 2 center spot. Did the Rangers make another move? Did the Devils make another move?
Yeah, that was a question I was going to ask. Jim, what do you think about the Devils buying and getting Dumoulin?
I mean, it's a good – I mean, they need help at defense. I mean, Dougie Hamilton's out week to week. Siegenthaler's out most of the rest of the season. He's still several weeks away. The problem is yeah, you're sitting in third. Jack Hughes is out. And I've heard a lot of people say the same thing. You can't be a one-man team. Like, this can't be a one-man team. Oh, yeah, it's Jack Hughes show. Well, then what's that say about everybody else and the team that you've constructed? If it was really built around him, then you did a poor job of building your team. And, like, not for nothing, but this team needs a goal scorer. And, look, I know everybody's knocking Carolina, and, I'm not saying this is happening, but with those first-round picks, do they go back to Vancouver and say, what do you want for Brock Besser to address goal scoring? Because they need a goal scorer. They don't have it. They got rid of Mikko Rantanen. You got rid of a guy that was going to be that dude in Marty Natchez, who's in Colorado, who's thriving. Do they go back to revisit anything? I mean, like, they have picks to make moves, because if this was the move for Tulski, he's really put his team backwards and changed the direction of what the Carolina Hurricanes are. So that's something to watch. I think New Jersey, look, I think the market was like, first of all, anybody who watches this, everybody's seen it. You guys saw it. Devils were not getting Brock Nelson. Devils were never getting Kyle Palmieri. Like, that was never happening. I get it, he's a franchise center, but the problem is then you did a poor job of constructing your team, because is he really a franchise center? Like, I'm not trying to be that guy that says he's injury prone. I want to speak as a fan, but that's 3 shoulder injuries now. Your team is small up the middle, and your team's small on the wing. That's the Montreal Canadian problem of about 5 years ago. It's a similar feel to me. That's why you could have gotten a Rantanen, but they didn't want to do it. Like, the offseason was good, but the expectations were playoffs, and the expectations still have to be playoffs. You have to get in, because if you don't and you mail it in and you just say, oh, well, guys hurt, what's that say about your general manager?
We got to trade Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith to the Red Wings for Joe Veleno.
No, there's Detroit, but that's not the move that I was expecting them to make.
They need another goaltender?
Apparently.
That's not the goaltender that I thought they should have went after.
Yeah, and it's
There were
apparently
two
it's
moves that I
2015
thought that
all
they
over
could have made
again.
that would have helped them out. And as a Ranger fan, you got to be thankful that they didn't make them. But John Gibson and Brock Besser.
I do like Craig Smith though for Detroit as a bottom six forward.
Nobody's taking Cam Talbot's spot though.
No.
Yeah, the Kovo extension
Cam Talbot.
takes Casey Nemec in the long term. I kind of have to agree. I really don't like that deal at all. I don't think he's that good. And I think you have two prospects that I think that are going to be better than him. And now you just committed long term to a guy that you probably could get in free agency any offseason.
Well, but if you look at the contract, yeah, first 2 years stinks because it's no move, but it's a 10-team no trade at come year 3, and it's $4 million.
I just think that's way too much for him, and I think with their depth and their farm system on defense, why are you committing that to a guy who's really not worth that?
No, I mean, look, it's a fair point to make. I think they just loved him when they brought him in. I don't think Casey goes. I think Nemec is the one that's going. I think they love Seamus Casey enough to where they have to keep him. I think Nemec is the guy that goes, and if they make a deal, Nemec is involved because he's already voiced his opinion that he doesn't want to go back to the AHL. He doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be. He's like you saw the interview. He's like, third year coming out of draft. I'm still in the AHL. I think the Devils have a Jurek situation on their hands.
Yeah,
I think that's a piece you have to move to get scoring. I don't think they're going to move Seamus Casey because they didn't want to do it last year for UC Saros. I was told he was part of a package that included Mercer and Schmid to Nashville. That would have been Saros and Carrier going the other way. So if they didn't want to move it for a goaltender and they didn't want to move him in a Markstrom deal either, that tells me they value Seamus Casey higher than they do Nemec. And Nemec is playing his offside, by the way. He's playing the left side when he's a right shot D.
It's not easy to do at that level. I always talk about that. The reason why you see less players these days playing on their offhand side is because it's harder to receive D-to-D passes and transport the puck and move the puck out of the zone because everything has to be done like that, and it has to be done quickly and accurately. Because if you turn over the puck, your pass is off, anything like that, it results in extended zone time in your own end, and that leads to goals against. It's literally everything happens within split seconds these days because the game is so fast. So, I mean, if Nemec can play his offhand side effectively, he might have more value to other teams that way.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is you see the same issue in Buffalo too with Byron, right? He's a left shot D playing the right side. And you signed you had signed Samuelson, Power, and Dahlin all on the left side, and then you traded for Byron.
It didn't make sense to me. I get they wanted to get defense, but it just I don't know.
That trade never made sense to me in the first place, and you can clearly see that Colorado never believed in Middlestat either with him going to the Boston deal.
This is interesting here. Using tax calculator powered by CP Athlete shows that with a $12 million salary, difference in taxes between Colorado and Dallas is $528K per year over an 8-year term. That's a $4.2 million total difference.
That's why I wanted 13 in Colorado or 14.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to lose.
That is a lot of money to lose. It's just interesting because we can Monday morning quarterback. Well, we all kind of said it at the time too. I don't want to say Monday morning quarterback because I think a lot of people said it. When you make that trade for Rantanen, you need to have an extension attached. Carolina needed an extension. I would have never made that move for that price without an extension.
I think they took for granted that he was going to sign. They were like, "Oh, we got to finish contingent here. He'd love to stay."
No,
more factors than just your teammates.
And the style of play. Carolina doesn't play Mikko Rantanen's style. Yeah. He doesn't.
No, he just does not fit there at all.
No, he doesn't. And I also think that he probably fit a little better in Dallas. I do think that this is somebody that's probably going to see his numbers dip just a little bit because of not playing with McKinnon and McCarr. Like, do I think that he's like a 10 to an $11 million player with what he probably will end up being? Yes. 12.5. It's
Yeah,
tough. Maybe he ends up being that, but it's there's a lot to be looked into here when you look at how his production has dropped since leaving Colorado. Yes, we work. I took off today.
Guys work. Absolutely. Everybody works.
And I got a 9-hour shift at the end of the night.
Everybody knows the two most important days you take off: trade deadline and free agency. Bank on it. It happens every year.
You don't have to take off for the NHL draft unless you're Mark, because it's a Friday night.
Yeah. So
Well, probably be able to do that again this year.
Definitely.
Oh, wait, is it a Friday night this year?
I think it's Thursday, Friday, something like that.
All right. Well, Thursday night I could do that. So
yeah, whatever it is, I gotta look at the calendar.
Jim, do you think the future for Jack Hughes is a wing?
I mean, if you saw it at the Four Nations, probably not. He got knocked around and was on the ice a lot. I mean, he did make some great plays when he wasn't on the ice. And I'm not trying to knock the kid, but I always said the Devils should have gotten a big center and turned him into Patrick Kane. And there's a lot of people that feel the same way too, but he also has to get bigger because he's got to win those board battles. He's a good defense. He's turning into a good two-way center, but the Devils need help up front, and they need big forwards. Plain and simple, they do. They need a scoring winger. They've needed it. And, again, I see a lot of people saying, oh, well, the injuries, bad luck. Okay, but that's 2 seasons in a row with bad luck. And then it'd be 2 seasons in a row where you have LTI money that you can spend and didn't address anything. Like last year, you knew Dougie Hamilton was out in December, 4 to 6 months with a torn pec. You could have got a goalie, and you didn't. Now you have $13 million, and this day goes by, and you don't do anything. Say you don't do anything. The only move's Brian Dumoulin, and you're signing Jonathan Kovacevic. So you're season with $13 million that you didn't use.
Cody Glass to New Jersey.
No. That's really gonna move a needle. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. Like, I'm just, that's not a move that helps you.
No, I don't think it's enough either.
It's not enough. No. Like I heard they were in a lot of discussions. Like they reached out to Vancouver, and they're still reaching out to Vancouver about Brock Besser. They even inquired before the Miller trade. They talked about Pettersson potentially. But what are you giving up?
Well, it would have had to have been something like Dawson Mercer, something like that.
Mercer, Yamich, first.
Yeah. Would have had to have been something like that, apparently, to get that done.
And you're probably going to ask Vancouver to retain because I don't think you're taking on $11.6 million come July 1st.
No, that's the big thing. I don't like that deal going forward. And he has been an about 55-point player since then. I mean, that stat that came out like a week or so ago, said that Miller had more goals than Pettersson had shots on net in the time that that Miller was acquired.
That's pretty alarming.
Pathetic.
That's awful. That's really awful. That's really bad. Like, he needs a change of scenery. The problem is Vancouver can't wave the white flag on the season because Calgary's right there. Like, if they can get wins together, they're in the playoffs in the Western Conference. That's how weak the Western Conference is. St. Louis is charging. Like, that they need to, he needs a change of scenery, but it may come before that no trade clause kicks in. Now, I saw everybody in here in this room, we're talking about yesterday, the JJ Peterka stuff. Like, you saw what Ottawa did. I mentioned this to you, Mark, how many times? Like, you got to take a guy that before his no trade protection kicks in, move. They move Josh Norris out before his no trade clause kicks in. if you're going to want a guy like J.J. Peterka, and say it happens, doesn't happen, you know who's going the other way.
Yeah. And in that case, you're going to have to do that.
Yeah.
Lafreniere has to go the other way. That's the only way the Sabres do that deal. So, I mean, that's just, again, that's my opinion. No, not talking to anybody, but you look at the math and you look at Puckpedia and you just look as a GM, a hockey trade. That's stuff that you would look to do and will want.
Dickie's saying right here, why can't we get a mic drop moment from Drury? Well, because they're hard to come by.
Yeah, there's really not a lot.
No.
At this point, like I honestly don't even think the Rangers are doing anything the rest of the day. Maybe a small move, but
I mean, look, the returns that they've gotten have been like pretty good, to be honest. Like they've been pretty good.
Jim, I said it was a pipe dream earlier. Let me go right back to you on this one. There is no chance for Brady Tkachuk.
No, zero chance. Zero chance that's happening. Zero. Like
you can't see them trading their captain in the middle of a playoff race when they're actually at playoff positioning, and the team that's chasing them is going to be in the building tomorrow. So
and the guy said he wants to win there.
And as always, hell no to Mark Messier being the guy that runs the Rangers.
Yeah.
Just no. That chance is come and gone. So we have 35 minutes left, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like Vegas could come off the top somewhere like they did last year and make a Thomas Hertl trade. I think maybe Kelly McCrimmon was right. Maybe it's gonna be quiet for them this year because they made their moves last year. Who knows though? I mean, they could be doing something none of us are thinking of.
People are definitely cooking up something. I mean, yeah, Walton's gone. I mean, Ristolainen is still where he is.
Yeah. The asking price for Ristolainen is high. Really high.
I just want some sort of news on Donato because I feel like he could get a good return if they do move him.
Connor Murphy would be another one.
Yeah, I mean he's out a pending UFA though, right? I think he still has term.
He still has a year left. So does Jamie Alexiak.
If they wanted to maximize the value, you move both in the same deal. They could get a really good return.
I mean, but everything's been quiet on the Alex Tuck front. I guess David Savard is staying for a playoff run.
I mean, I think unless the Canadians are getting, well, you saw that Winnipeg pivoted to Luke Shen. So yeah, I would think David Savard staying in Montreal unless there's like a blow-away offer the Canadians can't refuse. Same for Joel Armia. Like, I think they're right there, so they should probably keep them.
By the way, I'm shocked. No takers for Erik Karlsson. 2 years left at $10 million per.
I mean, look, Mike Rupp suggested that yesterday on Pat McAfee's show to sit Karlsson to Vegas, but I think you're going to need at least a third team involved in that. Someone's going to have to take some salary on for that to work. And I don't think Vegas needs him the way they play. He wouldn't fit into that system either.
My Carolina guy just texted me saying I'm fine with the Rantanen return. What do you think about that, Jim?
Unless you're planning for the future, unless you're doing something big where you're moving those first-round picks, I'm not okay with it.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. Look, everybody has their own opinion on it. I'm not okay with it for what you gave up to get him.
I'm going to hop in real quick. I'm sorry, I'm eating, but I'm going to disagree with you. The reason why is that they went and they traded Marty Necas for him, and Marty Necas was somebody who had been at odds with management, and his father came out and publicly said that he wanted out. And now you turned him into Mikko Rantanen. And you got Mikko Rantanen for Necas and Jack Drury. Jack Drury is a kind of a dime a dozen piece, a bottom six, decent player, nothing too special. Then you get Mikko Rantanen and you figure out that Mikko Rantanen, because you have time to do it the way that they did it, they had time to do it. If you're going to pull off that type of deal, you do it then, and you make that deal and you try to figure out the contract extension. They couldn't come to a contract extension. They turned around and they could have gotten a lot less for him, but they got a really good piece going forward in Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks. Now, if you turn that one of those first-round picks into Brock Besser and try to go for it and try to get him back, looks even better. But even right now, if they stay where it is, you got essentially 3 first-round picks for Marty Necas. That's big. And Stankoven, I don't think he was a first-round pick. But the way that he turned himself into, the player that he turned himself into, he was a second-round pick in 2021. He probably should have been a first-round pick. There were a lot of people who had him mocked as a first in that year's draft. But that return for Necas, when you think about it, and Drury is a really, really good move by Tulski. And even if they don't get Besser, and even if they say, you know what, we're going to stand pat with where we're at, and we're not going to go and deal for rentals or anything like that. You know what? Tulski did good to recover. He did really good to recover. So
I was about to say what James just said, that the Devils gave a third for Glass.
It's a nothing deal.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I hear your point on it. The thing is, Carolina's in win now mode. They're supposed to be anyway. Like they're a team that's supposed to be making runs. Now you do an about face. You probably should have known about that. He probably wasn't signing beforehand. And look, I know the player was at odds with the team, but he was becoming that quote unquote superstar that they didn't have. Marty Necas was having a good season before he got traded to Colorado. Now he's having an even better season. And you know what? They'll probably lock him in under $10 million a season, too, when he's eligible to sign an extension. That's what they'll do.
Fucking 9 and extended. Sorry to cut you off there.
Oh, no, go ahead. No,
For
go ahead.
2 years.
Do we have the dollar value yet?
Nope, just I see. They just announced it themselves, too. So 2 years for Vakanainen.
I'm just so scared after what that Borgen contract was. And I like the player Borgen. I just don't like that contract.
1.5 million AAV.
Oh, that's not terrible.
That's not bad.
No, that's not. That's peanuts. That's peanuts for depth defenseman. That's peanuts.
There was a point I was going to make. Now I lost it. Go ahead, guys.
No, it's sorry guys, I did remember it. This is where you're right, because you thought you upgraded to a superstar that's going to come in and really, really help them go towards the Stanley Cup, and now he's gone. Also, by the way, to a place where Anthony predicted. So kudos to Anthony. He got that one right again. Yeah. It's interesting that, like, Dallas, again, these teams, I'm not saying these tax advantage teams, but Dallas paid a price. They went to go win. To go win a Stanley Cup. Like, I like it. Like, I like the move for them. And to sign them, that's what teams needed to do. That's why New Jersey didn't want to pay the price. Well, Carolina was probably not going to trade it to him in division anyway, because they didn't want to see him for 9 more years. But Devils wanted a guaranteed. A lot of these teams want guarantees that he was going to sign an extension. To stay in Dallas, haunt your team, former team, that's good. Again, Necas was a guy that could be that dude. I think Carolina took him for granted, and you're going to find out he's probably going to be a really good superstar player in the league. Not the elite talent that McKinnon is, but you're seeing what he's doing in Colorado with that system.
Guys, I know I see the comment about Drury yelling at players. I don't remember which one they're referring to right now. But if your coach hasn't yelled at you, then I don't want to hear it. And if you can't take your coach yelling at you, I don't want to hear it either.
Exactly.
It's almost like that Alec Baldwin scene from Glengarry Glen Ross. You think this is abuse? What do you get when you're on a sit? And if you don't like it, leave. So I just got an RIP Zach Jones comment right here. Anybody see anything on him?
I have not
No.
anything on Zach Jones yet.
25 minutes remaining, guys. And still no word about Brock Besser.
Mark, I gotta leave to go to work, but I'm gonna hop off on my computer and then join through my phone.
All right. Well, we'll see you later, Matty.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be back in a minute, but then I'll leave when I actually get to my job.
Okay.
I'll be back on.
Yeah, Bill yelled. And he also, when he worked us, he said, you feel that? That's lactic acid. The more you skate, the less you're ever going to feel it ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Let's see, what did he say?
Where I have to really think about my life.
Yeah, Rantanen's on TSM right now. He's talking about how he had to really think about what he wanted to do going forward.
Well, by the way, we have, like I said just before, 25 minutes remaining in the trade deadline and then see what else is in the queue. Guys, we are at 2,860. Let's see if we get that to 3,000. Keep making sure you're recommending us. And also, everybody, make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you smash that like button.
Gotta smash it. Always.
Gotta smash it.
Always.
Can't just press it. It's gotta smash. Jim, any word on Chris Kreider? Are you hearing, or is he just he's not going anywhere, right?
I don't. If they do make the move, I think that's probably off-season move. Again, it depends on how long he's out, right, with the injury. If he's going to be out the rest of, unless like a team's acquiring him to go LTIR and then try to pick up something bigger, I think Chris Kreider's probably not going anywhere today. Let's be honest. If they're going to move him, they may move him in the offseason. And don't forget, even though the deadline's 3 p.m., if you get your deal into Essential Registry at 2:59, it counts. So stuff could be announced after 3 p.m. too.
Just pointing out just one thing, when sort of like when great players like, go get me this guy, like sometimes it just doesn't work. Or when they give their personnel input.
Wyatt Johnson got an extension, 5 years, 8.4 AAV.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty good deal, I think.
It's a really good contract. It's a really
Max is saying right here, what a steal.
It's a great contract for Wyatt Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually thinking Jones is going to stay now. I don't think the Rangers are going to trade Jones, but there's still a lot of that guys on that TSN trade bait board that can't help but wonder where they're going.
I mean, unless the prices are just so high that teams just don't want to pay it. I mean, you saw a lot of the contenders already made their moves too. But again, we're all waiting on Vegas.
We are all waiting on Vegas.
We're kind of all waiting on that one.
Vegas does not sit idly by.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the Rangers haven't made much news outside of the Vacanina extension. And yesterday, a different story. There's like an awkward 23 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, a lot of people never happy with anything, that their team does. I know. Look, like I said before in a rant not a rant, but TED Talk on Twitter. I don't know. Devils fans, I don't know what they were believing, but Palmieri and Nelson were never coming to New Jersey. That's just the reunion tour of Kyle Palmieri. No. And notice, I know Anthony was on earlier, and him and I were having a discussion off air about this. But if you look at what happened in the summer with Marchessault and Toffoli, especially with New Jersey, they didn't want to go past 3 years. Marchessault with Vegas and Montreal and New Jersey didn't want to go past 3 years for a 34-year-old player. Now Nelson got a 3-year deal, but he didn't want to take it at a very fair AAV. What's that? General managers know cap. cap implications of older players, especially if they can't play or tired, like that. Even with the cap going up, people are still wise to dollars. So interesting move, but Colorado set down the middle, in my opinion.
He wouldn't fall into the 35 plus category, even though he signs it when he's 34, right?
No, because he can't get bonuses. It's not bonus lead contract.
Okay.
He's 34.
Which I still got to wonder if Lou's not trying to shop him right now.
Well, I mean, Nelson, Nelson is moved to Colorado, but Palmieri apparently is going to get like a 2-year deal. I mean, that's in the works, and he's on the ice along with Pajot out for practice. So unless they get pulled last minute, it looks like those guys will be Islanders come Saturday.
It's
yeah.
I know. It's like I wish I have a little bit more concrete information at the moment.
It's like everybody's like just waiting now because we had that flurry of action, and now.
Oh, the waiting is the hardest part.
No.
And again, it's gonna be the final 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like watching an episode of 24.
Yep.
What can we pack in the last 10 minutes? Oh, okay, this is it?
Yep. But I don't know. I mean, look, a lot of teams, like I said, fan base is never happy unless you're winning, I guess. But even when you're winning, you're not happy. There he is. What's up, buddy?
How's it going?
What's up, man?
Took a little hiatus. But it's like you said, down to the last 20 minutes. But as I heard you say, stuff trickles in well up to like 3:30 or 3:40.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. So there's certainly going to be stuff that goes down. Just a couple things I wanted to mention. I don't know if anyone mentioned it yet. One, Chris Johnson said a little while ago that Victor Olofsson wasn't on the ice for Vegas, so it's something to keep an eye on. He could be being dealt before the deadline. And then also the Islanders took the ice, and everyone's accounted for. Pajot, Mayfield, Palmieri, Cizikas, everyone's on the ice. So doesn't appear as though Lou is going to be subtracting from his roster further. So it's something to keep mention of. But 20 minutes left. We'll see what happens. But I guess Brock Besser is probably the biggest name that was rumored to maybe be available. It's still there. So we'll see what happens with him. And Jim, your New Jersey Devils. I know they traded for Cody Glass, but they need to do more.
Agreed. 100% agree. 100% agree. Like I was saying this before. You can't go 2 seasons in a row knowing you have cap space to use via LTIR and not use it to improve your team.
Yeah. And you know what? Let's just some other teams here. Minnesota, I don't think they've done enough yet. They did trade for Brazeau yesterday from the Bruins.
Nyquist previously.
Nyquist previously.
I think that, to be honest, the Nyquist move was maybe like a pivot because I think they probably wanted to get Brock Nelson, but I think probably earlier in that time there was probably a feeling that he might stay.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's accurate. I agree with that. Let's see. When Washington added Anthony Beauvillier, I mean, they could have maybe done a little bit more, but I guess they don't want to mess with chemistry, just how well their year has gone.
LA's disappointing me. Kuzmenko's just not enough. We all said it when it happened.
You're right. LA, that's another team. Edmonton, they added Jake Wallman. Vegas.
That's a good addition for them.
Yeah. So right now, Colorado's got to be the winner, right? I mean, Coyle and Nelson.
I would say Dallas, too.
Dallas, you got Rantanen in there.
Yeah. But you added Rantanen to that already loaded forward defense, the fourth core.
Winnipeg, Tanev, and Shen. So they've done something.
Toronto did something at least.
Yeah, I would agree. I think LA needs to do something more than Kuzmenko. I think they didn't do a lot more than Kuzmenko.
I think they were probably in. Do you think they were probably in on Palmieri?
Who? LA? Yeah. I heard they were. Yep. Yep.
Right now, 29-23. They're watching us right now, guys. All the collection of talent we got here.
Vakanainen was given an extension of something about to go down with Kendrick Miller. Not now, but he's a restricted free agent in the offseason. And Vince Mercogliano just put up a post before stating that he believes that he wouldn't be surprised if all 6 defensemen on the opening night roster, Fox, Miller, Borgen, Soucy, Schneider, and Vakanainen. The only movement being Miller. But
yeah, Miller.
I have a feeling. I don't think either New York team has a move here coming up.
No.
No.
I'd be surprised.
Just got to say thank you for time to wake up here for the compliment.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, we definitely put in a lot of work to this, and to get everybody on here that we got on here and get the work that we've gotten out. You know, and especially with a long special like this, gotta remember it's kind of hard to not have like dead air time. We've had minimal dead air time where like maybe there's a couple of seconds of silence.
Yeah,
we have been able to carry on conversation steadily throughout the near 4 hours that we have been on. So far.
Kudos to you guys.
So thank you for the compliment there. Thank you all for watching. Numbers are still climbing. We're getting closer to that 3,000 mark. So.
We hit 3,000. I wish I had a second, the rest of that sentence to go with. I still don't know, but yeah.
Mark speaking in always dead air.
There's Scotty. How are you doing, Scotty?
Scott's been trolling you a little bit. We haven't seen Scotty in a little bit, so he's definitely trolling you.
Ricky's asking why Brady Kachuk is untouchable. Because if you're in a playoff race, you don't trade your captain. It's that simple.
I don't know, man. He was not happy about Josh Norris getting traded, and there's been some smoke about him for a bit. I don't know. That's something.
If they do it, it would be summer. It's not going to be today.
No,
right.
No, but I will say this: good on him for at the end of the press conference coming back around and be like, "Look, my initial reaction was bad. Nothing against Cuz and those guys coming in. We want to make them feel welcome and all that stuff." So he realized that his initial reaction may not be the greatest. And maybe a disrespect to the guys coming into the room, but I know he wants to win there. But there is a lot of like beating of the drum about like Brady Kachuk out of Ottawa for some reason. Like I just don't get it.
Maddie's back with us.
Maddie's in the car.
There we go, guys. Yeah. And we got the 6. We got like our hockey Voltron up here right now.
Yeah, seriously, it's like the Power Rangers with the Mega Dragon Zord going on.
Look at that.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
Love it. Crushing it.
Looking at the fourth period's trade board, just going over some of the names that haven't moved, and one is Ricard Raquel. I wonder if he goes before the deadline at some point, and then the other one was Ryan Donato. I know this talks that he was talking extension of Chicago, but I wonder if he ultimately goes or not. Those are 2 guys that obviously are still available. Rasmus Ristolainen, but it seems like at this point he's not going anywhere. I don't know. I'm not. Usually there is a bunch of trades that happen like at 3:00 that are announced. I don't know. I'm not so sure how many we're going to see this year, to be honest with you.
Well, because I think the packages are just too high, right? You saw Anthony Beauvillier go for a 2nd-round pick.
Yeah, that.
I mean, Anthony Beauvillier went for a 2nd-round pick. How did Riley Smith go for a 3rd?
Yeah, that made no sense. This market was a weird market. I wonder if Marchand still gets moved. Maybe he doesn't want to move, but he'll be. Emily is saying right now on TSN that they really don't have an answer from him in Boston Like they don't know what's going on yet. I wonder if somebody comes out with a real nice offer to Boston within these last, remaining minutes.
Anthony, what were you trying to say? And by the way, you were the one that was predicting that Rickard Rakell stays.
Yeah, I did in the picks. I did pick that. I was saying the reason for Riley Smith because Brendan Brisson went in the deal with Riley Smith. I think that's why Riley Smith's the third and Beauvillier was the second.
My bad. I forgot all about Brandon Brisson.
Yeah.
We got over 3,000, Mark.
There you go.
Almost at 31
There you go.
now.
The one thing I hope is that there is some sort of ridiculous trade here as we get down to the wire, just so I can see the reaction.
I mean, we got it early. Like, did anybody really see Dylan Cousins going to an in-division rival like Ottawa?
I'm not that surprised because he had been linked to Detroit prior, and that's another in-division team. So
right, but like the Senators just came out of nowhere and made that move.
Yeah, no, that part is true.
John, you saying right here, if you never hear from Chris Drury ever again, it was me.
Wow. I don't know if I would put that out in the world.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to put that out there right now.
Yeah, well, that's not happening anyway. But we could always blame it on Kaiser Soze, as Mikey Red is saying right here.
All right. Look, everybody likes to read what these social media people do for their Twitter account, but the Vegas Golden Knights main account said hi, so God knows what that means.
Yeah. Christie alluding to the same thing.
And here we go, guys. We got right now. We're about to hit 3,200.
This is awesome. This is the best we've had?
This is the highest we've ever had. Yeah.
This is awesome. This is big.
Yeah. I think we had 1,300 for our coverage alone last year.
I think we had more than that.
That was 1,300 combined for everything. So this is great. Obviously, thanks to Ranger Central and Jim for coming on.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt and Evan.
I would move Hoffman in a deal for Peterka. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I don't think Peterka's going anywhere. I think Buffalo was just entertaining calls. They probably didn't get what they were looking for, anywhere near what they were looking for. Thank you very much again. Definitely appreciate that. It's funny because I remember where we were with our first trade deadline coverage, and we got nowhere close to this, like a fraction of this. And now it's just good work by everybody involved to, everybody that's been on here has been good for us. And
I think it helps too having everything on one stream, because sometimes I have people that will pop in the my stream that came from yours, and then they'll say they're going to yours for a bit and then come back.
Absolutely. And not only that, but you can cross promote that way. We have all of our guys here. I mean, we should probably put a banner in there for everybody's stuff.
Yeah, go ahead. It's better than saying NHL trade deadline.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying like everybody's ads.
Well, let's see if Vegas does it again.
I'm really hoping for a Philk angry reaction.
Because right now Colorado is my team in the West after the moves they made.
I'm counting on it though at this point. I need something.
The only thing is there aren't many names left out there that would. I mean, yeah, Brad Marchand. I mean, Brock Besser wouldn't really get that same reaction as Hurdle did last year. So I don't know. There's less. But again, unless it's another player like Hurdle that you didn't even know was going to be traded. So
right.
Yeah.
I expected both the New York teams to honestly. I mean, I think in my prediction, Mark, I said the Islanders are going to make 0 trades. They made 1. So
yeah,
and the Rangers, after they sold off their UFAs, I didn't really envision them doing much either. So we'll see if it stays that way. The only thing with the Islanders that kind of doesn't make sense to me is that you traded Nelson, but then you kept Palmieri, and keeping Palmieri kind of shows that you're not giving up. But yet you traded a player in Nelson. So by that logic, wouldn't you bring someone in to still help you? And that didn't happen. So that's the only part that's confusing to me.
Well, Matt, let me go to you and ask you this, because I can't help but ask the question or just have this sentiment. I'm almost happy Drury isn't swinging for the fences today, and I was happier that he kind of got his credit cards taken away.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I don't think they were going to do anything big anyway. I thought at most what they would do is target guys like RFAs like McLeod or Byram, and then look to extend them in the offseason. But
sorry to just cut you off quick, but the Vegas Golden Knights Twitter account 5 minutes ago just tweeted hi.
Yeah, we talked about that.
So I don't know if that's them trolling because of last year, or maybe they're up to something again, but I just thought that was funny.
Yeah,
I also found it funny that you came on doing the Captain Morgans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they weren't gonna target anybody who was just a pure rental anyway. So I didn't expect anything major like this trade deadline. Like I said, the only thing I expected that maybe they would do is like a McLeod, Byram, or like we heard, they might go after Paterka last night, but clearly that didn't amount to anything.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, if anything, Vegas swoops in last minute and tries to get Brad Marchand out of Boston. Like, that's like, because they've been calling about him. That would be the only thing that they do. Again, unless they do something completely off the board. Which, knowing Kelly McCrimmon, he would do it.
Cologuard is an effective and non-invasive colon cancer screening test. False positive and negative results may occur.
I love going past some posts. You see the random stuff like, for instance, any fans of Empire Strike Back? Yeah, because after all, we have eyes. It's only one of the best Star Wars. It's probably the best Star Wars movie ever.
Absolutely, 100%.
I mean, and I'm not infuriated by the moves Drury did make.
No. I wouldn't be mad if he just did.
So I put everybody's YouTube channel references and ats on Twitter on the bottom, on the banner below the bottom. Make sure you give everybody in here follow, subscribe on Twitter, like, share, everything. This way we can spread the word about everybody that's in here. So
we all got different hockey coverage and different styles. So
yeah, and styles are perfect. Everybody works well together, which is great.
And not only that, but teams too. Jim covers the Devils. So for any Devils fans in here looking for Devils content, your man right there in the middle bottom is the guy to go to for that.
Appreciate it, everybody. Rangers around here, you guys do a great job. We love the discussions that we have. We may disagree, but that's okay.
Absolutely.
Love it.
But that's the thing. It's like, oh, whoa, hold on.
I called it.
Oh, man.
257.
Called it.
Come on.
Called it.
Did he actually say that?
Called it.
No way.
Called it.
I think my feed might be a little behind.
I called it. What did I tell you?
No
what did I
way.
say 3 minutes ago?
Yeah, Cam Robinson, said there's a handful of noteworthy deals coming over the next few minutes. Dallas, Carolina, Vegas, all seemingly still working.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Braden Shen staying in St. Louis. That's what Andy Strickland just said.
Yeah,
which that's not a surprise.
No
one's paying no one's paying equivalent of 3 first-round picks for him. I'm sorry, but that much money. Yeah.
I mean, anybody who is still got friends that want to watch a stream, remember, we're going to be on here for a little bit because I think deals are about to come in left and right.
Yeah.
Mike Johnson's right. Toronto needs a D-man badly.
Well, yeah, if Tanev's out for a while, yeah, they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're in a great spot to win the division and avoid those guys in the first round. But I do think they need a defenseman. They're hard to find. It's hard to get the right fit.
Could Toronto go get Alexiak?
Yes.
I agree with you on the defense.
Because if Tanev can't play the rest of the year, you could use Tanev's money.
That's true.
You could put Tanev on LTIR and you could go get Alexiak. And then
Scott saying huge Rangers Ryan Clone. Oh, God.
Sarah Volley saying the Canadians are keeping Armia and Savard. I think not trading Savard was a big mistake there.
Yeah, there's your come on, Kaylee. It just Vegas has to go and do it again. They have to go do it again.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't gotten the confirmation on Vegas getting Marchand.
I was gonna say I'm waiting to react on that one before.
I'll
yeah. I saw something
but I
about
think we all
how
know this
Raquel
is
might be
coming.
going to Carolina.
I haven't heard anything about that.
I saw someone said apparently Chris Johnston said it. I don't know how true that is, but it would line up with what Cam Robinson said, that Carolina's still working on a deal.
It would make sense.
And those are teams that have dealt before, so it makes sense.
And okay, so say that is a deal, right? You're gonna move one of those first round picks for Rickard Rakell, and then I'm okay with losing Rantanen because Rakell can be your goal scorer. That comes back in this deal.
Yeah, so it's 3:00. Let's see what deals filter in.
Scott Powers saying Donato's going to remain with the Blackhawks.
He'll probably sign an extension.
There's the siren on TSN. The siren just went through. So
I
still waiting to get confirmation on that Marchand.
2020 and 2022 with 32 deadline deals. Those days were crazy. Yes, it's Twister. They're having a tornado over there apparently in Canada.
Yeah.
Toronto. Great spot for a tornado.
Where is this?
What?
What's basic for a tornado?
No, David is being sarcastic. He goes, Siren, are they having a tornado? So I said, yeah, it's Twister all over again in Toronto.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, I'm going through X and I heard Twister and I'm going, oh
Twister.
No.
Marchand, the Florida? Wait a second.
What? Wait,
Please
what?
tell me that's a fake report.
Where?
Elliot Freeman, holy shit. Marchand to Florida.
Last
No
minute
way.
possibility.
Oh my God.
Well, his tweet.
Hearing Brad Marchand could be what the?
Oh
Yep.
my God.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
To the team that knocked them out 2 years in a row.
Oh, Matt. I gotta wonder what the return would be.
Oh man. that's crazy.
Wow. They're going back to back. Holy shit.
Well, they got to compete with what Tampa did. I mean, Tampa loaded up with Yanni Gordon, Oliver Bjorkstrand.
Bennett apologized.
I did.
So wait, you mean to tell me it is possible that you can have a lineup or even a line of Brad Marchand?
Rats fits perfectly.
I mean, Sam Bennett and Matthew Tkachuk.
Wow.
And Brad
You
Marchand.
have the two biggest rats in the league on one team now. Great. And then they got Brandon Tanev went elsewhere. Sorry. Oh man.
Holy shit. I mean, this has to be because they lost out on Rantanen.
Yeah.
Besser staying in VCR. Unbelievable.
Yeah. VCR.
VCR. I gotta love VCR.
Wow,
When
though. There's your holy shit move that we've been waiting for.
The rat to the rat.
That's a heel turn if I ever saw one.
Wow.
Yeah, Lonnie. The Besser is not going anywhere.
No.
Speaking about the hand of God, make sure you guys appease them.
Do they throw Marchand on the ice when they score now?
Oh my God.
Well,
Toronto fans have to be depressed. They probably thought they were finally getting away from playing this guy in the playoffs, and then
I had to get my daughter off the bus, but I've come back to see that the Panthers have got Brad Marchand. Look at that.
Yeah, we
Unreal,
heard
dude.
something that he might have been going to Vegas, but
James Myrtle saying he doesn't think the Leafs are done, so it looks like the Leafs have another move.
It's probably a D-man.
so the Bruins are going to move their captain within division, but I'm told that the Rangers can't move Chris Kreider. Come on now.
Well, Chris Kreider's got term, and Brad
I'm
Marchand-
not saying to move him today. I'm just saying that there are fans that are like they shouldn't move Kreider because of
you
him
should
being.
move him. You
Yeah.
should move
Here.
him in a heartbeat in the summer if you can.
Yeah, and he will. He will.
Yeah.
Vince Mercogliano article that came out yesterday, they've come to a point where the relationship is not good with him in the front office. He's gone in the offseason. I just wonder if it's a draft day deal or draft weekend deal, or if he's a sometime in July type deal.
That's crazy.
I think they'd probably have to do it before the end of the fiscal year. I just most teams tend to do it that way.
The Panthers don't have a first this year or 2026. They don't have a second this year, a third this year. So their draft are they giving Boston a 2027 first?
Either that or maybe someone like Mackie Samoskevich could be going in return.
Yeah.
Could be both.
Could be.
Yeah. Pierre LeBrun's still pending league call, but told Brad Marchand is going to Florida.
Unreal. Wow.
Unreal.
Marchand, the Kachuk brothers, Bennett. Oh my God.
Bigger heel turn for Marchand. Trade to Florida or Toronto. I think maybe Toronto.
Toronto, but still big heel turn right here.
Oh, man. John Cena level heel turn.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Can you imagine playing Matthew Kachuk and Marchand on the
About to
same
say.
team?
And Bennett.
And Bennett.
Oh, my God. Total rat line right here. Marchand,
Oh, my
Bennett,
God.
Kachuk, 3 rat line.
And Bennett and Marchand and Bennett played with Team Canada at Four Nations, so
What poor team would get Florida right now? So Washington, no, the Blue Jackets.
Oh, those poor
This-
poor souls.
The Blue Jackets.
Well,
Oh, God.
unreal.
yeah. If the Rangers are getting in,
His comment. They have to wait enough time to put together the 2-hour video salute. Oh my God.
Julian McKenzie saying the Senators aren't done for the day just yet. So it looks like
yeah, I
they
saw
outside
Bruce Garrish said that too.
Senators, please send us Brady Kachuk right now.
Wow.
Yeah. If the
Marchand
Rangers
to
get in,
Florida, wow.
if the Rangers get in, there's no point if they're the top wild card team. There's no point.
They're gonna get shit housed.
Oh, I already think they'd lose to Washington. Florida's gonna just wipe the floor with them.
Florida would kill them.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even. It would be a 4-game sweep.
Yeah.
Who?
It wouldn't even be close. Man. Holy shit.
Mark Giordano is on right now with TSN, and they're right there.
Sarah Volley saying the Canes are done for the day. That's rough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If Canes are done, that's rough.
And the
Sorry.
Penguins aren't moving Raquel.
Yeah, so nope.
Wow.
Yep, Elliot Freeman 30 seconds ago. Marchand to Florida. It's happening.
No, that was 8 minutes ago.
What?
That was 8 minutes ago.
What?
The Marchand to Florida trade for Friedman.
My
He
time.
just tweeted again. No, yeah, he just tweeted again that it's
I
happening.
tweeted it again, yeah, because he has one at 3:07 saying Marchand to Florida. It's happening.
I wonder who else the Senators and the Leafs got. 2 teams that said they weren't done.
And I bet you Florida doesn't retain on that because they have the money. or Boston doesn't retain. They may, but Florida has cap space to use because of Kachuk's injury.
Oh my God, Kachuk and Marchand on the same team.
I need the Battle of Florida in the playoffs.
Oh, we need Battle of Florida first round and Colorado Dallas first round.
I don't know. I think Florida did what they needed to do.
Florida, I think, wins that division now.
For sure. Toronto may have the points right now, but they're the best team in that division.
I just got a text. Leafs pulled Connor Timmins off the ice, so they may be doing something with him.
Yeah, I could tease probably. Yeah,
this will be a
it's for a defenseman, if you ask me.
Chris Paul moving coming from Toronto.
Brandon Carlo to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Oh wow, that's actually a good move then.
Wait, official, Jin?
Chris Johnson, 4 seconds.
The Leafs are getting Brandon Carlo.
Wow,
that's good.
Going the other way.
That is a good pick. Yep, I had a feeling it was defenseman.
Well, Boston really stripped it down, huh?
And they did it all last second too. Wow.
Carlo, Marchand, Coyle.
Anthony, it's like I said to you earlier, David Pasternak's going to look around going.
Yeah, the John Travolta meme.
John Travolta.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, man.
That's a really good move, though, for Toronto. I wanted the Rangers to potentially get Carlo.
I would rather have him than Borgen.
That's what I was saying, yeah. And then you put Borgen.
4.1, same exact cap hit, and Carlo's got another 2 years after this.
That's what I was going to say, though. Like, you put Carlo on the second pair, move Borgen down, and then you move Schneider in another deal, but no, it doesn't matter. Great pickup for the Leafs, like Matt's saying, because he has term, too, so that's not just...
That also helps because if Tana's out longer than they think he's going to be out, then...
And Kaylee's got a good point here. Panthers and Boston on Tuesday, man. That's going to be an interesting friggin' matchup right there.
I'm scared to see, though. Vegas hasn't done anything. There has to be something, right? I just refuse to believe that Vegas does nothing.
Well, no, they got their big move was Riley Smith.
Well, outside of Riley Smith.
And Brandon Sadoff waivers. Or signing, I should say.
Steve Daggle's about to cream his pants.
But you can't help but look at this and go, Edmonton, Jake Wallman, that's their only move. LA going with Kuzmenko.
Hey, Boston, do you want to trade us Charlie McAvoy for Keandre Miller in the offseason?
Yep.
First off, how is it that he hasn't tried to ask out to come to either one?
We all know he's a Ranger fan. Everyone knows he's a Ranger fan.
Who? Charlie McAvoy.
Charlie McAvoy.
To like try to power himself out.
I wonder if they tear this down to the studs here.
I have family that's friends with his family, so.
We haven't gotten any sort of tweets yet saying the Islanders and Rangers are done, but I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah.
Unless they're a third team in any deal, then
this is how it felt like being a Met fan every single year, except for 2015.
Oilers are done for the day.
Yep, Long Beach. Yep.
The Sens are getting Fabian Zetterlund.
Out there, buddy.
Who?
Fabian Zetterlund. The Sens are getting.
Wow, what a trade! That's a good move for them.
Wait, where did Zetterlund go?
To the Sens.
Ottawa.
To Ottawa? Not a bad little move for them.
No, Zetterlund's a solid player.
That depends on what's coming back because he was coming into his own and
got 36 points, 17 goals this year in 64 games.
That's what I'm saying. Like I thought he was a future piece of that team. Like he's been playing well for that team.
Yeah, what's going back the other way?
That's what I want to know. Like why would they trade for Zetterlund unless they're giving up something? And by the way, I think
Eric Johnson back to Colorado.
Yeah. I just said, yep. Eric Johnson, Colorado. Elliot Friedman.
There you go.
Todd said that Long Beach drink was always the coldest. Yeah, that Long Beach drink is one of the coldest drinks I've ever played on in my life. He is.
Yeah. That's been one that it was cold, and it was the locker rooms weren't exactly all the greatest.
No. Yep. No, I didn't like their locker rooms. They've renovated it since, but Northwell's a beautiful rink.
I know we're at 34.95, guys. Did anybody see if we went over 3,500?
Climbing 34.96.
There we go.
97.
New Hyde Park in Iceland has got to be just one of the worst conditions for any rink.
I've never played at that rink. I have not heard good things about it though. I played.
The ice sucks. The benches suck. The locker room sucks. Parking sucks. So I mean, there's another one.
3,500. We just hit it.
There we go. 3,500, boys.
That's a crazy number, man. That is a crazy number. Man. 35. We're above it now. That's awesome. This is great, though.
Hey, Shea Weber's contract's on the move.
Shea Weber's contract?
Yeah, to the Blackhawks.
What a move.
Is Pavel Datsuk's next?
With
oh, God.
Aku, Ratu, Victor Soderstrom's rights, and then a 5th-round pick going to Utah.
Is Matt saying right there? Yeah, Iceland is ass. Played there a couple times. Try playing like most of your home games out of there. And yes, Mikey, I played Aviator in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
No, go ahead.
It wasn't as bad as Iceland. Trust me. I played some bad rinks. I played one in Bucks County. I remember was really terrible.
In Pennsylvania, Mark?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I have friends there.
Yeah, when I played with the Rampo Rangers.
That was a while ago, though, right?
Oh God, 27 years now.
Dix Hill, Superior, and Northwell. Rinks is great. I didn't like Superior as much unless they've renovated it since the last time I played. The only thing that's cool about Superior is because you come up from like the downstairs, kind of like how the old Chicago Stadium was.
Yeah,
it's kind of cool to come up from the downstairs and then get onto the rink.
Sizable locker rooms too.
Yeah, their locker
that
rooms
changed.
dead.
And the other thing is the ice was always pretty good at Superior.
I'm telling. I think Utah's going to do something big in the offseason with that cap by clearing all that cap space.
Yeah,
agreed.
Adrian saying he works at Aviator. That's pretty cool.
And Evan, we got the compliment of huge apple hockey is what this is right now.
Yeah, well, dude, 35-12 right now, or just went down to 7. But I mean, we're still above 3,500. This is awesome.
The Blackhawks just picked up Bobby Bonilla's contract as well. Please do. Actually, the one thing I love is that Steve Cohen embraced it. He said he wanted to give him a giant novelty check the entire time.
Yeah.
Any reason why no one's acknowledging that?
What?
What?
No.
That can't be.
No, I can't imagine that being accurate.
There's no way they traded Anton Lundell for an expiring contract.
Yeah.
That would be a stupid piece of business. They just signed him to an extension.
Yeah. Mikey's saying right here that his son's got a tournament coming up in Hollydale. Looking forward to seeing the Goodrow rink.
Where is Hollydale? Is that Jersey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Philly, outside of Philly.
Oh, okay. South Philly type. Okay.
Yeah, South Jersey, Philly type thing.
So, first inclination, guys. I'll get the
going to Boston. MJ Edits is saying it. I'm not seeing this anywhere else though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to refresh everything.
He's saying it's true.
Yeah, I don't see
Wow. You gave up a young center.
That'd be stupid.
That would
There's
make
no
sense on why
chance.
Boston
everyone
traded
said
him.
it. The rumor is Lundell's part of the Florida trade.
Wow.
There is no chance. There's no way.
If you get look, I will say this: I think Bill Zito is a very good general manager. But if you gave up Anton Lundell as part of this deal, who's supposed to be Baby Barkov, no.
I mean, it makes sense then why Boston was willing to trade him in division if
That is true.
Lundell's
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
But you're giving up Lundell.
Oh, I don't agree with the decision to give up Lundell, but it would make sense on Boston's end then why they were okay with it.
Yeah, I know.
And
That's nuts.
and he's signed for $5 million. For the next, he's got 6 years remaining. Till 2031.
Snark Messier with a great post. He just posts a picture of the Rangers schedule, and it's Rangers versus Panthers on April 14th. And he goes, might go see a movie or something. I fucking can't blame him.
Yeah, I'll watch the Mets that night instead. It's okay.
Yeah. That's crazy. I'll take.
I'm really curious to see this return now. Everyone's saying Lundell. That would be a big get for Boston, given Marchand's age.
I still haven't seen anything though about it being Lundell.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
I just entered the uncanny valley, guys, because as I was scrolling through Twitter trying to figure out something, there's Jim's post about him talking about the Marchand being open to trade. So I'm like, where am I now?
I can't believe that they would have moved Lundell in this deal. How? Just that's a bad move by Zito, if so.
I'll see.
So, I mean, now you ruin your center depth a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God! Trade John Chick for Snark Messier. Ah! Oh, John Chick's a nice guy though. I like him.
That's crazy. Well, the guy who asked me, because the guy I had on asked me to post it. He's like, you should just repost the video from November. I was like, sure, I'll do it for you. No problem. Yoki Hart, you going to Boston?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yoki Haru to Boston.
Yeah, see, Darren Dreger said if it got done in time, Buffalo sends Yoki Haro to Boston.
Actually, I just got this breaking news. LeBron James told Chris Drury to keep JJ Paterka's name out of his damn mouth.
Wouldn't that be Will Smith?
No, actually, LeBron James just did that to Stephen A. Smith.
Oh,
about his son.
Where are these people saying they're seeing Chris Johnson say this on television?
Yeah, I
other details of
like
coming in. This one's not really relevant, except it's kind of fascinating. Shea Weber went into the Hall of Fame last year. He traded his contract anyway.
Like, I'm a little confused by this.
I mean, this MJ edits is saying Lundell of Boston.
Throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm talking to a couple guys down in Florida. That they're saying I'm getting the yikes symbol if that's the case. Because
Hey, we didn't arm wrestle and I won, so I'm gonna hold
There's a lot of Finnish players there. Maybe it's not him. So hey guys, I guess we'll start this one. Phil, we'll start with you. Gut feeling, winners and losers.
throwing in numbers at the and they should add that my newest ringman, Carlo, just got a call from Scott Lawton. Hung it up on the show. He said, sorry, I'm busy. I can't
I mean, a
talk."
loser for me is definitely still LA is a big loser for me.
no, yeah, I'm gonna have to say LA is a loser. I would want to put Winnipeg in there as well, just because they didn't address their number 2 center spot.
Toronto's a loser, not because of what they did, but because their division just got ridiculously tougher.
Yeah, you could say that. You could definitely say that. I want to put Montreal as a loser too, because
Yeah.
they had two pieces that they could have gotten some assets for, and they did nothing when they're not going to make the playoffs. Like I don't get why you needed to keep David Savard and Joel Armia.
Yeah.
For me, I just don't get it.
Because you got the people that are saying they're only 1 point behind
Bingo.
or out of the playoffs.
Bingo. Right there. I agree. 100%. 100%.
They should. All right.
Like, but it's unlikely when you're a minus 21.
I'm gonna say that, yeah, sitting on their hands, and this could go both ways. If you were gonna go and try to make the playoffs still, then go make moves to do it. If you think that you don't have a chance without your number one center, then go sell assets off. Like, do something either way. It's not going and getting Dumoulin and then following it up with nothing is just stupid. What is Fitzgerald doing?
That'd be 2 years, unless something's in the queue. That's 2 years in a row you had over $8 million to play with and did nothing.
That's
Anthony.
actually a really great point. That makes it even worse.
Think about that. Think about that. Because everyone knew Dougie Hamilton was out in December with a torn pec. Now you know that is done.
Susie, all these guys have got Carlo. You could have went and gotten somebody, and nothing.
And nothing.
Anthony, give me a winner and a loser.
I mean, loser is
Share money, don't make money. I love the Wu-Tang reference there. Yeah.
loser is LA. I don't think Kuzmenko is nearly enough for a team that has struggled against Edmonton and just in general in the playoffs. And then as far as a winner goes, I mean, I would. I got to go Florida now. I mean, you're the reigning champs, and you just added Brad Marchand. You got Seth Jones. I go to Florida.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it's
It's
when Brad Marchand, their heart and soul is not with the team.
Before I declare Florida a winner, I want to know.
Oh, Colorado too. Colorado is certainly.
Oh yeah,
What was
Colorado had a great deadline. Yes.
Colorado had a great deadline. Then you have, LA. I think we're going to feast on this for a while, guys. LA's got to be the big loser.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What did you do to really improve this team? And again, I'll point to every single team that's in the playoff position in the Pacific. I mean, Vegas really didn't improve. Edmonton really didn't improve.
No.
I mean,
Well, Edmonton, I will say this. Edmonton semi-replaced Philip Broberg with Jake Wallman.
Well, that's the amazing thing, Emily. You and I, Carlo, we talked.
I don't know. I mean, LA is probably the biggest loser for me. Winnipeg is probably number 2 for me. Montreal is right there because you had the assets. Jersey's another one for me. Blues, I didn't expect them to do too much because there's 2 players that I think that could be gone in the offseason in Kyrou and Braden Shen. Buffalo, I wouldn't call them a loser because they don't want futures. And I get that. I totally get that. But
that Ottawa Sharks deal is a little bigger. It's Zetterlund, Robbins, and a 4th.
Hold on. Apparently, where did you see this, Julian Silverstein? I would love to know where you're seeing this from, because if that's the case, then that's a major fail on Chris Drury's part, depending on what they wanted in whatever deal. I'm assuming this is Peterka.
Snark Messier made a joke. I'm being told that the holdup on a potential trade to send JJ Peterka to the Rangers was actually Chris Drury himself. I hope that's not the one he's looking at.
Kevin Weeks apparently said so. Hold on.
It's crazy. Crazy what's happening, but
I was trying to say that Ottawa Sharks deal Zetterlund, Robbins, and a 4th to San Jose for Ospachuk, Gregor in Ottawa's 2025 second.
And don't forget, Zetterlund's a restricted, too.
Yeah.
Julian saying Emily Kaplan said it, not Weeks. I'm trying to find.
I gotta rewatch the broadcast.
Oh, it had to be on the broadcast then. Okay.
Yeah, it probably was on a broadcast.
Yeah, if anybody could find a clip of that, then yeah, that's bad. David Wood actually brings up a great point here, though. It doesn't surprise me. Drew doesn't want Euros, North Americans only, which, I mean, ever since he's taken over, he's gotten away from a lot of the European guys.
Yep. Just waiting on what the return is.
No, I mean, I keep refreshing, trying to look for it. Nothing
I think
yet.
it's still in the queue. I think it's still a central registry.
Yeah. Central registry sometimes takes a bit to go through these, so.
Yeah. But let's see if like everybody's asking me, they're like, Sutherland was available. I'm like, you got to make a pitch and you got to ask.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes you gotta.
So James Myrtle is interesting. He said regarding the Leafs Carlo trade, he said Leafs are giving up a first prospect, and there are multiple trades involved here. Complicated deals going on.
What?
Well, I mean, Timmins has to be involved.
But he hinted, he said there are multiple trades involved here, and then again complicated, and then deal, and then S in parentheses next to it going on.
That's crazy.
So Toronto looks like, I mean, I guess Toronto made more than one trade here when it comes to Brandon Carlo.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But
right. Callum Ritchie's first. That's right. His only NHL goal, or his first NHL goal, was against the Islanders, right?
What?
Yeah.
Callum Ritchie. Yep.
Callum Ritchie. There's been a lot of that going around, Anthony.
Yep.
What?
Where somebody scores their first NHL goal, and then like the Rangers had a guy that they just acquired like that, and hell, Artemi Panarin, same thing.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump off for a little bit.
All right.
For having me on. Always a pleasure to be here with you guys. If anything exciting breaks, I'll come back in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Talk to you soon, Jim.
All right, Jim.
Peace, guys.
You're sweet, bud.
Yeah, because I'm actually going to be breaking off soon too. But I would love to know what this Anton Lindell thing is.
Yeah,
The thing is, I haven't heard anything about it. About like no one said anything.
Got to go with that. If nobody's saying anything, it's either completely false or super true.
And Yoda, Minton is going to Boston.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
All right.
He's one of
you're gonna.
He's one of Toronto's better prospects.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have to give that up for a top 4 right shot defenseman. Ottawa just made a big move.
Yeah, it's the Fabian Zetterlund trade.
Oh, I thought he was talking about something bigger. Zetterlund's a decent move. It's not a massive move by any means, but it's a decent move for them.
I just the whole Anton Lundell thing. I haven't seen any.
I haven't seen anything about it.
I haven't seen any of the insiders.
Yeah,
tweet
nor have
anything.
I.
But nobody's also confirmed what the return has been from Marchand.
No.
So that's what makes me think that there could be something to it. Zadorov breaking his stick, and then they lose with 18. That was probably what set Sweeney over the edge.
they said, okay, Marchand's going and Carlo, et cetera, et cetera. I get Don Sweeney.
Yeah, I mean, you keep saying Lundell's going to Boston, but there's no confirmation on what any part of this return has been.
I mean, where at least say where have you heard that? I haven't seen any of the insiders say it.
I almost feel like they're trolling us in the chat. I'm not gonna lie. It's
because it's a bad return if that's the case. A good return for obviously that. I mean, bad trade.
Right from the start of the season, it didn't look right. Their offense didn't look right, and their team didn't look good enough to get the job done. It's a great run. It's a long stretch, but it's over. But that doesn't make what he did today easy. You know?
Kaylee, I wish I had something. I don't have anything. I'm trying. Apparently, Emily Kaplan said it on one of the streams, and I don't think it was TSN's because I've had TSN's on. So maybe she said it on ESPN. I'm really not sure. I will be right back in just a couple of minutes.
All right, I'm back here, so I'll wait till you get back.
You have I don't know. I can't. Again, I just keep reiterating it. I just can't see Lundell going to Boston.
You're telling me that okay? I just want to make sure I have this right. Let's bring it up. Florida Panthers. So he'd still be under Boston. You're telling me a 23-year-old center who's excellent defensively, and he's going to be going for a pending free agent who's 36. That's not happening.
Yeah.
There is no way that happened. If that happened, then it's not Bill Zito over there, is it?
What?
In Florida? Forget who the GM is.
Yeah, it's Bill Zito.
It is Bill Zito. Okay. Bill Zito should be dragged through the street. Like, I mean, that's dumb. That's outright dumb, Anthony.
Yeah. Now, are you disappointed that the Rangers didn't do anything else?
You know what the funny thing is, Anthony? I said this earlier that I think that the best thing was that Drury couldn't do anything because he's got to figure out this team, and it's going to take an entire offseason. I know every single fan out there wanted Drury to make some magical trade, and now they're a Stanley Cup contender. They're not a Stanley Cup contender.
No.
And unfortunately, when your goalie is going to be making $6 million more next year, it's not going to help your salary cap either. Well, the cap's going up, Mark.
Yeah.
It means spend all of it on one person.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that he was smart with. I mean, if he could have got Peterka, then you should have absolutely done that. But I think he was smart not doing anything, like you said, in a year where it's clear where it's not your year. It wouldn't have made sense for him to mortgage the future in a year in which, let's face it, you probably would have been a quick out if you get in the playoffs. So, but I think he should have got Peterka. I mean, I don't know. I think he should have made the move for JJ Peterka.
And thanks, Brutal Planet, because we've been getting lambasted about this. Evan, how's the reaction's been with you anytime you ever say how overpaid Igor is?
Oh, he can't do anything wrong, Mark. Anytime that there's a goal, it's not his fault. It's always someone else's fault.
It's the defense.
Yeah, no, it's the defense every time. Even though the whole reason that I was told Igor is getting paid is because he was the Rangers' only chance of winning, but then it's the defense's fault when he's not covering up.
Yeah.
For the issues there.
And he got totally bailed out in that game against the Islanders. That lead goal was terrible, and he got bailed out by the offsides call.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was terrible.
I just think that it's ridiculous how everybody can crap on Hellebuck and say Hellebuck is the reason why Winnipeg loses in the playoffs when their guys, Mark Scheifele aside, literally go dry. Kyle Connor, what has he done in the playoffs? Nikolai Ehlers is a ghost. Josh Morrissey hasn't been good in the playoffs. I mean, this really is what it comes down to. You don't build around a goalie. You don't build around It's one position you do not build around in hockey. The one team that almost got away with it was Buffalo. It's because they had the best of all time doing it.
Yeah.
That was it.
But also they were coached, so you were able to take more chances because he was the best of all time with that. But I mean, that's a little bit unfair. Mark Scheifele can make an impact in the playoffs. Just ask Jake Evans.
Yeesh.
Wow, that joke bombed. All right.
That was a little rough there, Mark.
Yeah.
Now it's like, at what point do like? At what? I like this comment. They don't ever win you games. They just don't lose it for you. Yeah, they're. Oh, thank you, Giro Frederick. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're worse than the league in expected goals against, but expected goals doesn't really mean anything. It just doesn't. Because it doesn't account for, one, who's shooting the puck, two, what type of shot is being taken, three, whether or not they actually got everything on the shot. So a shot from Tyler Mott counts just as much as a shot from Nathan McKinnon, as long as it's in the same location. Just remember that.
Which is what Max is saying right there. It's expected by whom? And first off, by the way, good job with the grammar. Expected by whom? But I mean, look, it would also be nice to cut down those expected shots. You know, you do that with better defense, better defensemen. The Rangers are literally paying a $6 million defenseman to Igor Shesterkin. That's stupid. That's insanity.
It's dumb. It really is dumb.
And furthermore, I'm sorry if the criticism is so bad. Maybe you need a mental break. Sort of like Igor Shesterkin. The one thing I could say for the rest of the season is Igor hasn't popped out and been that dominant goaltender that everybody knows he can be. So maybe that's still waiting, but I mean, it's
the Penguins are getting Connor Timmins according to Chris Johnston.
What?
The Penguins are getting Connor Timmins.
So I guess that's what James Myrtle was referring when he said that tweet about multiple deals.
They're moving money around to make this work.
Yeah, they're gonna have to.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but I still need. Yeah, it's just.
They still don't have enough cap room for this, though, even just moving him. So, although they have 15 forwards on their roster right now, so moving guys down and out will help.
Grizzlick. I don't know. I don't think Grizzlick could go back the other way to Toronto.
Yeah, no. If they're getting Carlo, there's no way. The only way they could get Grizzlick is if a third team gets involved and he's getting double retained, because he's at like a $2.7 million cap hit. If he gets retained twice, maybe then Toronto could bring him in. But
yeah, so Toronto's showing on Puckpedia $876,000 worth of cap space. So Carlo makes how much?
4.1.
Yeah, and Fraser Minton's not a roster player, so that's not going to help him out. Connor Timmins makes 1.1, so yeah, there's still more that they have to do. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they move a guy like Connor Dewar, maybe 1.18. Maybe he's involved.
Yeah, that could be.
I mean, they played the whole year without Kelly Yarncroke, 2.1. Maybe they.
Yeah, I forgot he's there. Holy shit!
I don't know what the cap hit's going to be for Ryan Reeves once he's done through waivers and down in the AHL.
Oh yeah,
I think he could be totally buried, right?
What?
I think, yeah.
I think he could be totally buried. I think it's like up to 1.2 you can bury on a player.
He's making more than 1.2.
Portnoy right now is crying about Brad Marchand being traded.
1.35. All right, so I wonder what the percentage is that they could bury at that point.
plus 1. So Timmins and Reeves comes out to 2.45 million. So they essentially need another million and another like 1.4 in space to create.
Unless Yarncroke is on the way out because he hasn't played a lot for them this year either
Yeah.
way.
Oh, like I said, Connor Dewar or Yarncroke, I would guess.
Yeah, because I can't envision them moving McMahon.
No, I don't see
He's
them
been
moving
good.
McMahon. Or same thing with Kampf. Yeah.
The only other thing that could happen is if Tanev goes on LTIR for the rest of the year.
There you go. Chris Johnson. Connor Dewar is also heading to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
So there you go.
we still don't have a word on the Marchand.
No.
There's
this is
still
gonna be
no
like the
way it
hurdle
could be
stuff.
Lindell. There's no way.
Oh, the Rangers made a trade. Nicholas Aube-Kubel for Eric Brandstrom. Blockbuster move.
That's for depth.
I was surprised because we still hadn't heard that any of the Ranger beat writers say they were done. They didn't make a trade. So, I mean, Aube-Kubel is just depth. Yeah. Mark's very upset.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, I'm okay with Aube-Kubel.
What?
I'm okay with Aube-Kubel. He was a guy that I kind of wanted the Rangers to get a few years ago, but man,
Yeah,
this is sort of like readying for a fight and then it not happening, and now all the adrenaline's wearing off.
Elliot Friedman says Oilers announced Evander Kane will not return during the regular season.
You know what won't return during the regular season?
What?
Saves made by Stuart Skinner. That won't return during the regular season. Sub 900 goal save percentage in 2025, and they think they were Stanley Cup contender. Remember the beginning of the year when they had the best odds at winning the Stanley Cup?
The Rangers?
No, the Oilers.
Oh,
A friend of mine just texted me. He goes, "Man, you look bushed." Yeah. Evan, I don't know how you're still standing after
Marchand trade. No, I doubt. No, that definitely happened. I think
it's through.
I just think there's the financials of it. Well, actually, no, not even because actually, Kachuk's already on LTIR, so the Panthers have $4.1 million of cap space right now, as it stands. Well, so 4.1 and Lundell makes 5. And Marchand is at 6. Yeah, no, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, Joe, Aube-Kubel is someone that I've wanted for a while too. He hasn't had a good year though at all. He's been in the AHL. This isn't exactly the Rangers Sabres trade I wanted, but
yeah,
I'll leave with something.
Oh boy.
So Frank Saravalli, the whole deal. So the Leafs get Carlo, the Bruins get Toronto's first round pick and Fraser Minton, and the Penguins get Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar, and said he believes there's retention involved as well. The Eric Johnson trade is Eric Johnson for Giovanni Smith with the Flyers. That's that one. Yeah.
Oh, so the full trade is Carlo a first and Minton going to Boston, and Timmins and Dewar to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I want to know what's legitimately taking this long for the Panthers trade, though, with Marchand. I really want to see this return.
Yeah, I don't get what that's about.
They're saying retention on Carlo for 3 years.
I wonder who's retaining that, though. Boston or Pittsburgh, or a bit of both.
Probably Pittsburgh. They help broker it.
Yeah, I would think so.
No, we cannot talk about Zach Jones becoming the next Brian Leach because he's not. Sorry about that one, Victor. It's still a long way to go for anybody to be the next Brian Leach.
I doubt it. I feel like that would have been a big one they would have reported yet.
Yeah, Julian, so far still Ryan O'Reilly. Now, Evan, is that more of a shocker that ROR wasn't traded?
Nah, I always felt it was a shot in the dark there, and I thought that it would be a surprise move. So I'm not too stunned that he didn't get moved at all. I'm a little stunned, though, that Winnipeg did nothing to address their second-line center issue, but...
You know what, though? Winnipeg they're such a good team. I think they're one of those teams where I don't think they needed to tinker much. I think they're going to be just fine. I mean, they have a lot of pieces there.
Yeah, guys, unfortunately, I got to take the advice of both friends of mine and Bundy right here. I got to go take a quick nap for an hour. Can you guys take it home for me?
Well, I got stuff to do around the house too. So I got
to work tonight. Hey, Evan. So, yeah.
I could run the stream for a bit here.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'll wrap it up right now, boys. Because, wow.
If you want, I could keep going. Because I think Phil might come back, and I could just run it with him for a bit longer, just so we get the return on Marchand, hopefully.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Phil, take it away from me, buddy. I got a nap.
All right.
Tonight. All right. Yeah, Evan, last man standing. You and Phil.
Yeah.
Especially after you guys did. How many hours of coverage did you get yesterday?
I added up. It had to be about like 5-6 hours between multiple streams there.
Yeah. And who'd have thought that with Brock Nelson, you guys just got off and then you had to get on with mine. So, yeah.
Just
guys,
ranted and I even got dealt last night.
Yeah, I don't care about Brancham all that much.
Yeah, no.
2017 first round, 2017 round pick. Not really too high on him. They just didn't need to do anything.
Yeah. They needed more forward depth right now, if anything. So and
it's
really not a big deal.
Winnipeg is also on a lot of no trade lists. So,
yeah.
That's the point that your management decides we're going to make deals like.
Remove Anthony from now, and then he can come back. You know, I don't really care that much about. Oh God, Steven went 9.5 hours.
Yeah, I saw his spaces yesterday. Went for a while.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's. I definitely want to see this Marchand return. I'm really curious about it. And I wonder if the Rangers are done with that one.
Yeah, that's got to be the last move for the Rangers. I mean, I could be wrong on that, but the only other it would be moves like that if they're going to do any others. It's going to be small moves. We would have heard if it's anything significant.
Yeah, and he's 5 to 6 hours ahead of us in Dublin. So Rangers are not done.
We haven't seen anything to say one way or the other. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's. I don't want to say that they're not done, but I haven't seen anything from the other guys. Berard and Othman lent to Wolfpack. Yeah, that's not surprising. Steven talked about that the other day. He said, "Don't be surprised by this because they have to move the roster to make playoffs."
They're not going to get Peterka. Yeah, if they would have just put these two players in the trade together if they were going to get Peterka.
Yeah,
I think that ship has sailed for the day.
Yeah,
Maybe in the summer it gets revisited.
All right.
What do we think of Kubel? I think he's a solid depth guy. I mean, he's got speed, takes a lot of penalties, but I've wanted Aube Kubel for a bit, just because I do like that element that he brings with a little bit of speed and physicality, but there's really not a whole lot to unpack there. He's probably going to go to Hartford, or he'll be the 13th forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's a depth player, really. He's a decent penalty killer. He's a guy that could come in and play on the fourth line. Guy I wanted a few years ago. He hasn't really done anything this year. But not a bad acquisition by any means. I mean, I'm surprised that they gave up Brandstrom of all people for him. Thought they would have given up Brandstrom in a deal for something a little more significant than that. But I guess I don't know. It doesn't. It's really like not a major move either way. But it's also not something I would cry over losing Brandstrom for.
Yeah, there's no point. They already have an obnoxious amount of defensemen now, so they got to get some forwards in here.
Goaltending has been a hot topic in
No.
the city this season. You obviously decided to stand pat. Just want to
I
know
don't-
on that position.
I don't see anything else otherwise with the Rangers. I'm trying to refresh to see if there's anything that's going on with anything else. I don't. Nothing coming in right now. I'd imagine things will still start to filter in. We don't have. Okay, so Saravalli said for Giovanni Smith for Eric Johnson.
Here, Peterball, I believe this is the Rangers' final move of the day. Should do it for the deadline. So, there you go.
And then from November until probably the end of January, I thought our goaltending was really solid. I thought it was, and ever since then, it hasn't been as good. So, understandable. But I do think that.
Yeah, I do. I believe this should do it for deadline. Okay.
Reference point. I think that's what we can see. I thought
Don't see anything else.
And it's an important position. Absolutely, we're trying to.
Thoughts on Susie?
So that they have to save games.
I think he's better than what the analytics this year have said. Historically, in the past, he's been better. Maybe not having the greatest year, but I still think he's. I mean, they didn't give a whole lot to get him, which is good. And he's got another year left to term. But if they want to trade him in the offseason, they could trade him in the offseason. If they move Keandre Miller in the offseason, I wonder what happens. Maybe they move him and then.
Sprong to New Jersey, according to Freeman. Sorry to cut you off there.
Wait, who?
Sprong to New Jersey.
Daniel Sprong. Okay. That's such a weird move.
That is, yeah.
That's really like all right, so I don't get this. They bring in another small player that is, I mean, he's 6 foot, 195, so it's not huge, not kind of average size, but he doesn't play tough. He hasn't been good this year at all. He got 5 points in 19 games between Vancouver and Seattle. I mean, I get why everybody saw his Detroit season and his Seattle season the year before, and they think that you could get that out of him. I don't know how you get that out of him at this point. Who's he playing with?
He was with Seattle and Vancouver this year, and he's not scoring at the way that he was in the past few seasons.
Yeah, the Rangers are done.
They're
not doing anything else. The Islanders are done. They didn't do anything else other than trading Nelson. I figured Palmieri would be another guy to go, but Lou doesn't want to take advantage and try to rebuild. It just whatever, I guess.
The thing with Sprong that did alarm me when he was in Seattle after that year was that he had a really high shooting percentage that year, and I thought, all right, that's not sustainable. He followed it up with a similar season with a lower shooting percentage, and I thought, all right, maybe he could be consistently like a 30, 40-point guy, but this year has just not been – it just has not been good for him at all.
I mean, 14 isn't crazy high. It's high,
but there are a lot of guys that can get up to that. I mean, we've seen Sam Reinhart with crazier seasons than that, like almost double the shooting percentage. But I agree, it is a little high. And then he was just above 11, I think, the year after.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't agree with this, that the season's done. I think they could definitely make it.
Yeah, the East isn't good.
I think Susie will help. I really do. I don't think if you're bringing him in to be in Lindgren's spot, I don't think it's the best move. But then again, he hasn't played with somebody like Adam Fox. Can he handle the type of minutes? I don't think so on his own, but maybe if he's playing with somebody like Fox that can help. I would rather have him there than Lindgren, to be quite honest. So I just think Lindgren is just not good in that role.
The Rangers also just were not in a spot to like do anything else. Like we agreed the entire time, you only buy on guys with term, and outside of Carlo, I mean, who was really, and Susie, I guess, who was really moved with term today? That the range, like that you could look at and say the Rangers should have went after them, and even Carlo, it's like that with the price that Toronto paid to get him, you're probably looking at is a comparable of First and Othman, and do you do that for Carlo?
No, not for Carlo.
I would say no. So
I would have dealt them Schneider and something else.
Yeah.
I mean,
the only problem I would have had with moving Schneider, though, is that the Rangers didn't want to move him for Eichel. They didn't want to move him for Miller. So it would have been a tough sell to all of a sudden move him for Carlo. But
yeah,
they weren't in a. I can't look at anyone that went today and say the Rangers should have went out and got X player.
I'm with you on that. There's nothing this year that. And the only thing you could say is if they were going to get super aggressive and they were going to go get Rantanen, which they were never going to do. That's the only exception I think that I would make to that rule. If they were going to go get Mikko Rantanen and build around him and give him a massive deal and start to build around him and Miller.
Which wouldn't have lined up as much with what we're hearing because right now they wouldn't have been in that spot to do it. If they were going to get Rantanen, they probably just would have waited for the summer to do it. I think they're gearing up for the summer. I at least hope they are gearing up for the summer to do something because at the end of the day, like I can't get mad. They should just ride out the rest of the year, see what they have with guys like Othman, Berard, and these younger players, and then just let the top six gel together a little bit for next season, and then just see what you could do this summer to tweak the roster. So I don't hate it. Would I have liked a guy like McLeod or Zucker or Byram? Yeah, but none of those guys move, so I can't.
Yeah.
And even Peterka, too, I would have loved, but they didn't go anywhere else, so.
I think they are going to be aggressive this offseason. All the signs tell me that they're going to be. I think Chris Kreider is gone. I wonder if they do move Mika Zibanejad. I know for a fact that I can't say I know for a fact. I'm sorry. I have a very, very, very strong feeling that some major changes are going to be made this offseason. Major changes.
I mean, we've heard for the past few weeks that they're going to gear up apparently for something big this summer, so it would line up with that. I would agree with the comment that says Panarin is gone. I'm not 100% on it, but I feel like if they're truly gearing up for something big, that would be a pretty big move. And I've said it for the past few weeks. I think the best course of action for the Rangers is to try to just, let these young guys start to mesh into the fold and to gear themselves for the free agent class in 26 because it's a way deeper free agent class that year.
Shadler Weedle assigned to Hartford. Yeah. I for everything I've heard, I think some things are going to happen. I think this is the time to move Panarin. I think Drury has another conversation with him, especially after the down year he's had this year, and says to him, "Hey, we're probably going in a different direction. We're probably not going to resign you." And then I think he gets moved at that point. If Panarin can, if he's moved in the summer, he can kind of figure everything out in the summer and be there for a team for a year. And if he likes the team that he's with, he can re-sign with them. Or maybe he doesn't approve and he ends up staying, and then the Rangers try to deal him at the deadline or something, or they use him as a rental, and then he has to find a whole new home the next year. But I mean, if that's second 20 conditional first for Marchand.
I was about to say that's it. That's insane if that's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to see if.
I mean, I see the tweet, but that's insane. Emily Kaplan retweeted it, so.
Where is the? I thought I just saw something on the trade tracker about it, but it's not showing up on the trade tracker.
That's a really light return there for Marchand.
Dallas, but guys want to play there, so I think they know that free agents are attracted to your team, and you can use those first round picks and second round picks, and I think there's been more activity because of that. I think the reality too, with the cap going up and maybe some of the just changing in philosophy, teams don't quite treasure their first round picks like they have in the past. I think they look at what Tampa's done.
I don't see anything from Emily.
Seems like it works.
She reposted Butcher Gross's.
Hearing Bruins got a first. Ben Frazier, Minton for Carlo, and a second conditional. Okay, I see.
I don't know where people saw the Lindell thing then, because it's not even close.
Definitely not anything. Yeah, Lundell's wasn't going anywhere. I just never believed that. Definitely never believed that.
So Jennifer Hedges here to update you on everything you have missed, and it's a pretty significant amount.
Landon saying move Panarin and Kreider and then use assets to go get Kachuk. I wonder if that's the play. I wonder if that's the play.
I would love if it is. I don't know how realistic that is, but I would not complain.
I don't think they were moving Keandre Miller right now. Barry Zito masterclass. Yeah, he threw a curveball at him. He threw a 12-6 curve at them. Oh, man.
Said I pulled a mark.
Oh, my God. That's great.
The Senators acquired Dylan Cousins, Dennis Gilbert, and a second-round pick from the Sabres for Josh.
I wonder if Daily Face-Off. No, they didn't update the lineup with Marchand in it.
Pasternak is probably not getting moved, so I would no. He's under contract long-term with them, and he's still young enough that they could build around him.
It really depends what direction they're going in. If they're truly going to blow it to the studs, then they'll move him. But I don't know if they're going to blow it to the studs because McAvoy's 27, Pasa's 28. I think they're going to try to do a retool here. And them getting a guy like Middlestat, I think, tells you that they want to try to do more of a retool than a rebuild.
I don't know.
What do I know?
I really have... Stop with the Messier stuff, please. It's not happening. He has no experience in management or coaching or anything like that. Yeah, I agree they'll have to go get Jack Eichel. But the Messier, he has zero experience and he's expressed zero desire. Like, just because a player was great as a player does not mean that they will be great as an executive or a coach or anything like that. Look at Wayne Gretzky. Just look at Wayne Gretzky. Please look at Wayne Gretzky. Keep Messier as an analyst. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why we do this every single time.
There's always one person that wants Messier for whatever reason, and there's zero experience behind it. There's nothing that Messier can do to really convince anyone. Hire Jason Giambi. Oh God, can we get friggin' the Francesca clip where he says, "I never ever said that." Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah, I agree with what Gabriel's saying. He's good at hockey.
I mean, I like him as an analyst, but literally, he's done nothing otherwise to show anyone that he has any sort of capacity for anything as an executive or a coach. Like, there's just nothing to work with there.
I agree with you, Gabriel. I don't like him as an analyst either, to be honest with
Listen,
you.
All right. If you think if you think Messier is terrible, that's one thing. But I cannot agree with this at all.
Yeah, that I don't agree with.
Yeah, PK.
I just think ESPN is so boring in general, their coverage compared to TNT.
Yeah,
TNT
I
just
agree.
wipes the floor with them.
I agree. No, Byfield's not going anywhere, man. He's not going anywhere. This is another player that doesn't. There's no real talk about him going anywhere.
If he was to be moved, I would love him, but
yeah, no, not happening though. And I'm not like right now. His contract is not great for what like he is right now. Like he had a nice year last year, but he has not had a great year this year.
Yeah, it's similar to Lafreniere.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think PK even entertains. I just don't think he's good at all in any capacity. He just kind of runs off on tangents at times, and it's. I mean, he's a personality, but that's really it. Maybe he would click better with the TNT crew, but I don't know. Carolina Hurricanes and the Dallas Mavericks of the NHL. Deal away rantanen like that. JJ Frankie. JJ put on waivers. He said he'd sign for a Baconator and a slice. Yeah, go have another Baconator, you fucking walrus. Oh my God.
I agree with what Matt said though before that ESPN needs a biz.
Yeah, I like Butcher Gross in studio. I don't like him in like doing the play-by-play for the games. Its sticks are unbelievable. That's the line you're looking for there from Shorzy. Who would be a good replacement for Laviolette? Mike Sullivan. Just give me Mike Sullivan, please.
I've said this for the past few weeks. If the Rangers are keeping Laviolette because they're trying to hold out in the event that Sean Cooper hits the market since his contract's up after next season, then hey, I'll take one more year of Laviolette if it means they get a chance to get John Cooper.
Oh yeah, but I don't think he's going anywhere though.
He could want the money
for so long.
He could want the money.
Why? He's got everything. He gets paid decent. He lives in a nice area of the United States. Warm weather. Doesn't have to worry about anything like that. No, they could still get Sullivan if they wanted to. I mean, I would love Cooper. The guy's literally going to have he's going to have a banner hung in Tampa and Natalie.
Yeah.
He's going to have it. My cousin, who's a diehard Tampa fan, just texted me because he's listening in. He goes, John Cooper is not fucking going anywhere. He got so angry that he heard that. He's not going anywhere. I think he might have actually.
He did, yeah.
I think he did go to Hofstra.
I would do anything.
Colin, he went to a school on Long Island, bud. No, but I don't see Cooper going anywhere. I don't. I just
probably not. No, but if he does hit the market, throw whatever amount of money he wants.
Fire whoever and throw whatever money at him because that's he's the best coach in the league for my money.
David Carl, I would like to.
Yeah, I don't know if he leaves though. Cooper gets another stake. Cooper could lead the Rangers to a cup. Woo.
Not Quenneville. I saw someone say Quenneville.
Me for GM? No way. Nah, I can't be GM. Sorry. All right.
No to Quenneville though.
Quenneville? Yeah, I don't see that.
No.
I don't see it at all. Even though he's like one guy that the guys would that you have to respect in terms of like his coaching record. Like that's somebody that walks into a locker room and demands respect and absolutely commands it. I don't see the Rangers wanting to go the PR nightmare route.
No. And
deal with the blowback from hiring him. Although
after Laviolette, though, I don't know how much it even matters having a long and good resume.
Well, I'll tell you right now, by the time that would happen, a lot of the guys from the core that were really cancerous have been gone or already will be gone.
That's true.
Dennis Cholowski to the Devils. Stanley Cup won for New Jersey right there with that one.
There's that Islanders Devils move that we all expected.
Oh my God, Lou Lamoriello dealing with his old team. For Adam Beckman. Oh man. No, Peter Bow already said they were done.
Yeah, it's
they're not making any more moves, I bet. But really, the issue with this team has been the core that has been here for God knows how long. Laviolette. It seems like the inmates are running the asylum right now for me, and like Chris Kreider is somebody who has to go because he has a letter on his jersey, and he's not. His relationship with the front office is not good right now. You got to get rid of that. John Radigan, good question. Percentage that Kreider, Panarin, ends advantage at. I tell you right now, Kreider's gone.
Yeah, Kreider, I would list at 1% just because there's always a chance. Panarin, I'm 50-50 on 50, still. Yeah. Mika, I'm going to say 60-40, closer to him staying.
I'm going to say 70-30 for Zibanejad.
I could get behind that too. Yeah, I think that, especially now that he's starting to play better next to Miller, they might try to keep him around. And we also did hear reports that they might want to keep him around. I don't agree with it, but
it was the video where I think Laviolette was telling him that he's not playing and he was getting off the ice, and Laviolette was talking to him, and Kreider just was not looking at him. Didn't even acknowledge him. So, I think Kreider's gone. Kaylee actually brings up a good point. I mean, you blame Laviolette for letting the core fold, but it's been a recurring theme with him in different locations. But I'll say this to counter that, Kaylee. When you coach, as long as this guy is coached for, that's going to happen. It's going to happen in multiple locations. Like, how many coaches can you think of that just stay with a team for like 20 years or something like that? I mean, I can count the number of coaches on maybe one hand in my lifetime that have stayed beyond like 10 years with one team. Trotz, Lindy Ruff in Buffalo earlier on. No, I don't think. No, Bowman came in 94, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2000, 2001, 2000. No, Bowman only had 9 years in Detroit. So I can't even say Bowman in Detroit. No, no, I'm talking about like my lifetime. I'm not going back to Al Arbor or anybody like that. Different times back then.
Cooper.
We need to hire Shorzy as the head coach. Give him, Colin, Cooper. We mentioned Cooper.
Solely too, right?
What?
Solely too, right?
Who?
Solely.
Sullivan.
Oh,
Sullivan. No, I don't think so. Sullivan's first year was the first cup year, I think, because they got rid of Johnston.
Oh yeah, no, I forgot. Yeah, they went from Bielsma to
Johnston to Sullivan.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He coached the 2015 Pens.
Yes.
Yeah, Matt's right though. At this point, if you coach a team for 5 years, it's considered a long time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is his 10th year. So if he makes it through his 10th year, then Sullivan, would be it. He would be one.
But I agree with Matt's comment.
Paul Maurice actually is one in my lifetime, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was with Carolina for a very long time. Carolina and Hartford. Yeah, 95, 96 through 2011, 2012. That's – oh, no, sorry. Hold on. No. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 9 years in – oh, no, he didn't make it through his full 9th year. And then he went back to Carolina in 2008, 2009 for 4 years. Actually, for parts of 4 seasons. How long was he in Winnipeg for? 1. That's half a season. 35 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, Maurice has never been. Sorry. Take care, Leo. Trotz was the second one I think I named.
Yeah.
Quenneville was with St. Louis for a while, but I don't think it was 10 years. He joined them in the late 90s, and then I think 05, 06, it was his first year in Colorado. Oh, this is as player. It's not as coach. So, yeah, he didn't make it in St. Louis 10 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He did in Chicago, though, right?
So he was parts of 8 seasons in St. Louis. Then Chicago is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Parts of 11 seasons in Chicago. It was that 2018-19 season they got fired 15 games in. Yeah, so it's like really to get back to the point, not go off on a complete tangent, just to respond to Kaylee, yeah, you could say that. You could point to Laviolette and that happening in multiple locations, but when you coach for over 20 years, you're going to be in different locations. And eventually you are going to lose a room. It happens with just about everybody. The only teams that I could think of that the coach didn't lose the room and didn't have to lose, get fired for, were guys like Bowman, who were just so universally respected that you were never going to fire him. Al Arbor, another one. He won 4 Stanley Cups in a row, 19 consecutive playoff years. You're never going to fire Al Arbor. Al Arbor was going to walk on his own terms, and that's how it was always going to be. There was nothing you were going to do about that. And then, Lindy Ruff got fired by Buffalo. So, otherwise, yeah. And Bowman left the game on his own terms after a Stanley Cup win. So,
I agree with what Killjoy is saying, though, just to get back to the root of the conversation, that the problem is all three.
Yeah.
Core, coach, and GM. It's all three, because you have the GM that set this toxic culture up in the first place, because he went into the season with Trouba with the cloud hanging over him after not, pushing the trade to happen over the summer, which caused this whole spiral effect. You have the core that has quit on multiple coaches and clearly isn't good enough to get done. And Laviolette, like I said, like we're saying here, I don't know if the message is just worn out with him or what, but he's got to go after this season. But I feel like I think they're gonna run with him into next season. So
I wouldn't be surprised, because I could tell you right now, when Dolan has a certain level of respect for a coach or a general manager like that, he kind of tends to lean towards them. It's like Sather. Like, Sather gave him an ultimatum back in 2004 that they needed to rebuild and that he needed to take his hands off the team. And Dolan actually listened. And that was when the Rangers were finally able to stop spending picks and stuff,
I also think just the optics of firing 2 coaches in a row after 2 straight seasons is just, I think they don't want that look on them also.
Yeah, I don't know if it's about the look. I really don't. I just think that there's an amalgamation of things that happened, and I think this team has kind of identified that this core is not good enough to win, and the core has been a problem. Like, you can, it's a boy that cried wolf situation. How many times is this core going to get? How many chances are they going to get, and coaches are they going to get to go through? Like, enough is enough here. Like, the first guy, okay, David Quinn, coaching out of a Coaching for Dummies book, wasn't good enough. He was with San Jose for a year, and then they canned him. And I don't think he's getting back to the NHL anytime soon, if ever again. Gerard Gallant. They had that big blow up, and Trouba went to Drury, and Drury had the fight with Gallant and the shouting match and all that other stuff. And you hear the reports about him not being able to make adjustments. Okay, fine. Then you bring in the guy that can make the adjustments, that is respected, that's one of the better coaches of all time, and they quit on him too. So, and then the general manager calls them out for quitting, for not showing up. And he's just, he's an assistant, but I'm talking about a head coach, not an assistant. He's not going to be a head coach again in the NHL. And if he is, some dumb team took another chance on a guy that's had players come out and say, oh, well, he told me not to pass or not to stick handle on a 2-on-1. No, Victor, that's my fault. That's my fault. I should have specified that. I will take the blame there for that. Yes, he's an assistant, but I meant head coach, and I should have specified that. But he's not getting back to the NHL as a head coach. No. I don't think any team thinks that he's a good head coach. Can he be a good assistant? Sure. With a better mind there? Okay, maybe. But I don't see him as a head coach again. I don't.
No, I just don't at all. He got his chance again in San Jose, and he was lucky to even get that chance. I thought he was going to be an assistant coach after being here, and then maybe he'd get a chance as a head coach again after just being an assistant for a bit. But now, no way.
Yeah, I mean, and G's right too. I mean, this is saying something considering that the NHL is plagued by retreads in coaching, plagued by them. I mean, it just I think it's an amalgamation of things, and like Kaylee was saying, and yeah, and I understood your point, Kaylee. I did, but it's an amalgamation of things coming together, and you can't keep continuing to give in to these guys. You can't. I think there are going to be major moves that are going to be made this summer. I think they're obviously the moves that they're making between JT Miller and so on are them trying to move on and get rid of everything that they've had here previously. Just like when Drury made all those moves to try to get rid of that softer core that they had from the Gorton days, I think the moves that are going to be made this offseason are going to do everything that they can to, one, continue to change the culture, and two, to continue to change the makeup of this team.
I think if the Rangers were going to get rid of Laviolette, they missed their chance earlier in the year when Montgomery became available. But I also forgot.
Really think that Montgomery would have been the answer, though? Because, listen, I like Montgomery as a coach. I do. I actually do think he's a good coach. I just don't know if you could bring in a guy that's really had all of his personal problems and everything like that, and have him come in to a pressure cooker with a group of malcontents.
That's fair.
And have him come in and sort that entire mess out during the course of one season. I don't know who could have done that.
That's fair. That's a fair point.
Maybe you have an answer. I'd love to hear it if you do.
No, that's a fair counter argument. I don't have anything to add to that. That's a fair point. It just, like, the thing that's concerning me right now with Laviolette is that there's been so much turnover with this team this season. And can anybody, like, tell me what their system is and tell me what their identity is right now? Because I got nothing. Like, as much as we blame the core and as much as we say it's their fault, I can't tell you what the system is.
110%, Lonnie. 110%.
Oh, well, yeah, that too, because that's how they've been getting tied up in this mess to begin with. But could anybody tell me at all what their system is and tell me their identity? Because even though we're saying it's the core's fault, it's very alarming to me that there's been so much turnover. And, you know, you get a guy like JT Miller, which should provide a spark for you to say, all right, let's buy in and play the right way. And they've been better, sure, but it's pretty telling to me that I still can't tell you what their system is and what their identity is.
I could go two ways with that. The first direction I'll say is to be fair to Laviolette. Remember last year, and I've said this earlier on the stream. Remember last year where they had that month and a half span from like mid-December until February, where they were just completely inconsistent because they abandoned Laviolette's system. They abandoned the 1-2-2. They didn't want to play that style of game. And they were, trading off wins and losses. And then, they were playing that inconsistent hockey that they just weren't winning enough games with. They were potentially going to lose that number one spot. Then February hits, and they go back to playing it. And then they go on that 10-game win streak. We go in a stadium series. We're riding on a high. Come back, beat the Islanders, and they won. I don't even know how many games, but I think in a 20-game span, I think they went like 16, like 4 or something like that.
Yeah, it was some ridiculous run.
It was just a ridiculous run that they went on, and I would tell you right now, if I hadn't seen that last year, I'd put a lot more blame on Laviolette because he's tried to hammer this to them. But at the same time, I'm also going to sit there and I'm going to bash his coaching staff. What is Phil Housley doing with this team?
Oh, he at least has to go this offseason.
Like what?
1,000,000%.
I was high on him when they brought him out. I thought he would be great for them. but I'm starting to see why Buffalo was so bad under him, because the defense that they play on a nightly basis, what is he doing to work with them and improve with them? Because they continue to give these inconsistent efforts where they come out flat. They've allowed the most opening 2-minute goals in the NHL this year. I think it's 14 games in which they've allowed an opening 2-minute goal. Why is this continuing to happen? Why is this? And Chris, 110%. Why were these guys not benched earlier on in the year? Wait. He tried to do that with Mika Zibanejad, and then Zibanejad cried in the media. He was one game they knocked his time down, and the next day he was back up with Kreider, and they were playing first line minutes again.
Yeah. It's what you said earlier. The inmates are running the asylum. And by the way, I got it up the run they went on last year. They lost one game in all of February last year.
Like I said, it was some sort of ridiculous run. It was stupid what they were doing.
Yeah, and then they lost in a shootout to Toronto, lost to Florida, lost the Tampa, Winnipeg.
I was out for that shootout for one of my best friend's birthdays. I was out for that shootout. I was at round one. I remember we were doing karaoke that night. I was watching the game on my phone in there.
Yeah, outside of that, they won every game in March, and even in April, they were winning pretty much every single game there, outside of a few.
Drury just won an Army. Oh. Yes, Rempe was a bit of a spark plug for them. And I'll say this. You could talk about Rempe and what you think about him, but not to the same level, but a similar effect that Matt Rempe, when he's in the lineup, they win games. I'm not. It's literally a causation doesn't equal correlation thing, but they do win games with him in the lineup. I don't know what it is. Hold on, let's see.
Drury speaking to the media right now.
I was trying to thread the needle. Okay. That tells me that he was trying to get something done with Buffalo. He asked if he had trade talks involving Chris Kreider. Drury said, I'm certainly not going to get into private talks I have with teams. Added, but I'm excited that Chris is here. Said he'll almost be like a trade deadline acquisition when he returns from IR.
That's the Mets school of excuses there. Will Pod Mets, that is.
Yeah, Keenan benched Leach, Messi, and Richter in Game 5 against the Devils. Yeah, sometimes you have to send messages. But if you watch the Road to Victory documentary on that, Messier went to him and said, "You got to stop doing that. We gotta let the team work through it too. There's only so much that you can do, and only so many times you can go to the well, and then that just stops working. You've got to push the buttons, and Laviolette pushed a lot of the right buttons last year, which is why I'm hesitant to completely blame everything on him and say that he needs to go. But at what point does it get? At what point do we sit there and draw the line and say, "Hey, Laviolette has done this, this, and this," and they're still not responding? It's a fine line to walk.
And I agree with what Dave's saying, though, that you got to blame Laviolette for constantly benching Jones. I mean, that I can't defend.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You have a young player that has played well when he's in the lineup. And I listen, I've been very, very vocal about some of Laviolette's decisions with the lineup. I really tell you right now, I don't like what he's done with Jones. And especially with the fact that this team lacks real good puck movers. Like, you want to talk about Keandre Miller? Okay, Keandre Miller can skate and move the puck, but is he really the smartest with it? Like, I don't think so. I think Jones is better with the puck than he is.
He should have been playing last year over Gustafson. I'll tell you that too.
Gustafson was dog shit from like the middle of December and on. He was dog shit. I know you're laughing because you wish you had the video. Right
I know. I wish.
It just, and Fox, he's another one. He needs to be held accountable for his poor play too.
Yeah,
it's another one. You have to hold these guys accountable to a point. You have to send messages, but you have to do it at the right time, and you can't overdo it. Yeah, I liked that pass to Panarin. I thought that was a phenomenal pass the other night. Yeah, he should have been playing over Trouba last year. Truba's hard. 2 years in a row where this guy was just hurt. And he plays hurt and costs the team a ton.
Last year they could have went all in at the deadline if he goes on LTIR too, because they wouldn't have had to worry about retention, and they could have had his cap hit on LTIR and everything would have been better. They could have got a defenseman. They could have got a top end forward, but instead he had to act like the hero and come back in late March, and they play one of their worst defensive games of the season.
Stupid.
The day
the
he comes
Arizona
back
game where Lafreniere had the hat trick.
Yep.
Comes back that game, and they give up 5 goals to Arizona. I said it right away. You can't have Trouba in this lineup.
Nope.
Nick Izzo saying Cooper bench Kucherov last night. Yeah, that is true. You have to hold every player accountable, because if you play selective favorites like Laviolette has done, then the message isn't received, because the message means bullshit. It means nothing. You cannot do that. Yeah, I'm with Kaylee on this one. He put himself before the team, and that's not how you do it.
No, and it happens way too much with him here. Way too much. Like, there are times we said it where he was hurt and he was just playing injured, and everyone's like making him to be some sort of hero for it when it was hampering the team so much. Especially that 2022-23 season.
Yeah.
When he was hurt in like December and January. With that, I forgot what the
injury was. He was playing hurt through the helmet throw game.
Yeah.
Stupid. Oh, my God, yeah. He was horrible against Tampa in 2022, too. Don't even get me going. Zibanejad disappeared that series. Trouba was terrible. Panarin couldn't do shit in that series. I wouldn't say Mikkola was great, but I would say he's pretty good here. He was someone they probably could have capped. Yeah, it just you can't do hero hockey like that. Can't be a hero. You're not Willis Reed, buddy. You are not Willis fucking Reed. You can't do that. There's a lot to go over with that, but I don't want to beat the dead horse on Trouba anymore. It's stupid. Thank God he's gone. Let him do his chicken wing thing in Anaheim for all I care. I just get rid of the rest of the problems this offseason, and you can go ahead and make other moves and really make the big move that they're going for. They're going to get very aggressive this offseason.
They have to. They have to on defense. I'm worried about this blue line going forward.
Jacob Chychrun.
I'm still worried about this because, like,
health.
That with Chychrun, but like, even if they get Chychrun and that's the top pair, okay. But I can't sit here and convince myself still that Will Borgen and Keandre Miller is a good enough second pair on a cup-winning team. I know they've played well together, but I can't convince myself. That's why if they move Keandre Miller and get a legit second pair left shot defenseman and then get a legit top pair defenseman, then okay, we could have a conversation about this decor be looking better. But I'm just worried between that and I think this team's obsession with Schneider is going to hurt them. I really do. I tweeted it the other day that they're way too obsessed with a guy that I don't think is anything more than a third pair defenseman. And if they went the route of trading him and Miller to get help in their top four and get some legit help on the blue line, and all of a sudden Borgen's on your third pair, that would look really good. And then Vakanainen now getting $1.5 million. What does that mean going forward? Like, is he going to be?
Him.
I hope that they move him or he's the seventh defenseman, because if it's what Vince was tweeting, that the six defensemen are pretty much the same as we have right now, you're not winning a cup with those six.
No.
There's no way. And the best case scenario is that it gets exposed in the playoffs, so then Drury has to address it, because at least it just does not seem like that's going to go well. But and yeah, I mean, what Dave is saying is true, that Susie and Borgen played as a pair in Seattle. That's why I'm saying, like, if that was your third pair and you really overhaul the top four, you could start to see this blue line actually shape up to look like it's a legit scary threat. But I have to see that, because I'm sorry, getting just Adam Fox a new partner, it's a start, but it's not good enough. They got to get more help. And I agree with what G is saying. They got
not a lot of speed on the blue line.
They have.
I agree there. You got to have more mobile defensemen. You cannot afford to have defensemen who can't skate and can't move the puck.
Yeah.
They need to improve that. Kaylee's saying she thinks the Marchand details are out.
I think it's just that draft pick that we've heard.
They still haven't released it on the trade tracker.
The rantanen deal hasn't even been made official yet.
Yeah, it's crazy that they're still working on this.
That might be what's holding up more trades from coming through, is that rantanen deal not being official yet.
Yeah, that could be it too. Yeah, Fox's partner needs to be able to skate because his skating is declining. You know what? He wasn't ever the best skater, but you could definitely tell that before the knee injury, he was better. So
I want to answer Dave's comment there about what type of defenseman should get with Fox, or just like any player in mind. I'd look at Chychrun this offseason if he hits the market. I'd look at Gavrikov as an option. I'm a little worried with him that he might be a product of the system in LA. And then the other guy that I'm a little intrigued by, but I'd prefer, it's not my favorite option, but I'm intrigued by the idea of Orlov.
Of who?
Orlov. I'm a little intrigued by that. Yeah.
I think I like Orlov there better than
Gavrikov.
Yeah. I'm not high on Gavrikov. I like him as a second pairing guy, like with a good puck mover. Ideally, I would rather have him as a 5 on a championship team, but I do think he's capable of handling top 4 minutes as like the defensive guy on a second pairing. Orlov, his salary worries me. He's getting up there in age too. I mean, he can skate and move a puck. He's not terrible defensively. I wouldn't pay him anywhere near the $7 million he's making.
No, if he wants a pay raise, then no, that's not a conversation. Then
he's 33, Matthew.
I think he's going to get less though than what he's making right now.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be in the 6 ballpark.
6 is about fair for him. I would want to keep him under 6 if possible.
Yeah.
But I think with the cap going up, I think 6 would be fair. I don't think anyone's going to give him close to that 7.75 right now. I mean, he has 24 points in 62 games. And then last year he had 26 in 82. I mean, he was getting paid for that nice run that he really had with Boston in 2023 to end that season. He ended that season with 17 points in 23 games. That's why you can't pay for small sample sizes. That's why I didn't like the Borgen deal.
This is why, though, too. It's very interesting to talk about this and think maybe the Rangers should really maybe they should consider moving Lafreniere in that Peterka deal, because if you save money up front and then invest it on the back end, that makes his team a lot better, because you're talking about Peterka in the top 6 instead of Lafreniere. You save money there, and then you're improving the back end by moving Lafreniere.
But here's the thing. Lafreniere got his bag. Like, now if you go and you trade him for Peterka, he's on the last deal last year of an entry-level deal, an entry-level deal that's going to go into RFA status. So he's going to get a raise. And does he get 5? Does he get 6? I mean,
you can. Would you be able to bridge him for 2 more years and he'd still be an RFA, or would that have to be a 1-year bridge with him?
I think you could bridge him for 2 years.
Because that would make the most sense, because then as the salary opens up and the cap rises, you could play the long game there and then sign into a big deal then.
I believe it's 27 or 7 service years. His first year was a slide year. Ooh, that changes things. I think you could get another 3 years. 3 years out of it, and then you could go, because he's 23 right now. He'll be 24 in January. No wonder why it's a slide year. He's young. Laz? I don't know what Dave's saying about Laz.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Kaylee said before Adam Fox had his baby, and he was wondering. Evan, guess who tweeted it? I'm guessing
the great Vince Mercogliano, probably. But yeah, I mean, if you bridge Peterka to save some cap in the short term, and then you give him the long-term deal, that could make some sense there.
Okay, Vince from Jury on the state of the remodeled D Corps and whether they were emphasizing any particular traits. We're just looking for the best players we could. We knew we wanted to make some changes as the season got underway. Just the best pieces we could possibly find. There's certainly some size back there now, which is always nice, but you've got to be able to move. You've got to be able to move the puck. You've got to be able to play in a lot of different scenarios over the course of the NHL season. We think we have a lot of D back there that can do that.
I don't know how to tell them.
Oh, this one comment from this Danny Bloom, Danny B. Should have never let Nico Mikkola go. Been trying to find that big body guy since. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
It is a glorious trophy, and Jim Nill wins for the first time.
Yeah.
They offer games. The only 2-time winner of the award.
Listen, I'm not going to sit there and kill Susie as of yet. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm going to give this guy a chance and see what happens. And if he's good and he surprises people. All right. So who thought we were getting? All right. I want people to answer me honestly here with this. Who actually thought we were getting this level of play out of Vakanainen when that trade was made back in December?
Target rate up and up for you.
No one did.
Exactly. Vakanainen wasn't even really on an NHL roster for the most part back then. It's the guy that was in and out of the lineup. He wasn't anybody that was anybody thought about him as like a legitimate NHL defenseman. He's played 35 games this season. He played 5 games in Anaheim before that deal was made. He played 68 the year before for Anaheim, 23 the year before. And between Boston and Anaheim in 21-22, he played 29 games. This guy had never established himself as a real NHL defenseman. So, I mean, Jay, I won't argue this. I won't argue that at all. And I don't think anyone will.
Yeah, that's an understanding.
No. Not for that deal. No. If he wanted 5 years by $4.25 million, okay. But no.
Yeah, no.
No. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say anybody's a liar. They thought they were getting that out of Vakanainen, but I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe you guys didn't watch him enough. I'm not sure. Because this guy hasn't really not played a lot of games. But from what I saw from him, he was bordering on bust status for a first rounder. So, yeah, I'm with you on the Zadorov and Lindholm contracts were not good. I didn't like those when they were signed. And yeah, I think he's just.
I don't like the extension. I don't. It's movable, sure. I still don't like it.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of it. It doesn't hurt, but it's. I'm not. Everybody says look at Howden. I'm not high on Howden. I think he's the same player. He's just in a different location, and it doesn't look as bad in Vegas. He's got a better team around him, better structure. Rangers need dope. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's too. First for Wallman's too steep for me. I know that people will point to, oh well, Seider played so much better when Wallman came in. Like, does anybody keep track of who Seider was playing with before Wallman? Does anybody know that answer? Because you're gonna laugh when you hear it.
Who was it?
Ben Sherratt.
I had a feeling that's who you were gonna say.
Yeah, Ben Sherratt. Ben Sherratt is who he was playing with before Wallman came along. Not good. Not good. Oh.
He's going to pick the entire playoff brackets, not knowing where everybody will finish. So
no, it's not Stahl. It was Sherratt.
All of the results right now. So you have Tampa winning.
All right, 2 goals and 8 assists so far. Okay, not again. But the point is that he's given you better production than anything expected out of a guy that who couldn't establish himself as an NHLer, as a full-time NHLer. Just for fun? Just think of something you don't want to pay. I'm not even going to go into details because they would never do it. It's not even worth it. But just think of things that you would not want to give up. And leave it at that.
Unfortunate, because he would be the perfect partner for Fox.
He would be.
So it's unfortunate.
He was the best defenseman in the entire 4 nations, and it's not even close. I don't care about what anybody says about Kelmakar's skating and his puck handling or anything like that. Slavin was by far the best and most effective defenseman, and if the U.S. would have won it, they would have held on in that game. You should have given the MVP to him because he was that damn good.
So you mix up the wild cards, but it doesn't matter because you had them both losing anyway.
I don't know if he's a glorified forward, but he's not good defensively by any means. I really don't think he's all that great in his own zone.
And then you got the Washington Capitals.
And the best part about that is that he gets to play with Devon Taves, who's one of the best two-way defensemen in the entire NHL. That's a guy that could give you 50 to 60 points a year, and he plays great defense. Yeah, that's why they need a Rod Langway award, because guys like Slavin will never get that recognition. Just like a Selke trophy. It's something that probably goes on reputation. You can use analytics to a point. You can use counting stats like plus minus to a certain point, although I don't think it's great. They need something. And they need a Bobby Orr award to stop giving guys like Erik Karlsson 100 points but plays shit defense and is probably almost on for 100 goals against. Yeah, they're doing Craig Button's doing a playoff bracket right now. He has the Rangers getting smacked around by the Capitals in the first round. He has Dallas winning it. Dallas versus Washington.
Drury on Susie. We think there's a lot of possibility with Carson, whether it's pairing with Schneider, Fox, Borgen, or even having him play the right side at some point. We'll see how it plays out.
We did our winners and losers, and he said, I'm not saying any longer. I'm like, oh, you got to finish the show. It's television. He's like, you can't stay there.
So this stream has just hit 6 hours exactly. So thank you all for being with us for this long. 3,600 people watching it. 3,600. Remember, like, share, and subscribe, everybody. We all appreciate that. And everybody who hasn't seen it already, the tickers for everybody who's been in here today, well, plus Nick, who was in the studio for a second and then just his connection was crap and then he couldn't get back on. But Evan's information is in there, at Core Python on Twitter. Matt's in there. I butcher Matt's last name even though I'm Polish, the pronunciation on it. But his last name is his Twitter handle's in there, and so is Jim Behringer's as well. So thank you, Van Walen. Love the Van Halen reference there. What are the Rangers doing with Kubel? Step forward. If he doesn't play at the NHL level, he plays in Hartford. But depth level.
I don't expect him to admit that though, Bailey. He's not going to admit that he was moving Peterka. Even if he was gonna, there were talks, he wouldn't admit that there were. You don't do that when you still have him on your team. That just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't believe that there was. I think there was something to it.
Yeah,
I definitely think there was something to it. I definitely think there was more to moving Peterka, and Kevin Adams wants to deny it. Okay, fine. I think there's some sort of smoke when there's smoke, there's a fire somewhere. Yeah, it's not Fox's or Brett's job to be physical, but it is as a defenseman, you have to be better than what Fox has been at points this year, and I'll give him that he's been playing with an anchor in Lindgren. Yep. Yeah, I think if anything, there's going to be an overhaul. And JT Miller was the first in the line of moves that I think they're going to make to change, one, the culture, and two, the makeup. So I think you're going to see more of that this summer. I think Chris Kreider going is part of that as well. Drury won't admit it, but they're definitely going to move Kreider this summer.
Yeah. Kreider's gone this summer.
Oh, he's definitely gone. Is it impossible to move Fox to the wing? I mean, if you wanted to talk about Keandre Miller about that, I would entertain that maybe. But I again, you couldn't give Keandre Miller a new contract for that. I don't think you could do that. No, Fox is not a right winger. He has not played wing in any level of significance. And he was playing defense back on the goals when he played with Charlie McAvoy here on Long Island. So, no, I don't think, if anything, he was ever a winger or anything like that. Yeah, Kreider caught in 4K. Basically ignoring Laviolette. All right, so the TSM stream ended. We're going to do another 5 minutes, and then we're probably going to sign off here because we haven't gotten any updates on any of the other deals, and I don't know if we're going to get them for a while.
The rantanen deal just became official, so that's really all we got right now.
Okay, so it's Logan Stankoven, conditional 2026 first, conditional 2028 first. Both first round picks are top 10 protected. 2026 third round pick, 2027 third round pick. Okay. I wouldn't rush Perot, John. I really wouldn't.
No.
I wouldn't.
Even if he needs time in Hartford next year, I'd rather just let him over marinate in Hartford.
Yeah. I just let him play. Let him develop at his own rate. Oh. Yeah, I don't agree with this at all. I don't think Fox is horrible at defense. I think he's been hurt. I think he's been playing with a bad partner. And I think that they finally moved on from him. I think there'll be better partners eventually for him. So
it's like what Matt and I say all the time with Fox is this fan base either is way too high and just is Fox is above criticism, or everyone wants him traded. There's just no in between when there's clearly an in between that needs to be met here.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely agree with that. He's always vacating the point on the power play going down the right side. I don't see that as much. I mean, there are times where he'll do that, but when the power play, you can't be stationary. Got to move around. And that's why this unit is just not good, because they don't move the puck quick enough, and too many guys are stationary. I mean, you could talk about not having Kreider, not having that net front presence, but there's just too much in terms of players standing around and puck movement not moving quick enough. And they love to go to that cross-seam pass, and everybody knows it. But if the puck movement is not quick enough, that cross-seam pass is not going to open up. So it doesn't really matter.
This sucks for Carolina. Tulsky said that the deal with Rantanen took so long to close that they didn't have time to pivot. That's a huge blow for them.
Well, I mean, they get Logan Stankoven back, so that's somebody they could insert maybe into a top 6 role. Yeah, it's a downgrade from Mikko Rantanen. But maybe Stankoven can fit the system that they want to play.
Yeah.
Then I'm not complaining about that. I'm not going to cry over that. No, but any more questions or comments, get them in, because we're only going to go a few more minutes. So I've got some stuff I'm going to have to take care of tonight. I would disagree with this. I think you're a little too tough on Fox. It just like Evan said, no in between with this fan base when it comes to him. I think there are definitely points where he can improve his game. I think a better partner would help. I would love to see him healthy and work on his skating a little bit too.
Yeah. I agree that he needs to be better on the power play, but I'm not going to sit here and say trade him, because there's a slight improvement that he can make on the power play to make himself more of a threat. He could just make the improvement.
supposedly they're looking. Miller was looking for like a 6x6. I want nothing to do with that deal.
Yeah, no. I think that the best course of action is if the Rangers could just revamp, like I said before, revamp the top four as much as possible, excluding Fox, obviously. Get a good partner for him, get a better left shot defenseman for that second pair, and then I don't like Borgen or Schneider on the second pair, but the situation is what it is. You put one of those two there and Susie on that third pair, and then, see how it does. I will say this, though. If they go that direction, the bar is low, obviously, with this, but it's definitely an upgrade over what they had in their 2 conference finals runs.
Yeah, I think you can upgrade there. I definitely think you can. I think once you start making the moves, the only problem is that you can't be too aggressive at some points, because you got to make sure that you have players there, because if you make too many moves and let too many guys go and you don't replace them, and like the market kind of dries up on you or something like that, then you're kind of screwed. Because Fortescue really isn't ready yet. He's going to have to spend some time in the AHL. I just feel like you're ignoring our top 6 is a mess of older guys. I mean,
we've addressed that though. Like we said before, that they need to move Kreider. I think the ideal offseason for the Rangers to make like a huge tweak is getting a top 6 forward and getting 1 or 2 left shot defensemen.
Yeah,
I think that's what they need to do. And moving Miller helps with getting one of those left shot defensemen, maybe.
Yeah, I assume Iceman meant 4.5 million, because that's what Lindgren had, a 1-year deal. I mean, I don't mind Miller at that price, because that's kind of like where he should be, if you ask me. Like, I wouldn't go anywhere above like 5.25 for him, I think. I mean, I would prefer to keep him at 5 or less. But if you have to give him a raise to keep him, I don't want to go anywhere near 6 for him. I don't even care about the cap going up. I just don't think he'll ever be worth that.
No, at that point, I'd rather spend the extra money that it might take to get Chychrun.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I would at least I know Chychrun's going to give me the offense, and he's a little better defensively than Miller.
Yeah.
And at least he could play top pairing minutes. Miller, I don't think, can really play top pairing minutes. I get the analytics look good with him and Fox, but I think he's not good enough defensively and not consistent enough to be able to handle top pairing minutes on a consistent basis. He may be able to do that for like weeks at a time, but then with his game, it's always been up and down throughout his career, where he, like, the peaks and valleys are extended with him. So I don't want him anywhere near a top pairing, to be honest with you.
No.
But we are going to wrap things up here. Thank you all for joining. We appreciate you all. Again, Evan at Rangers Central here. Matt was with us earlier, also from Rangers Central. Check them out. They're on YouTube. They have their channel. Evan did a couple streams, few streams last night, and then earlier on this morning as well. Obviously, Jim Beeringer, Full Press NHL. All the handles and everything like that are in the bottom ticker going on. But definitely thank you all for joining. All 6 of us that were on here contributed to this. So this was just a job that we all wanted to get and put together and do something like this. We had been talking about this for a while. But definitely check out Rangers Central. Check out Jim. Follow them all on Twitter. Like, share, and subscribe. Spread the word about everybody in here. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of ladies in the chat too today. And definitely thank you all for doing this, because this was a massive, massive stream with a lot of people watching. So thank you all. Definitely appreciate it. Have a good night and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.